For me, Liga kita orang memang tak ada luck. Kita punya map selalu hard shift. Kita ada bina circle, waktu hard shift. Memang tak tahu lah, saya rasa memang tak ada rezeki. Like macam kita tak study opponent, kita dah study. Kita punya total dah prepared for PMPL. Cuma I think that time kita memang tak ada luck dari segi circle. Kita buat yang terbaik, and then dia punya tak asyik lah. Meta sekarang team lah more agresif pada passive. So at that time kita kat Liga tu kita orang macam belum lagi ready untuk fight for dia punya champion lah. So kita buat grand final pula.
Kita orang akan kejar korang slow-slow. Memang bantai semua orang yang kita ganas.
Diorang ni tim betul-betul padu lah. Tinggi dia ada 2 first gate, Rex akan di knockdown.
Untuk grand final kita orang akan buat yang terbaik. Kita orang nak buktikan yang newcomer pun boleh bagi saingan kuat dalam PMPL.
Masih lagi hidup dan semua orang sekarang ni
seperti semalam game yang ketiga Renggal.
Kita orang nak menang, so just push all out and carry champion.
I want to be the best.
Sister pandai mah.
Jangan gambar. Bodoh.
Hello guys, welcome to PUBGMOBILE RSG Gaming House. Jangan lupa sokong ready juga semua tim yang ada dekat PMPL Season 4. Res RSG tiba.
Tumbuk aku lepas tumbuk kau.
Day 1 Grand Final PMPL Season 4.
Salam Jumaat dan selamat kembali akhirnya ke PMPL MySG Season 4 Grand Finals untuk Malaysia.
Yang paling penting sekali, kita punya tanah air, siapa akan jadi yang terbaik, siapa yang akan orang kata mengangkat trofi untuk Grand Finals Malaysia dan melayakkan diri ke SEA.
Game pertama akan dimulakan dan kita akan mulakan seperti dikatakan Erangel.
Lebih pelan, ini sedang menjaga ready dengan TP. Sam 9 yang akan bergerak maju. Dia akan jumpa dengan tim Secret. Akan menjadi clutch maker untuk Sam 9. Tapi akan hilang ke tangan Jumper. Jumper last man standing. Parang juga dikeluarkan secara tiba-tiba ke tempat yang ke-12.
Disebabkan dia jatuh dan dikeluarkan langsung.
2v1 situation membuka result untuk clutch. RSG dalam top 2. Pengejaran untuk Chicken Dinner bersama dengan pasukan Geek Fam. Masih lagi 3v2. Chicken Dinner mungkin boleh jadi milik Geek Fam sebab Rex tak cukup kompak lagi untuk dimainkan. Dan winner Chicken Dinner.
Rasa sangat bangga lah sebab it's the first day. And then we got the first chicken dinner on grand final. So sangat-sangat happy. Alhamdulillah lah. 30 point boss.
Rex, are you okay?
PMPC kacau kat Grand Final.
Shaking a bit. It's okay. So early first game, day 1, and nampak sedikit bukan chok lah, tapi mungkin sebabkan gementar numbers daripada player, but still I'm proud of him, proud of my boys.
Match ranking kita akan lihatkan Geek Fam di tempat pertama. Jadi apa benda yang anda lihat di sini, inilah overall score Geek Fam dengan 30 markah, diikuti dengan RSG 22 markah.
First day tu kita orang start off fresh. Macam kita orang dah tak fikir pasal Liga. Kita just focus on the grand final. It's a new day.
Saya memang nak cari momentum untuk fight, and luckily ada team yang langgar kita orang, and bagi kita orang semangat juga untuk saya dapat 8 kill untuk saya seorang.
Chemistry dah makin mantap. Kita orang punya cara communicate pun dah makin mantap. Tiba-tiba chicken. Kita orang dapat reflect kita susu kambing. Memang mantap. So ya, macam tu saja.
Tapi NC juga dalam kawasan bahaya. One hit rest mungkin boleh di knockdown. Bom akan sampai depan muka.
Mendapatkan RSG tapi Rex mempunyai MG3 dan ratap.
Membuka jalan mereka telah untuk dapatkan Rex, tapi dia akan dijatuhkan kembali dan Rainbow Boy akan hilang. Game juga akan meletup. Small Boy akan hilang. Jadi ini memang pertarungan antara dua pasukan, iaitu tim Secret dan juga EVOS. Bom akan sampai. Fredo Jumper akan jatuh. Saya dalam masa yang sama Geek telah pun dikeluarkan. Tapi Secret akan dikeluarkan terlebih dahulu ke tempat yang ke-10.
Tapi tiga ni ada dia. Main tempat 24 Rainbow
Tapi itu situation 1v3 pun akan terus berdiri dan cuba tak mengejar winner jika Dina untuk Sam 9 Gang.
Untuk game tu memang kita orang dapatkan chicken dinner yang tak ada kata mudah pun tak, sebab kita orang pun kena push dengan tim-tim lain lah yang bagi pressure. So bukan chicken yang mudah, tapi kita orang berjaya untuk mendapatkan chicken dinner untuk game.
Tapi inilah dia, Sam 9 Gang berjaya naik sampai ke tempat kedua. Satu chicken ini merapatkan kedudukan mereka dengan Geek Fam.
Orang kata kalau senang kita nak naik, senang juga kita nak jatuh, sebab sekarang tak ada gap yang begitu besar dan jurang mata mereka juga tak begitu jauh. Macam Sam 9, tadi dekat nombor 8, pacak terus nombor 2, macam begitu banyak mata yang dikutip. Habis lagi. Ciao. Ambil phone kau gila. Let's go. Kita. Champion.
Keep positive and sure. Macam biasa, okay?
Jadi kita akan masuk ke dalam game kita yang keempat. Game yang akan dimainkan di Sanok.
Diorang punya playground untuk bermain dengan satu alatan yang bernama First Aid Kit tersebut. Tapi kita akan tengoklah macam mana dua buah pasukan yang masih lagi belum dapat taringnya mungkin akan mula untuk beraksi di Sanok. Juga kan lebih awal kat sini. Dengan tadi, Secret mungkin akan masuk dalam perangkap ini. Batman, dia akan dapat kit tembakan Micro Z, tapi tak dapat. Tidak mencari berpasukan RSJ telah memakan diri mereka sendiri. Tim Secret terus maju dan maju mencari satu persatu daripada A.
Sekarang ni baru tusun sebab TS, tapi kau tunggu jap lah. Lepas ni kita akan revenge lah. Kau tunggu jap.
Lalu terus dua pasukan yang dilalui dan dia akan hilap terlebih dahulu, tapi dia baru akan melihat aksi. Easy shot untuk dia. Kena sedikit tetapi tidak jatuh ke sini. Memang dia tahu.
Dua pasukan yang berbeza. Tempat kelima Tok Farang.
Bila kita orang start dalam kerja hard shift, position kita orang akan tak tune lah untuk buka opening baru ke tim ke depan. Disebabkan kita orang terkejar-kejar zone, kita orang punya position ni agak off untuk game final ni.
Secret dan juga Sam 9 Gang akan datang timing yang sama.
Bekit betul-betul depan muka. Dan ada Bekit. Sangat-sangat licin dan satu lagi bantuan. Now Team Secret.
Tapi sekarang akan cuba untuk bangun. Tapi Kid akan menutup cerita untuk Sanho. Chicken dinner untuk Secret.
Saya rasa kredit perlu diberikan kepada Kit. Tentunya dia menjadi MVP pada waktu itu.
Okay, so for the game, I think it was very easy for us. Everything was going very, very well. The first fight that we took with RSG that boost our momentum. I died that game, but three of us was alive, and momentum boost that they had that mindset yang okay, game ni boleh chicken ni. So they push, they masuk circle slowly, and last circle and we got the chicken dinner. But the RSG fight lah yang change everything.
Akhirnya kita boleh kata gap tu dah ada sebab di pusingan keempat Sam 9 nombor 1, di pusingan yang kelima
Tim Secret akan menduduki tempat kedua, menghalau Geek Fam ke tempat ketiga, EVOS kekal di tempat yang keempat.
Itu juga menanda selepas ni siapa yang akan dapatkan chicken boleh lonjak dengan begitu banyak anak tangga.
So untuk day 1 tu, pada 2 game awal sebenarnya game kita orang tak menjadi, dan selepas merubah roster, selepas tu baru game menjadi. 3 game konsisten. It's a good day lah untuk kita orang.
Bagi saya lah, circle time tu memang tempat kita orang yang memang favourite kita orang, and tempat kita orang dekat kat situ. Sebab itulah kita orang boleh dapat chicken, sebab circle memang berpihak dekat kita orang. And opponent kita orang memang pressure, sebab itulah rotation diorang agak melalut sikit lah. Diorang memang agak messy lah untuk saya.
It's a good moral boost for us sebab we really want to go to C. We really want to get top 3 and get the C slot. Jumping from 11 to 3rd is a good moral boost for us, and just kept on going after that.
Today's overall, I think a good start lah orang kata. Semua team boleh dapat 40 point pada hari yang pertama, so aku rasa benda tu bagus lah untuk kita. It's a good start. Kita tahu kita boleh buat better, so esok kita tengoklah macam mana.
Assalamualaikum dan selamat kembali ke PMPL Grand Finals Malaysia Singapore.
Hari ni ialah isi je. Siapa yang akan kejar balik mata, siapa yang akan buat gap lebih jauh. Tapi pada waktu ini pasukan-pasukan yang lain berada dalam top 3 mempunyai satu tipan mata yang agak banyak dan boleh kata agak selesa pada waktu inilah.
Untuk hari pertama memang dia tak konsisten sebab kita orang punya game plan bagus, cuma kita orang kena memperkemaskan macam mana kita nak buat game plan tu. So the idea was not wrong, but the execution kena buat lebih kemas dengan disiplin.
Jadi kita kembali ke game kita yang pertama, Erangel.
Nexus Red One hidup dalam keadaan knockdown macam biasa.
Baik untuk mereka tapi RSG.
Bukan pada waktu yang sama tapi Sam 9. Zuli juga akan terkeluar sekarang top 4 tiba-tiba je. Kedudukan Miracle dan juga QB sedang pun ditembak. QB dicari. Matoy flank jauh, flank Arab ini. Flank daripada Thailand akan sampai. Adakah terkena tembakan beliau dapat Derrut. Sekarang ini cuba untuk mencari sikit ruang pada waktu yang sama. Fredo akan dapatkan QB. Dan winner Chicken Dinner untuk Team Secret.
Tapi itu dia overall ranking sebenarnya telah pun memecut Team Secret di atas sekarang mengikuti rapat.
So apa yang diorang boleh buat ataupun apa yang diorang perlu buat sekarang ialah jangan takut. Main je macam biasa, terus konsisten, jangan terkeluar dengan awal dan pada hari yang ketiga diorang kena all out untuk betul-betul dapatkan slot tersebut. Tapi buat waktu ini memang cantik lah.
We are only 3 alive. One of our teammate Kid dah mati awal, and at that time it's a 3v3 fight. At that particular moment, Matoy our AJL just decided to do something. It's like we're just holding and waiting. And it's like, okay, I'm gonna flank. Just wait. Dia pergi bawah. He got one knock on Dam Road. After Dam dah knock, it's a 2v3 fight. We just masuk lah and we go in and we got the chicken dinner.
For Rivals belum masuk campur pada ketika ini. Mungkin Esports di situ, tetapi Wales dia satu-satunya yang masih lagi berdiri daripada pasukan Geekfam. Wolf Ferof berjaya menjadi durian daging. Push dengan terlalu laju.
Tapi Olio pula yang kena
dijatuhkan. For Rivals dikeluarkan pada ketika ini apabila dijatuhkan oleh Trixnity. Tetapi itu dia sudah datang duri dalam daging paling.
Bantai, jangan takut. Ambil je. Kadang-kadang peluang tu kita kena ambil. Kalau tidak, boleh ambil. Si. Mana? Kita!
Ini dah mula untuk reposition, begitu juga untuk pasukan Wales.
Hampir dilanggar, Laksi akan ditembak malam sekali lagi.
Fredo cuba untuk dicari tapi tidak. Dia akan dikeluarkan terlebih dahulu. Wolf ke tempat ke-11. Tapi Miracle bom tangan dia berjaya untuk dapat. Matoy diam-diam dapat dijatuhkan oleh Red. Bom dia. Oh, dapat sebenarnya. Oh, tapi pemburu dekat luar. Pemburu masuk kereta. Dia ditembak. Dia menembak. Bom tangan akan tepat dilaksanakan. Tapi Red masih bersabar. Dia menanti saja dengan pusat dengan panggang luar.
Mereka terperangkap di bahagian sudut kanan rumah ini.
Bawah dia akan heal up. Tapi Red. Tapi Happy cuba untuk dicari. Winner Chicken Dinner akan menjadi. Rivals akan menutup tirai untuk match kita yang ketiga.
Lagi overall ranking sekarang ini menarik kerana perbezaan 14 markah antara nombor 1 dan 2 diikuti For Rivals bukan saja masuk top 5, malah top 3.
Kalau kau dapat chicken, kau akan naik page yang pertama dengan sangat-sangat mudah. Dan kalau kau terus konsisten, anda akan relevan, layak untuk mendapatkan slot ke SEA tersebut.
Kejuaraan, mereka juga mengejar kemenangan tetapi jalan kemasukan mereka tidak mudah.
Wolf akan dikeluarkan oleh RSG dan kita nampak Sam 9 gang 5 elimination dalam poket. Trixnity akan dikeluarkan oleh pemburu. For Rivals cuba untuk memancing. First aid kita sempat untuk dicucut. Memang pasti menjadi milik For Rivals. Double chicken back to back untuk 2 map yang berbeza dan mereka sekarang mungkin juga dalam pengejaran untuk kejuaraan Grand Finals kita yang keempat.
Kita dah happy lah chicken 2 kali kan. Alhamdulillah. Sepatutnya seterusnya mesti tusun. Sekarang Alhamdulillah chicken.
Kita akan comeback, orang tunggu.
Hari pertama kita orang berbincang sesekali dan kita orang dapati yang cara perbuatan kita orang macam mana kita nak main game plan tu. Lepas berbincang, hari kedua, so kat situ nampaklah game jadi lebih kemas, lagi lebih teratur dan itu menyebabkan kita orang dapat chicken dinner.
Kita akan dapat macam tu tapi overall standings masih lagi, oh wow, For Rivals terus naik ke atas directly. Bukan saja mereka naik ke top 2 atau top 3, malah top 1 terus.
Untuk akak dan fan-fan semua
Okay. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
Santai, kita boleh comeback punya ni.
Alah, lagi je dulu tu.
Lagi je dulu.
Senang tu.
Boleh dong. Percaya dong. Percaya.
Nikauki akan menuntun saja RSG. Salah langgar sebenarnya bang. Parang Legend masuk dapatkan 2.
Berterabur sedikit position untuk pasukan Parang Legend. Peluang untuk For Rivals menang dalam fight ini. Jimmy sampai, Jimmy tembak, Jimmy drop shot, Jimmy tak jatuh dan Jimmy akan dapatkan For Rivals.
Dan Sam Gang juga dikeluarkan.
Ikan-ikan dekat sungai ini tak pastilah siapa, tapi ada Axis, ada Farang, ada Wolf, ada 7 orang pemain sebenarnya sedang berenang.
iShot juga akan dikeluarkan menyebabkan Team Secret mungkin telah pun menamatkan hari ini di nombor 1.
Masih lagi berenang, 4 pasukan lagi yang tinggal.
Last man standing dari Wales, hanya tinggal satu saja. Geekfam akan menang perlawanan ini. Geekfam akan muncul sebagai juara game 15 elimination ini. Mampukah mereka naik sekurang-kurangnya sampai ke top 3? Mungkin iya.
Alhamdulillah hari ni kita orang dapat konsisten sampai naik balik nombor 1. Harap hari seterusnya kita orang lebih konsisten. Macam itulah.
Siaran ulangan sebenarnya untuk Geek Fam. Inilah game yang mereka menang Chicken Dinner. Hampir setepat-tepatnya persis adalah tempat mereka menangi Chicken Dinner di game pertama. Mereka mengulanginya sekali lagi di tempat yang sama juga.
Sebab terlampau banyak perubahan anak tangga yang berlaku. Tapi mata tu kita boleh jamin masih lagi rapat.
Terus overall ranking sebenarnya. Ya, so memang Geek Fam naik terus ke nombor 1 diikuti dengan SMG dan For Rivals. Menariknya di sini perbezaan antara nombor 1 dan 2 hanya 10. Memang langsung tak jauh langsung lah kalau kita tengok. Dan esok sangat relevan untuk semua orang bermain dengan serius.
Untuk day 2 tu kita orang banyak try and error. So kita orang cuba benda baru dan kita orang cuba tak menjadi. Itulah rasanya sedikitlah punca kekalahan sebab kita orang pun tak ada peluang untuk fight, kita orang tak ada peluang untuk play as a team lah. So kita orang banyak mostly mati on rotation.
Assalamualaikum dan selamat sejahtera. Anda sedang menonton PMPL MYSG. Kami di meja caster saja yang nervous, bukan anda yang menonton saja yang nervous. Sekarang ni semua pasukan nervous sebab semuanya ada visi dan misi. Ada yang sama, ada yang berbeza. Mungkin mengejar nombor 1, mungkin mengejar nombor 12.
Hari ni last day PMPL Grand Final. So kami akan buat yang terbaik dan all out untuk hari ni dan bantai semua tim. Dan insyaAllah kalau ada rezeki kami dapat champion dan lolos ke SEA. Let's go!
Yap, tapi sekarang kita akan masuk untuk match kita yang pertama. Fly Puff telah pun diberikan kat sini akan bermula. R2K paling dekat dengan pantai, so angin dia lebih kuat sikit. Mattoy dan juga Fredo duduk dekat tengah-tengah, jadi lebih panas sebab ada dua sudut yang perlu untuk mereka jaga manakala VXM. Tapi kita akan tengok macam mana. Mattoy cuba untuk repositioning. John akan gerak terlebih dahulu.
Tim Secret akan 2v1 sekarang ini. Mattoy tidak berjaya untuk dibangunkan kembali. 3 penyingkiran pun dia dapat. Elfo akan di-reload kembali. Elfo Lizard yang sangat garang. Mattoy dijatuhkan lagi. Fredo kena kelas. 1v3 untuk Fredo. Dia makan. Dia dapat 100. Yang betul headshot kena kepada Vincent Mendes. Adakah dia akan dapat lagi satu? Dia lompat. Dia panjat. Dan sekarang ini Fredo sangat-sangat rendah. Adakah dia akan dijatuhkan sedikit saja lagi nyawa dia. First aid kit akan juga dipakai. Adakah dia akan berjaya ataupun tidak untuk mendapatkan Chicken Dinner. Sempat ditutup pintu. Dan itulah dia. Chicken Dinner. Tim Secret.
Kau keluar ataupun cari pihak lawan dengan begitu terbuka. Tapi kalau kau perasan kan top, VXM ni daripada mata, Geek Fam akan ada di tempat yang kedua, jatuh 1 dengan 114 mata dekat sini. For Rivals tak berganjak dengan banyak.
Fredo yang dia punca lah untuk Team Secret mendapatkan Chicken Dinner sebentar tadi dengan kebijaksanaan. Dia ada game sense.
To be able to stay composed during that sort of situation where you're up against 3 members and you have little to no HP left to play around with, that is why they're a PMGC worthy team.
Saya terkejut lah sebab power main pusing-pusing rumah tu. Walaupun yang titik dia dapat lari. Kalau kita panik dan tu tak jadi apa lah.
So situation yang dia 1 lawan 3 tu adalah perkara biasa baginya.
Saya tengok Fredo ni is idol and kat situ kita boleh dapat ketenangan Fredo dalam handle situation. Kalau kita kurang sabar and takut-takut pun kita akan kalah dalam fight.
Fredo kita tahu dia memang ada player yang berkaliber tinggi. Nampak dia punya pergerakan bukan pergerakan panik. So itu menyebabkan dia dapat batai budak 3 lawan 1 tu situasi lah.
Actually dia dapat knock tu seorang. Tapi yang amazing dia dekat situ adalah dia punya section dekat dalam rumah yang boleh main adalah around there je. So memang sempit. Cara bila dia nak lari, bila dia nak hide, bila dia nak take fight and at the same time benda tu berlaku dalam masa yang sama and dia clutch dengan clean.
Banyak tim akan tengok rotation tersebut dan akan membantu secara tidak langsung Geek Fam. Pasti sebenarnya Geek Fam yang akan berjaya untuk mendapatkan Chicken Dinner.
Tempat yang ketiga tanpa barang mata penyingkiran dan game cuba untuk menghidupkan peluang, cuba untuk fly tapi dia akan dihabiskan oleh Geek Fam. Chicken Dinner kita.
Game ramai kita Chicken. Alhamdulillah kita dapat pecut naik atas terus. Kita potong TS. And tunggu match ketiga kan.
Yup, betul. Tepat sekali Geek dekat sini dengan nombor 1 dan juga Chicken Dinner dengan kutipan mata terbanyak, 10 mata singkir dalam poket.
Memang betul Geek Fam sekarang ini dengan advantage sebanyak 19 mata pada ketika ini. Inilah masanya setelah 4 season dimainkan. Geek Fam finally champion.
Kalau dekat Malaysia ni, Geek Fam belum lagi pernah menjadi sama ada juara Liga ataupun juara Grand Finals, tetapi perjalanan mereka sekarang ni nampak jelas dengan perbezaan sebanyak 19 markah. Ya betul, untuk Jam 9 Gang dulu mereka sedang mencari di manakah keberadaan Bad dan mereka jumpa, mungkin akan rata tu dia dikeluarkan 3 lawan 4. Situasi yang jauh lebih baik untuk pasukan Geek Fam. Dan Bro akan masuk terlebih dahulu. Oh tetapi mungkin overextension sedikit, mungkin terlalu bercita-cita tinggi untuk mendapatkan chicken dinner mereka. Tetapi itulah dia, Snipes tembakan daripada AWM memangnya tepat dan Geek Fam back to back chicken di dalam tangan.
Ramai yang cakap kita orang banyak luck circle, which is ada yang betul, tapi kita orang actually cari circle juga. Lepas tu circle datang tak. Dia circle ada shift juga, tapi kita orang cari cara macam mana nak ambil circle tu balik, and kita orang buat benda tu smoothly, clean and dapatkan chicken dengan mudah lah untuk match 2, 3, 4.
Tetapi dengan kemenangan ini, Geek Fam yang paling confirmnya ialah mereka sudah pun ada tiket untuk pergi ke SEA Grand Finals. Team Secret tak ada pilihan lain. Mereka kena menang 2 chicken seterusnya dengan markah yang tinggi untuk mereka mendapatkan piala. Kalau tidak, mereka kemungkinan akan duduk di tempat yang kedua mahupun yang ketiga. Ya, hanya menyatakan pada ketika ini Geek Fam sudah pun menjadi juara untuk Grand Finals. Lawan dengan satu daripada 4 Rivals, 3 chicken berturut-turut untuk Geek Fam. Inilah dia juara anda, Geek Fam Malaysia, juara PMPL SEA Grand Finals.
3 chicken back to back, rasa dia sangat amazing lah, because I think so far kita orang saja pernah buat finals 3 chicken dinner back to back. If I'm not wrong, it's not impossible for us to chase the secret for the PMBC points. So yeah,
sebenarnya Geek Fam masih ada satu lagi misi mereka yang mereka boleh buat. Di sini mereka sudah dapatkan 28 mata, dia ada dekat situ. Itu akan meletakkan markah mereka untuk mengejar Team Secret ke PMGC. Kalau dia dapat lagi chicken dengan markah yang lebih kurang, dia bukan saja boleh jadi juara di sini, malah boleh rembat sekali slot pergi ke PMGC.
Match 4 Sunhawk, kita orang main lebih awal sebab kita orang dah dapat 2 chicken kan. So kalau kita nak lawan team tu, kita orang memang dah tak takut dah sebab kita orang tengah confident dalam tu. And that time kita orang pergi ke atas bukit, kita lawan Sam Night. Lawan Sam Night kita dapatkan Putra, and then we fall back. And that moment kita just rotate awal, kita just defend, and that's all lah. For me, Sunhawk is like circle, and then kita rotate awal, and that's all lah.
Jadi 3 pasukan yang secara realistiknya untuk berada dan mewakili Malaysia ke peringkat seterusnya adalah Team Secret, 4 Rivals dan juga Geek Fam.
Laku pada waktu yang sama, bom akan sampai dah. Tapi Zik akan terbuka dan dia akan di-knockdown.
Namun sudah pun tampak menandakan Team Secret. Tapi SMG boleh mengatakan bye-bye mungkin kepada slot mereka di SEA. MP akan dijatuhkan MP.
Kemenangannya hampir pasti. Adakah kelas akan dilakukan juga? Itu persoalan yang sebenar. Tapi dua dapat jatuhkan. Sen. Team Secret. Kemenangan chicken dinner di game yang terakhir.
At first memang kita orang try to cari middle lah, center of the circle. Kita orang try to main lambat. Kita orang tahu yang akan ramai team yang akan langgar, so kita orang takut kita orang jadi mangsa. Actually Team Secret still alive. There's 4 man squad. Bila snipe kena knock and Secret, and then kita orang baru like macam chances untuk kita orang go to PMGC tu dah off lah. So I think just try our best untuk dapat the best placement.
The last game we had a 28 difference against GFM. So the last game we had a talk. He said that it's okay, GFM won the championship, and how about we just try to aim for the C slot and just top 3. During that last game, we made the gap for the PMGC points bigger. We made it and we got a chicken in there and just close the gap. We got the C slot and we got the PMGC slot as well.
Feels very good. It feels amazing because season 3 we almost champion tapi tak champion, tapi season ni dapat champion, so alhamdulillah it feels very good lah, satisfying lah. Puas hati, berpuas hati.
Geek Fam.
Kita akan melihatkan tanpa sembarang kejutan juara kita untuk PMPL SEA Geek Fam.
Let's go!
Champion! Akhir kita untuk PUBG Mobile Top 3 Eliminator, kita akan jatuh kepada Diamond itu sudah pasti. Senang kita yang kedua dengan 27 mata singkir dekat sini. Dan Aizen daripada Arthur.
What do I feel now after seeing this? This one made my day. Plus, we got a champion for today. Syukur Alhamdulillah. Thank you my team. Thank you my family, my fans for the support. This is the best day ever in my life. Once again! Tak ada chemistry, tak ada chemistry. Okay. Once again! Baru ada chemistry.
Ini dia qualified teams. Ya, tidak mengejutkan sesiapa.
Masa hadapan yang kita nampak Axis, Geekfam, Secret dan juga More Rivals. 4 buah pasukan ini yang akan mengharumkan nama Malaysia nanti. Jadi berikan segala support.
Tahniah kepada Geekfam kerana menjadi juara untuk PMPL musim yang keempat. Jadi ini akan menunjukkan bahawa tim Secret adalah wakil Malaysia ke peringkat antarabangsa PMGC PUBG Mobile Global Championship. Tahniah kepada tim Secret kerana menjadi wakil Malaysia ke peringkat antarabangsa. Tahniah
masih
kepada
ada harapan, keep kau konsisten and macam biasa start working untuk hari. So yeah, last year. Let's go.
Let's go.
Last year.
Bye. Once again! Let's go! Let's go!
It's been a very long journey. Macam dia punya journey tu sangat-sangat jauh. So it's not easy lah untuk dapatkan champion ni. Kita perlukan 4 season baru dapat champion. Kita punya climb tu bagus. Season 2 kita dapat nombor 4. Third season kita dapat nombor 2. And then baru kita champion kan. So yeah.
Bagi saya susah lah. Perjalanan kita orang susah. Saya sebelum masuk GFM saya di Farang. Lepas tu season 2 dah masuk GFM. Saya kena cari chemistry baru lagi. And Alhamdulillah result kita orang menaik and dapat champion dekat season 4.
Day 3 coming into the grand finals, the points were very close. We were very excited. We came in very strong. The team has good hope lah. But unfortunately, Geekfam kejar kita orang di belakang and they got triple chicken dinner. We were quite down because we know the gap was very far. Geekfam did very well on the last day on catching us up and yeah, nombor 2.
Overall performance kita orang agak teruk untuk grand final. Agak terkejut dengan semua team punya gameplay yang agresif and maybe one of the factor is kita orang belum ada analyst and coach yang ajar kita orang. Kita orang punya mistake juga adalah kita orang main tak macam biasa untuk grand final. And kita orang more tu takut-takut while others team agresif gila.
Day 1 kita orang memang perbezaan mata tu terlalu jauh. So kita orang tak memanfaatkan benefit tu. Itu yang buatkan kita orang tak lepas lah.
Perasaan saya kecewa sedikit sebab result kita orang dapat ni bukan apa yang kita orang target lah. Kita orang target dapat top 3. Mostly of the game kita orang banyak too soon. Kita orang agak kecewa lah.
We as a team, we feel very happy since last season we did make it, and SEA League or SEA Championship is a very fun tournament. It's way different than MISG, so it's good to be back and we're gonna do better this time.
Perasaan kita orang masa tu memang happy gila lah. Sebab tangga ke-8 kita orang comeback sampai ke nombor 3. Sepatutnya kita orang dapat nombor 2. Tapi tak ada rezeki yang secret pecut kita orang dapat nombor 3. Memang kita orang happy gila kan.
Untuk semua tim yang layak pergi ke SEA, kita orang daripada Farang Legion say good luck untuk korang.
Saya harap kita semua dapat naikkan nama Malaysia ke pesada dunia, dapat tunjukkan gameplay dan tunjukkan prestasi yang hebat.
Pada tim Geekfam, Aziz, Secret dengan Forever, kita buat yang terbaik untuk negara kita, negara Malaysia kita untuk ke SEA nanti. So kita buat yang terbaik lah. Good luck. Untuk player-player lain, korang jangan putus asa, kita teruskan berjuang, training. Tak dapat season ni bukan bermakna kita kalah. mungkin bukan rezeki kita. So next season kita buat yang terbaik lah.
Second season kita orang secure untuk pergi SEA, and then our placement also on that time memang cantik. Untuk season yang ketiga memang teruk. This season of course kita orang akan bagi all out for Malaysia. Kita orang akan revenge balik, and actually kita orang layak untuk pergi ke SEA. To all the fans out there, to all our supporters, thank you for support us, and untuk jadi die hard fans tu, but kalau boleh jangan toxic sebab benda tu at the same time merosakkan image team tersebut. So yeah, just chill and give support and enjoy the game.
Terima kasih kepada semua fan.
Dari awal sampai akhir,
kita orang akan cuba buat yang terbaik.
Kita orang akan terus
bawa lagi banyak excitement
pada next season, dan
harap korang akan terus support kita orang.
Dan kita orang akan comeback season 5 nanti.
Keep on support. Yeah.
Okay. Tak tahu nak buat
macam pukul lalat.
PMPL SEA Season 4.
PMPL SEA Championship Season 4.
PUBG Mobile Pro League SEA Championship.
Are you in? Unite to fight! Yeah!
Hello and welcome to day number 2, and you are watching the PUBG Mobile Professional League Southeast Asia Championship Season 4, brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, as well as Lightspeed and Quantum Studios. And we would like to take a moment to thank our official smartphone partner, Xiaomi. Redmi Note 10 series, challenge your boundaries. And of course, our official media partner as well, Esports Fight Club. Watch and earn exclusively with Esports Fight Club. And our official media partner, WeTV. Watch Asia's best content for free on WeTV. Download WeTV now on the Google Play Store and Apple App Store. And of course, this tournament is also co-organized by BSPN. And here we are, your storytellers for today. My name is Sir Cloud, and of course, I'm joined in the desk with the beautiful Choo Choo.
You're being forced to say that, aren't you?
Kinda.
So it was a really exhilarating run yesterday on day number 1, but we're down to day number 2. And mind you that only 2 days of weekdays. Then we're going to jump into Super Weekend in possibly the day after tomorrow.
Yeah, it will be on Friday for 3 days. So it will be our first Super Weekend as well. So it's going to be super exciting to see who will go in there. But just to let our audience know as well, so the PMPL Southeast Asia Season 4 is held in closed doors and under strict safety protocols. Rest assured that we have a lot of
SOP
safety
and
measures.
protocols and everything. And
Yeah.
we've scanned so many things just to get here. So we're gonna stay with you guys for a while because we went through a lot of trouble, and hopefully you guys stay indoors because that's what you need to do. Don't go out unless it's necessary, because you guys have to book yourself for the entire day today, because we have 5 more matches, if I'm not mistaken. Still Erangel and Miramar all the way.
Yep, so it's 5 matches that we will be watching, but for each team, they will play 4 matches today. So of course we have the same rolling schedule like yesterday, so there'll be 5 teams and they will roll, and we'll see 4 teams per round.
After they roll, they're gonna crawl and they're gonna prone, they're gonna shoot, because here comes the schedule. We already done for week 1, day 1. Today is the 13th of October. We're gonna head into day number 2 of week 1. Then we jump into the 15th till the 17th for the first ever Super Weekend of Southeast Asia Championship PMPL Season 4. Then it's gonna be the same routine for the next 3 weeks. Sorry, for the next 2 weeks. And finally, the grand final will be on the 5th, 6th and 7th of November. So do you think any particular teams in mind already based on yesterday's performance?
Well, I made a rough calculation, so it's 40 points is going to be the
Minimum,
benchmark to move on to the Super Weekend. But after the league is done, we will find who are top 16 into the grand finals. In our grand finals, the top 4 will move on to the PMGC together with our already known top teams from each country. So we have a GD, we have a DX, we have Infinity together with Team Secret. They have confirmed their slots to PMGC. We'll find another 4 from the SEA Championship.
So how did GD, DX, Infinity and Team Secret climb themselves for PMGC? In case you haven't noticed, they accumulated their points based on last season. Since the last season up to the season 4. So they kind of get themselves at the number 1 spot for each of the region themselves. So they qualified for PMGC. The question is who will be the other 4 teams. But what's more important is always going to be the motivation for them, the entire league.
That is of course the moolah of 2,000 USD, and this is of course the total prize pool that will be on the line for the SEA Championship. And for the point system, we all know this by now. First place 15 points, second place 12 points, third place 10 points, fourth place 8 points, fifth place 6 points, sixth place 4 points, seventh place 2 points, 8 to 12, 1 point, 13 to 16, and nothing for you, and 1 elimination point per elimination.
As usual, it's $200,000 in the fray for those who actually want to have a lion's share of prize pool. This is the time for them to shine. But in case you missed the group before, here comes the group A, B, C, D, and E. Starting off with group A, we have RQ Ryu, VGM, Vampire Esports, and MS Chamburi for the group A. Group B, we have Axis Red One, EVOS Reborn, BN United, Eagle Esport, whilst in group C, FaZe Clan, Onyx, Team Secret, and Young Galacticos.
Yeah, followed by Group D, we have the Xavier, GigFab, APG Esports, Bigatron Red Aliens, the Infinity, GD, GIDS, and we have NFT Esports together with 4 rivals in Group E. So there will be a total of 20 teams going to play out throughout this weekday, and there's only 1 day today. After this, we'll find out who are top 16 to the Super Weekend.
Yep, and it's not many matches to be played here. Especially, I'm worried about the Indonesian team. So far, they haven't rectified that much of their mistakes yesterday. Hopefully, they step up to their game and have valiant attempt to get themselves squeezing in the top 16. It's a very rare sight to not seeing any Indonesian team impossible, right? But here comes today's matches. Miramar Erangel all the way down to the last match, and gonna close the day with Miramar.
Yeah, like yesterday we started Erangel, so today is a swap. Instead of playing 3 Erangels, today we'll play 3 Miramars instead, and we'll play 2 Erangels. So Sanhao will be reserved for later on, but not now. So
oh, the spoiler alert! There you go.
Yeah, but I think it's not going to be a big surprise for everyone. But
just pretend it's a surprise. Just pretend it to be like wow. Okay, here comes the weekday ranking. So this is where everything matters most. They don't really care if they're getting themselves at first place or not, but it's going to be a bonus, especially for Vampire Esports getting themselves first placement for now with 1 chicken dinner 63 points. While MS is the only team that at the top 5 without any chicken dinner is 52 points. Gig Fam just actually quite far apart from Eagle Esports, not that too far off, 7 points away. And we have Eagle Esports and X is 1 point shy from each other. It's going to be them catching up if they can be consistent today. But for the rest of the team on the second page, this is where it's get a bit rocky.
Yeah, so we have FaZe Clan 27 points together with Young Galacticos 27 points as well. 13th place EVOS Reborn 25 points. 14th place Onyx with 20 points. 15th place RRQ Ryu 16 points. 16th place DX 15 points. And this is where it matters the most. 17th place Bigatron Red Aliens 14 points. 12 points going all the way down for V Gaming, APG Esports as well as NFT Esports. And what I mentioned earlier is that I did a rough calculation. 40 points is going to be the cutoff mark, and that is based on historical data from the country PMPLs. So teams would at least want to aim for 40 points to be safe.
So we can expect everything will be kind of a turning point here today, especially on the second page. It will be desperate enough to perform in the second day here, because like it or not, there's going to be 4 teams not be playing and biting their nails at the side bench watching the Super Weekend, and you don't want to be one of those teams. But what's more exhilarating will be the modes that we've been missing. Vikendi is back online on October 8th, and we have Runic Power, Survive Till Dawn, Payload 2.0, and always my favorite, Infection mode.
Because you're infectious.
Wow. Because I got bitten by a vampire.
Oh, wow. I think
That's
we
why,
all did yesterday.
and yeah, and you did get bitten as well, since you've been counting so well today.
Yeah, because Count Dracula.
We're not done with that lame jokes. We're not done with the puns and the lame jokes. Sorry guys, you have to bear with us for a bit more, because tomorrow will be an off day for the players, including us. But that's where they put their strategy into play, because Super Weekend is what's really, really important for them.
Yeah, Super Weekend is definitely what matters. So we can expect some of the teams to be that feel that they're comfortable on the top. Maybe like the Vampires. You can call them the Vampires. Yeah, like the Vampires. Yeah, we expect them to chill today.
I don't think they will chill at all, because why would you want to slow down momentum? They're not showing any sign of slowing down. But what they need to do is accelerate the whole day here, because you cannot wait and watch anymore, especially those actually on the page number 2 and 16 placement down to the 20th. Like I mentioned yesterday, the fact that if you want to be comfortable, you have to have 50 points and above. Yes, they can already squeeze themselves into the Super Weekends, but why not more?
So your calculation is 50. My calculation.
I'm like to be comfortable. Be comfortable.
Yeah, 50 is definitely gone through, because if we're based on the country data, no one is below 50 if you're at the bottom 4. But if 40 and if 39 and below, then yes, there are a lot of those teams that actually didn't make it to the Super Weekend based on the country weekdays. But yeah, let's see what's going to happen here. Of course, a lot of more focus will be given to the bottom 4 instead of number 1.
Nobody cares about weekday number 1.
Yeah.
I mean, like, yeah, you show. The thing about overshowing your trump cards quite early on during the weekdays is that you might get counter-attack or being countered entirely during the Super Weekend, where that's where you want to show your secret weapon. Speaking of which, we haven't seen Yuhai been playing at all in Bigatron. So maybe they will be pushing him during the Super Weekends, but we're going to have to wait and see. Can they squeeze in and qualify themselves into the Super Weekend first? Because right now, those actually, the flag that waves more on the second page will be the Indonesian team. I expect them to giving us a very explosive matches here today.
Yeah, for now, it's only GB at the first page, generally. And the rest of them, they are like behind. So for the Indonesians, I mean, come on, they have teams like what? Bigatron Red Aliens that people would expect them to naturally be easily at the top 5, at least. But to see them perform like that yesterday, same goes for EVOS Reborn as well. Second place winners of PMPL SEA in Season 3. Expect them to do a little bit better, so hopefully they can actually pick themselves up.
Yep, be a veteran or not, this is the time for you to show that do your experience back then can be implied in the match these days, because we talk about revolution and it's been revolutionized for PUBG Mobile, especially when there's a lot of new blood squeezing in and coming into the stage as well and taking away so many titles this time. Terminators, we used to see a lot of veteran players back then, but now we have a few different faces, and especially I have to give Holly also Kick Fam closing it off yesterday with a bang also, even though they didn't get themselves that chicken dinner, still maintaining with consistency, and Axis showed themselves quite well performance yesterday. Just a bit of recap for you guys. The first match yesterday was Kick Fam's chicken, second was FaZe Clan, the only team on second page with 1 chicken dinner, and also Eagle Esports got themselves at the third one, and Axis Red One managed to score themselves at the fourth match, and Vampires biting everybody else in the last match. But the thing about Vampire and also MS Chonburi, the only team that haven't landed themselves chicken, shows themselves quite a statement that they can maintain the consistency, but it was a bit wobbly in the last few games.
Yeah, MS Chonburi, but nevertheless, no chicken, no problem for them so far. They got second place, and points-wise, I think that they'll be pretty comfortable moving on to the next round. So now it doesn't really matter that much for them. What's going to matter is that how they're going to perform on the Super Weekend. So far, these are the teams that, especially like a MS Chonburi, right? Because you don't see them booming like they get a chicken dinner or like they have like this super highlight moment, but they can bring in the points, and that's where it matters. And these are teams that actually, I think these are the scary teams. You don't know what to expect from them.
What's really scary was yesterday M5 from FaZe Clan's miraculous grenade that being tossed out last minute land themselves that chicken dinner. So are we okay? If we put aside, just put it out from the equation for M5 FaZe Clan, that's got to be one of the best highlight in day number 1. What else do you remember best from yesterday's performance?
Let's see. So it's definitely going to be M5.
The flying buggy, what?
The flying buggy, yeah, the flying buggy is definitely something. I think that's more of like an entertainment thing.
That's true, very comical.
Yeah.
But who else? Who else that we kind of... I do remember the shotgun moves coming up for 2v1 at the stairs in some sort of apartment.
Yeah, I forgot who pulled off that move.
Was it APG or NFT?
I think it was like an NFT or something.
Was it really?
Yeah, but it was a 1v2 scenario.
Now that was really tough to clutch, by the way. But speaking of NFT and Infinity, we did mention about them having a bit of beef yesterday. So will they be doing the same mistake they've been doing in the last matches yesterday in day number 1, where they've been fighting unnecessary conflicts in the first few phases of the match, and also kind of I say dig themselves into the blue zone way too much. They kind of drowning in the blue zone, and that's how both team losing instead of winning the entire time.
Yeah, now that you mention it, so talking about highlight moments, well, this is probably the Razzie Awards sort of highlight moment, whereby Infinity versus NFT in a wrangle, and they played too long outside the zone, and both of them actually got nothing much out of it. So that was also a highlight. It wasn't a good one, but it's something to remember.
Well, hopefully they change a bit, because, you know, it's okay if you can get elimination points for free. I mean, who doesn't like freebies right in the first few minutes of the match? But putting full commitment in the first few minutes into the match, and then by the end of it you cannot catch up with the Blue Zone, that's going to be a bit problematic for the entire team, and that's not worth it at all for the full commitment. Just to making sure that you exhaust your resources and you fail attempt to get the team wiped out, and at the end of the day it's your team bowing down early, so it's not going to be worthwhile for this team. So hopefully they try to rotate, and I have a feeling you might see a bit of changing in terms of drop spot here today, because there are some teams that kind of bowing down quite early because they've been clashing off drop spots in the first few matches.
Yeah, so that's a quite interesting point. So there was some talk around the community of like, oh, is it the change of drops actually affecting some of these teams? I would say maybe yes, because it's kind of like a domino effect, right? Like 1 or 2 teams kind of like change, and then affects other teams that have their original plan, and then go like, ooh, what are you doing here? Oh wow, okay, and they got surprised, and their original plan of like, okay, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do step 1, step 2, step 3, suddenly it gets all jumbled up. So I think that there's a ripple effect that we did talk about it yesterday as well. So it kind of affected their performance, but let's see how they fix it overnight.
It's like they're in headlights where they have no clue about what's surrounding them because they're not familiar with the compound. But sometimes being uncomfortable, we mentioned this as well yesterday, makes them being a bit more cautious about their surrounding. So be more alert about the movement, the rotations, and whoever crosses them, they might, you know, sometimes be a bit patient, you know. It's not best sometimes to just shoot whatever that moves, but to play pretend and making the enemy assuming that they are alone, that's where they have their guard down, and that's where you ambush and rush in. It's gonna crush the spirit of the entire enemy team and they will panic. Whoever's in that situation, they will panic. The moment the panic kicks in, that's where everything fumbles for the enemy's team. So that's how you play with the mind. That's a mind game. It's a cerebral PUBG. It's a mind game all the way. Because when it comes to mechanical skills, individual skills, all these players are up to par.
Yeah, but are they up to par to take on today's game? Of course, we're going to start in Miramar really shortly. So this is going to be match number 1. Mind you, again, we're going to play 3 Miramas and 2 Erangels today. And can't wait to see. Yesterday, Miramas was quite a mess because of how many teams actually dropped around the areas of Trailer Park.
Oh, yes.
So yeah, it was a big mess. So let's see how
the Axis chicken dinner map. It was all about timing.
Yeah.
It's all about who gets the higher ground first. So it's going to be I have to say the wars of valleys, because if you actually stuck in the trench and in the valleys of a very low point, you're going to have a bit of a problem. And we did mention about today, we're going to look at the first match, which is going to be A, B, C, and D playing. And the thing about having A group in the fray, it will be a bit more aggressive than usual.
Yeah, so we did notice that yesterday. Interestingly, if there's Group A, everyone starts to play a little bit more active as compared to if Group A is not in there. So that will be in match 4. We can expect that to happen. But so far for 1, 2, 3, and 5, we can expect a lot of action from the start. Let's see what's going to happen here. So Group A, B, C, and D. So it's going to be Group E that's taking a break. So that's Infinity, GD, NFK, and 4 Rivals going to take a break. They're going to come in for their first game in the next round.
Oh, like it or not, it's going to be live now for day number 2, match number 1. We're heading over to Miramar. And I'm looking at the plane that the flight path are going to be a bit of a head-scratching moment for most of the players, because it's going to be a very far off skewed towards one side of the map. While we're talking about Group A, we do have RQ Ryu, VGM, Vampire Esports, MS Chonburi in this matchup, in this group. So I think the dynamics having VGM, especially Vampire Esports, MSC as well, they are doing the ripple effect for most of the other teams and other groups, because they are the one who is being very proactive since the very first few phases of the match itself to start to find any elimination points.
Yeah, so we can see that some of these teams, like what you just mentioned, right? They somehow, I don't know whether it's on purpose or whether it just happened that wherever they go, they disrupt other teams. So that's going to be super interesting if that really happens again. Now, for the circle-wise, still Impala?
Nah, it's not going to be Impala. It's kind of hard to get the flight path if it's skewed towards on the one side of a map, and then to have a circle on top of it is going to be too generous for the game. But it's going to be competitive PUBG Mobile, so a bit more fun. Can we see something contradicting? Maybe I'll pose a circle, hopefully, because it's going to be a long journey. But nope, it's still going to be on top of a flight path. But problem is, those dropping YG on the southern side, and there's 3 team members, all solo men here. Seems to have a bit of a friendlier greeting, but not going to do anything and nothing to challenge yet.
So the buggy has been stolen, but yeah, I mean, he tried to run over. I think it was Namshin, it was almost ran over, but it was a good escape there for Namshin. So at the end of the day, let go of Namshin, that's fine. Don't waste too much time. Focus on rotations, focus on looting, and that will benefit in the longer run.
That's very true. And BN United, one of their members kind of dropped away off from the rest of the team, so maybe just to scout things over. I think the reason why they go for this engagement for the 3 players and 3 different teams just now, they're unsure. Is that their partner or is that their teammate? Because they have no clue who the other person is.
Yeah.
So it feels like 1v2 all the way for all the perspective of the 3 players just now. So it's best to back off. Just getting a bit of information back to as a roster, it will help them quite a lot. But here comes the circle commence. For those actually dropping on the southern side, it's going to be a long journey. Nobody dropped in El Pozo. I'm surprised, actually. Not yet, because of the flight path, maybe.
Yeah, because of the flight path is pretty far, so maybe we might see someone move to that side. But it's quite interesting to see there's 2 teams in the middle. I think one of it is Bigatron Red Aliens together with another team there. And it's quite close by with each other. And it's not like there's a lot to loot in that area, so it might not be as a comfortable start for these 2 teams there.
Well, whatever works for them, they have to scrape through. And that's the thing about survivability. They have to build their loot the moment they jump down, just build it up by time. And what's more important at this point is not taking any unnecessary conflict. So they have to avoid that as much as possible. We do talk about GigFam who's around Cruz Devils, but right now, they're doing okay. So GigFam, they love to play at the edge of a circle. They're playing it very safely and only interrupt or try to force the battle head on if it's only in the 4th, 5th circle. But wait, Vampire taking a fight against Liquid again. The first one to knocked down in Miramar.
Again, do aliens need liquid or water?
I didn't ask that, so it's not on me.
No,
it's not on me.
What? Okay.
It's not on me. I didn't say that.
Okay. So, okay, we're still debating whether aliens actually need water or not. So, and that's where Choo Choo gets a sip of water. But looks like it's a confirmation that is that liquid that actually got eliminated? No, that's not. That's someone else. But
APG.
Zunos is in trouble now.
Yep, APG lost 1 member. It's going to be the IGL, but they're trading 1-for-1, but it's not a clean execution. There you go. Trade it fairly between these 2 teams, APG and BN United, trading 1-for-1. But I'm not sure where are the rest of BN United, as one of the teammates being knocked down just now. The rest of the teams are nowhere to be seen. But look at Vampires. They're really making it hard for the other players, especially in Bigatron's Red Aliens position. Vampire seems to really sneaking them up from behind, lurking, just to making sure they got their positions right. And the thing about the Vampires, they sneak you in silently.
Yeah, they're like...
They are the Vampires.
They are the Vampires, and of course. And we are going towards the night time, so yeah. At least in our region here. But if you kind of think about it, like Bigatron Race, it's the same story again. Yesterday, they started off with Miramar, and Liquid was the first one to go out, and they had to start with 3 players. It's been the same story for a few rounds now.
I'm not sure what's happening. Hopefully that's not intentional coming out from Bigatron Red Aliens. We are expecting them to rise on the occasion, to perform better, and hopefully they got themselves that momentum, because we missed the all Red Aliens who used to be very aggressive and very fierce. But now jumping into Axis Red 1, they are uncontested, being fine, just gonna build up the loot, have a bit of upgrade here and there. It's all about, PUBG Mobile is always the same rotations and same routine. Drop down, build your loot, get them gears, and upgrade a bit here and there, and just start to shoot whatever that moves.
Yeah, just like what Traps now. He sees Luxy onto the other side, and Ryzen is down below them, but more focus on the Luxy, definitely. Again, Bigatron, I mean, they are at risk right now, so it's not good. It's not like they don't want to disengage. They want to, but unfortunately, Ryzen, he can't move.
You know, even the game is actually agreeing with us for the players to get a bit of a groove, because we still can hear the music to give a bit of a pumping sensation for the players. I'm not sure if the music going to go on, keep on playing in the background, but that gives a bit of momentum to drive the motivation, aren't we? Here comes Vampire Stone. He's been performing quite well yesterday, last few matches. Hopefully he didn't, have a bit of fumble, but hiccups are pretty normal in the first few matches. But here comes a bit of a replay between BN United and APG, who lost their IGL 0. Whilst they try to get on Bigatron. I have to say, Vampires, they are really nitpicking every single fight they can.
Yeah, including the fight that we saw onto Liquid. He tried to take a vehicle, but unfortunately he was gunned down, so it was just too bad for him. And Vampires don't look like they're interested to let Bigatron Red Aliens go, and Bigatron, my goodness, now they're quite spread up, and they're trying to find an opening for Ryzen to get away, but it's super tough because now they know exactly where Luxy is. Zaxi is way behind, probably trying to go for the flank. If he can actually take out Flukev, then maybe there's an opening, but Flukev takes down Luxy. Bigatron Red Aliens is gonna play with only 2 members left.
Well, Bigatron being fluked by Flukev there. Hey, I know to play the puns as well. With the Micro Uzi, nevertheless, we have seen a lot of UMP these days, but Micro Uzi, we missed them.
Yeah, the Micro Uzi, especially the one where we missed the use as a sniper. You remember that? Yeah. A long-range Micro
I remember
Uzi.
a lot of things.
Oh, of course. Thank you for remembering.
I remember every single first thing before we start a match, the awkward moment. That's the one that I can remember right now, but I'm not going to say it out loud in live. But back to Bigatron Red Aliens. Now, they have been losing Luxy and Liquid quite early every single match. So this is not a good sign. And they might be cornered and conquered by Vampires very soon. They have to figure things out, how to get an exit, because I don't think the odds are worth them right now. 2v4, it's going to be a tough fight for Bigatron. There you go, random shot coming out from Shrubs. You can see how aggressive they can get.
I know, right? And I don't know how much does Ryzen and Luxy and Zaxi have for now, but they spot out Zaxi. Zaxi will go down, and now it's only Ryzen left, and he is still inside La Benita.
Feels like playing hide and seek for Bigatron Red Aliens, and Ryzen just gonna stay low for now. As he has to sacrifice one member to, divide the attention a bit for Vampires. The Vampires are not slowing down daytime or nighttime. They don't really care as long as they can taste a bit of the blood coming up for them. Now, Ryzen, he needs to stay there a bit longer. And it's best for him not to pop his head just yet. This is a bit of replay, maybe about just now. I'm not sure if we missed anything, but Onyx are migrating towards the western side of a circle, just on the outskirts of water treatment. Nothing's happening, so that's a bit of a scam for us, I guess.
Well, it's all right. I mean, we'll take a sneak peek on other teams as well, now that we got a lot of attention onto the Vampires and also Bigatron Red Aliens, but at least now they still have Ryzen, so hopefully he can rise up to the occasion.
That's going to be tough, 1v against the wall, because there's no team out just yet. So Ryzen, they cannot afford to lose him at this point, because they get the last place with a 0 elimination point. At that point, it's going to be tough, and it's going to be rough for them to have remaining 3 more matches, and it's going to be really hard to make themselves in the top 16 if that happens. Now, iShots trying to snipe things away, but there's nothing to contest, so it's going to be a really quiet compound for most of the players, whilst on GigFan, they prefer to play in the open field. Pop a couple of smokes. I'm not sure what the smokes are for, because maybe they're being ambushed by certain teams as the OEZ almost exploded. Couple of teams passing nearby, but they're going to be fine for now.
And earlier spoke about GigFam likes to play by the edge of the circle. Right now they are in the middle of the circle just beside El Azhar. So it's going to be a different strategy coming in for GigFam today. But I got to give it to them that they probably have enough points to move on to the next round, so they can sort of like experiment here and there. So they're trying something different this round, something refreshing for GigFam.
Yeah, for the teams actually on top 8, they can actually do some experimental stuff going on as long as there's truth in the madness. But nothing truth unfolded yet by Bigatron Red Aliens. That's the thing, we're worried about them. We haven't seen them this low just yet. Any South Asia Championship before. So this is kind of questionable from our perspective. Hopefully they can get their strategy working for the next couple of matches. Seems to me the first match is not theirs to take. APG, we have Shroud. That's a big name, living up to his name. Will he for APG now? The rest of the team going for the mass migration. The packs are going to move to the center of the circle. Most of the teams are there already, but who get the higher point of view? Who get the higher grounds? It's going to be the bigger question, because when it comes to Miramar, it's always about the terrain.
Maybe just like what RRQ Rio is trying to do here. Looks like they would want to be a nuisance towards GigFam, and they're still scouting, trying to find a good angle. And here it is. Mort is Going to take the high ground, and GigFam is just below them, so it's not good news for GigFam. But on the other side, we have FaZe Clan. Corpine, no.
Reprimanded instantly by that shots fired. In Corpine, the rest of FaZe Clan try to figure out which team they try to pick a fight first. There's Evil's Reborn across them. There has to be extra careful. I'm not sure if they know there's one team lurking about the position as well, because Microboy, as far as much as the eyes can see, he can see everything that's happening. Sometimes I question how the pros actually doing it. How do they see the dots actually moving? Such a small dot, but they still manage to get so many information just within seconds.
I know, right? They always amaze me. Like, if you just look at the screen and what they're looking is that, how do you even shoot? And
How do you even do?
How do you know there's someone there and when you shoot it's a headshot? How? And you're looking at a phone screen. So you can imagine how small it is. And a regular dot on a TV versus a phone.
It feels like you're looking at dust.
Yeah, you're looking at dust.
It's not even a dot to start with.
And sometimes you don't even see anything.
Yeah, and they know there's somebody there.
Yeah.
How do you even know that? Their instincts is like on another level. That's why the bats, the vampires, are playing this better than the rest of them. They're not even humans to start with.
Oh, and it's nighttime, so they get a little bit more.
But it's daytime in the game, so that's kind of questionable. There's never nighttime, right? Back then, they used to have nighttime.
Yeah, that mode.
Used to be. And also the fogs. I kind of missed that. And we just randomly shoot anything that moves or anything that kind of have a bit of sound.
Yeah.
But this is going to be a whole daytime for the players. But we do know the Axis Red One's lurking around GigFam, so they've been tailing them quite closely. They're not actually trying to open any conflicts. No conflicts just yet. For Team Secret, on the other hand, really valiantly just exposed their position without anything to worry at all. It's like nobody's business. It's just ours to take and just fire whatever you feel like.
Yeah, and that kind of reminds me as well. So fans might notice why Fredo isn't playing. So,
hey, congratulations to Fredo, who just got married. Welcome to the club. I'm not going to say it out loud, but welcome to the club.
I can't say that, but okay. She can say that.
Yeah, let him have a bit of his honeymoon moment. But just now we saw Team Secret Kid knock down one enemy team. So who was that unlucky fellow that just being knocked down to his knees? But I think it's quite a distance. It's going to be Nerpe from RQRU. They're going to finish it off straight away. But return fire. There you go. Mort come out from the hindsight. It's going to be Kid back to his 2 feet. By eye shots, so I'm just going to revive a bit. Where are the other two of Team Secret? They're quite at the edge of a circle. So they're playing this safe, making sure they have the positions, but taking the shot. A lot of commitment here coming up from eye shots.
Ooh.
Nice explosion coming out from Kid just now. Will they rush in or will they bow out? Because the blue closing in, shrinking. Kid is really low at the moment.
Yeah, so they will move in and rendezvous with their teammates on to the left side while the circle closes in, and this area is not within the circle. So now Team Secret have a choice. Are they going to go for it, or are they just going to okay, let's focus on rotations. But Jumper is going to move in. Looks like he's interested. And now on the high ground, eye shot spots him out, and that shot will not connect just yet.
Waiting for overpeaking, but he got a bit clipped there for Team Secret. But I think it's best to disengage for now, as both of these teams are actually not quite in the safe zone yet. And the moment they leave this far, Curie is going to be in an open field. That's going to be a big problem, because I think that's GigFam hovering around and lurking at the edge of the circle. There you go. We saw the rest of GigFam. Now they're going to walk right in through it. Are they going to crash into the compound of GigFam? Will this a problem or will it be a blessing? While Team Secret knocking on the doors of FaZe Clan, who just build out instantaneously. Can they make it out in the last minute? Yep, there you go. Oh, Bear got stuck.
Oh, unfortunately, he will go down to Team Secret, and now Team Secret takes over this compound that's within the circle, and that's one elimination point for them. But now we move over to B Gaming with one trying to get away from this, and at the same time we can see that Tom managed to get a knockdown, but there's 2 more on the other side.
There goes the nade, will be cooked. Can it land right on top of VGM? If it does, it's going to be a holy grenade coming in, but Tom missed it out for a bit, being knocked down there. And APG plays on, eating away Porch HP for now. And it's going to be APG running away from the blue. So the blue is actually the bigger enemy than the rest of the other teams. They should figure that out quite completely, yes, right now. Turns out their priority is just running away from the blue and just bail whoever that's been knocked down.
Well, talking about knocks, so Bigatron Red Aliens is still in this though, with Ryzen the last man standing. Tom unfortunately will succumb to the zone. At the same time, we can see that White Cat will be taken out by iShots. Looks like Team Secret is having a party.
Mentioning about Bigatron Red Aliens, one of the teams quite early on being ambushed. No teams are out yet. We're talking about 16 teams is still in there. The first team to be wiped out would be really unfortunate, unlucky. The fact that they will place themselves the last spot here. Voki, what a nasty angle to work with. Dirty, sneaky tricks coming out from his sleeves. And Matoy trying to finish off those coming out from the mountains and tapping on silence. Voki is not happy with this, but at the same time, he needs to move. Ryzen.
Yeah, Ryzen's officially out, so no points for Bigatron Red Aliens this round. And BN United, at least they got one elimination point, so they have something to take home. But now let's focus on the Geek Fam versus RRQ Rio, just next to each other, and they're not really in a circle just yet. So Damru still looking onto the other side, more together with his teammate on the lower ground. They don't have a nade yet, but where did the shot come from? Asa coming from the side.
Just to recap a bit, it's RQ crashing into the compound of Geek Fam. They've been waiting and it's secured. The whole team, housekeeping is here for Geek Fam. They eliminated, obliterated the entire RQ Rio, and then bowing down at 14 plays, down to 13 teams left with Vampires reigning over the higher grounds. Same goes for EVOS Reborn, still stagnant and kind of at stalemate for these two teams. And Eagle Esports just joined in the fray. Now the circle will commence. We're going to have to tell where the circle is. None of these teams are actually inside of it, so they need to make a move. But where would they go? Which direction? Because chances are they might bomb into each other.
Wow, and the circle hard chips. Earlier, the circle was like, okay, with the bigger circle, it goes down. And now it goes up. So this is a big shift here for a lot of teams here on the southern side. But good news is that we have a lot of teams in El Azhar as well, so it's not going to be hard for them to move into the circle, but it's going to be super crowded on the right side.
Oh, such a huge hindrance coming out for the rest of team that's climbing down just now. EVOS Reborn, not being reborn at all. It's the FaZe clan waiting with an open arms for their death doors. Yeah. FaZe finish off EVOS Reborn. I'm not sure if there's any members left on their side. They do have a couple of more. The other two, they're kind of stuck in between, so they will still stay still and quiet for a bit. As Vampires, they're kind of separated between themselves. We have Onyx on the other end. FaZe and MSC, the Chomburis, start to pick up the fight against the Vampires. Ravenclaw, the only person right in front. The rest of them are actually playing at the back line. This is very interesting to watch. Up here it comes.
Yeah, here he comes. But you see, there's a split here with this team, with the Vampires. But the vehicle is now smoked up, and vehicle...
Oh my goodness me.
3-2.
What a big hiccup coming up from Vampires, all crashing in into one vehicle. That's not really a good idea. And now they saw a drop airdrop just now for FaZe, but I don't think anybody tried to take that. It's kind of a risky one at the edge of it. Now, Eagle Esports climbing down. Marta just sniped somebody away, and there you go. Jumper taking the third party into Geek Fam, who are fighting RQ Ryu just now. So I have a guess that they are trying to rotate into the circle which furthest to the north. And the point of the placement and the reposition, they really need a high ground here. There's only 1 or 2 teams actually on top of that mountain.
Yeah, and there's a lot of teams in the compound so far, and this compound is about 50% still on the outside of the zone. And Shroud will take out one shot with about 1% of health left. He has about 8 bandages, and that's about it. But the fight is not over, and AK will go down. We have Tamio still alive here. Tamio 1v2. Tamio will pop up the smoke to try and pick up AK, but will there be enough time? At the same time, we can see Tamio throwing the nade onto the other side, but will it land to anyone? Maybe just not yet. Tamio still trying to pick up his teammate.
Now Tamio trying to find Shroud. Can you live up to his name for Shroud? Is that you really, Shroud? But Tony K taking on Ravenclaw, and the Vampires being decimated at 12th place. We're down to 11. Eagles are dropping one member down. It's going to be Chopper trying to help for asking for the revival. We're popped. One of the highest damage output player will be on his knees, and YG with 0 elimination points have to wipe off the smile on their faces. Only stuck between Gig Fam and also the other teams in between. So they're stuck in the rut while Gig Fam still playing along the edge of this circle and still not inside of it. They need to get out from there.
And Gig Fam, they have the high ground advantage, but they don't have the circle at this moment. They need to move forward. 20 more seconds until the clock closes in. And in front of them is DX waiting. DX, they're desperate for points. They will do anything to take out Gig Fam.
So many teams are really desperate, not just DX at this point. There goes their pan moment for a bit. But Matoi kind of sniffed out the Axis Red 1 positions. All the Malaysian team kind of have the same idea about their rotations here. They are trying to lurking around about the positions while Kit try to pressure and flushing out Axis members out from where they were at. They're having a lot of barricades in between them, but a bit of couple vegetations and nothing more. There's a couple of rocks. There you go. The golden grenade flushed down Voki to his knees, and now Aisha tried to finish the job, shredded almost his vest. He needs to figure out how to rotate this one out.
And they don't have the circle just yet. But Axis Red 1, they have somehow the circle. Team Secret, it looks like it reminds me of yesterday's Miramar. Team Secret versus Axis Red 1, playing it for the hill.
Oh, the hill's gonna be a lot of hillbillies here. And there you go, one more team down. We still have 9 teams over the way in the 6th phase here. So they're playing, trying to abuse the terrain, making sure they're not overpeaking for Team Secret, while the others slowly crouching at the foot of hills. Axis just trying to play along the smoke. Once the smoke dissipates, it's going to be a big problem for the teams that are trying to climb out. Now, FaZe, on the other hand, still having a lot of problem against EVOS Reborn. Also, Eagles are there. We have another team, APG. This is where the most teams are occupying for now. And it's not really a pleasant day for them. It's really a massive fight because all over the place, including DX, trying to figure out how to climb up, is going to be a huge climb for them.
And one by one is being taken out right now. We can see Sane now with a long ratio coming in, and Sane will finish off a couple of team members from FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan now down to only one. Tony K, the prodigy boy, is now playing. And at the high ground, we can see that Gig Fam with the Sane onto EVOS Reborn. EVOS Reborn is now suffering as well. But Gig Fam will go out, but they got themselves 10 elimination points.
There's quite a number of elimination points, but back to Tony K. He got that angle working that right, and Tony tried to just slash them off, but reprimanded entirely by the Eagles. There you go, FaZe, last member bowing out at 7th, and now we're down to 4 teams, 7 elimination points. We're down to 4 teams only. DX, 4 men standing, but Secret has the ground.
And DX, out of all these teams, they need the points the most. Can DX actually get this chicken dinner? They still have a full squad though, but Team Secret, they are now king of the hill, but Team Secret doesn't have the circle. The circle moves towards the right side. Axis Red 1 is there together with DX.
How to climb down. DX, do they have enough utilities? Do they have enough smoke? Same goes for Axis Red 1. Team Secret will have to make a longer rotation on the other side of a hill. If they go straight down here, it's going to be them serving a lot of Thanksgiving dinner to the side of DX right now. So Team Secret, they have to play this very smartly, but they have to pick one fight the other. Either it's going to be Axis Red 1 or is it going to be the DX team?
This will be a question, but Kid will be knocked down. A long range shot coming in. Now Team Secret will need to pick it up, but they need to do it quickly because the zone will close in. At this moment, we can see Axis Red 1, they're starting to move forward, but right in front of them is DX, so it's going to be a 4v4, v3 scenario. Team Secret should be able to pick up Kid. There should be enough time, but can they actually take out DX? DX have somewhat of circle.
It's on the X side. They've been blessed by the God of Circle for now. They got the lock on them. The X holding their grounds as long as they can. They have one particular small hut to work with, a couple of trees to take a bit of covers from, but they don't have the heals. The heals are on the side of Team Secret, but none of them, except for the X, are hugging themselves in the circle. Now, Axis, they have to move forward, but how? It's so hard to learn the vision at this, on the perspective at this point. Look at that. Axis, the moment they overpick themselves, run into the smoke, they get pinned down quite head-on, quite instantaneously. It's just hard for them to move forward.
Yeah, it's hard because there's so much open space in between them. Axis Red 1, if they move forward, a little bit more, they'll expose themselves onto DX as well as Team Secret. Team Secret, we can see Matoy trying to put pressure onto Axis where they know exactly where they are. Eyeshots onto the right side onto DX, but they need to move as well. They need to move. When they move front, it will be a lot of open areas. So now they're popping up the smoke. Lamborghini's in trouble. Lamborghini now down to 30% health. Kajang Susu will be the next one to go down.
Oh, it's not done yet. Micah still waiting for the right time to open fire. Now Team Secret slowly climbing down. There you go. Frankie taking it on Axis. Axis being sandwiched between two angles. It's Team Secret versus Axis. Also, oh! Again, one more counter-attack by DX just now. And I have a feeling it's going to be DX's game this time.
Oh, it's 4v2, but Team Secret, they have the high ground, so don't look down upon them. But then again, it's confirmed that the Xavier finally coming in with the chicken dinner with this amount of elimination points, and that is 12 elimination points for them. The Xavier might just scrape it through to the Super Weekend.
Oh my, the Vietnamese are really fierce today. I have to say, they took a brutal approach and they are not stopping or slowing down at all. How many was it? It was 12 elimination points straight off the bat, the first match, and they're not stopping at all. Truth be told just now, if the circle is not on their side, it's really a big problem for them. If the circle ended up on Team Secret's side, it's kind of a circle game just now.
Yeah.
Who you will be favored with? Which team will be favored by the goddess of or the circle? It's going to be hard for them to predict in the last few circles. It's kind of a rare situation as well where we didn't see a lot of circle ended up in that particular compound.
Yeah, that's right. So I have to agree, it's very circle dependent on who will win this. And the circle happen to favor the team that needs the points the most. So DX, they're somewhat like, 16, 17? So it's good that they get the circle, and now with this chicken dinner, 12 elimination points, they could be at the edge of safety.
I have to say, they caught themselves quite a wrecking number of points just now. That's going to be them taking over the towers of the output of damage as well as the elimination points, because the other teams, I don't see them hitting the double digit yet. As the damage output, we're going to see the highest, it's going to be the sports car Lamborghini, living up to his name as fast as he can shoot. He performs quite well. Rabies, Frankie, and how do you pronounce this?
Duck?
Duck?
Duck? Duck? I'll put it as duck.
Duck?
Yeah,
I think it's Duke.
Okay, we need a Vietnamese.
I need a Vietnamese.
Yeah. Do you know that Vietnamese food, PHO?
Yeah, pho.
Pho.
Yeah.
Pho.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go, fun fact for you. So it could be duck, it could be Duke, I don't know. We need help here.
I do have a friend called Dookie, so I just put it as Duke. But in case you guys missed the first game just now, here comes the highlight. Just to see a bit of spray in the first few phases of the match, we're going to see Bigatron Aliens, one of the teams that kind of still in the fumble, kind of stuck, having a hard time to step out into the games. A lot of hiccups for them, while the other teams, RQ Rio, trying to fight Team Secret, but they got reprimanded and said APG, one of the team that love to shoot from across the street. It was a nice spray just now, but unfortunately they cannot clean up the job easily.
Oh yeah, but they got 2 knockdowns, so that's pretty good. Boki also started a good fight against Team Secret, so with that pixel shot through the window, that was very nice as well. I mean, there were a lot of good sprays, good shots coming in for these teams. This is the beauty about it. This game, or if this circle goes to an open area, you will see a lot of it. If it goes to a compound area like Lost Wilderness, you see everyone starts to like quiet down and just look at walls, and this is more entertaining.
Wow. All we see was everybody's running from the blue and just try to catch a circle. It's just really hard to play the catch-up game here. But on the side of Geek Fam, they're playing at the edge of it. They cannot play this safe anymore. Everybody kind of have the idea about the rotation. So Geek Fam cannot use their old tactics. They need to have a bit of a improvement or try to improvise about their strategy, because when anybody can actually read out his strategy, it's so easy to catch them unguarded. So it's going to be an easy kill for some of the teams.
Yeah, so, but at the end of the day, this is all about like how you manage scenarios, right? So even DX, yes, they had the circle, but their challenge was also like they're on the lower ground. So they need to time their runs. They cannot go out too early because they need to wait for Team Secret to give focus onto Axis as well. So you got to give it to them at the end of the day, like that final few circle, how they actually manage it and still get that chicken dinner. Despite it, yes, they did get the circle a little bit, but they were on the low ground. So it's kind of like a trade-off, but it's how they manage that trade-off.
It's all down to the last circle, honestly. When it comes to Marama, it's always about the terrain and the circle, and that's just it. No matter how good you are, sometimes you still have to be a bit of a play of luck in there somewhere. But there goes just now. Congratulations again. But we're going to go into match number 2, where B group will rest, and we have a bit of a pick for Group E. Well, we did mention about Group A gonna be super aggressive, but just now it's a bit slow for me if you compare it with yesterday's game. Maybe all the players have just started warming up for a bit.
It's a first game thing, right?
Yep.
Yeah, like it's a first game thing. And not to mention as well, some of these teams would feel like, okay, we have done enough as long as we're in the top 16 to move on to the Super Weekend. So they can start to chill, like teams like Vampire, for example. They were at top, so they'll be fine. But there's some teams that need to try hard, which is, like for example, like DX, they got the chicken dinner. So
Oh, they were desperate for that.
They were desperate, but there was one desperate team. Still desperate. Beacon Red Aliens.
Not just that, those actually at the bottom 4, we're going to see the overall rankings after this. Those actually at the bottom 4 really need to work something out, because if they are not unfolding their way towards the top 16, they're going to lose out the first Super Weekend, which is going to be really huge. 3 days of matches non-stop, and it's going to be a huge gap for them to catch up if they're just biting their nails on the Bleach side, which are going to be on the bench and not doing anything else. And yes, they can get the advantage by, studying the openings of all the 16 teams out there, but they have a lot of pressure. You don't want to be the team that actually having to put yourself in the position with a huge pressure to start with, where you have zero points to start in the first week of the entire league.
Yeah, okay, I mean, they did it in PMPL Indonesia, whereby they missed out on week number 2, but it's not a position that you want to be at. But let's give props to our MVP, Lamborghini, the man, for game number 1 with 6 elimination points, 60 meters longest elimination distance. That's pretty short for him, Rama, man. 740 damage and 40.1 team contribution, of course, the maximum survival time.
One of the highest damage I put down there, with the highest I've seen. I think it was 752 yesterday. It was definitely one of the highs we've seen in an MVP or head-to-head with 6 elimination. But look at the graph. He kind of balanced it out for all the attributes that's needed to be in an MVP. Even though his elimination not one of the highest, the bar's been set for him to catch up. But when it comes to team contribution, he is one of the team player. We do know that aim assist is already off, so it's kind of hard for us to see a lot of longest elimination distance. By far, 300 over is the highest.
Yeah, and DX finally making it up here with a logo, shiny. 12 elimination points, and of course the chicken dinner, that gives them 27 points from this round. So total up, I think they should be about a 30-ish points.
It's still not safe. Yeah, it's still
they're almost there. Yeah, with 3 more rounds to go, I'm pretty sure that they can at least get a couple more points to get it across the line. But Bigatron Red Aliens, I'm looking at you guys. So 0, the only team with 0 in this round, I believe.
Yep, and that's really unfortunate for them. They don't have any position points or even elimination points at this rate. But a team that's quite shaky here as well. We're talking about RRQ, Ryu, and BN United will be one of the teams that actually, these teams will be sharing the same fate if they didn't step up or rise towards the occasions. If they keep performing like this, they have 3 more matches to play for each of the team, as we're gonna jump into match number 2 later. Yes, we do have 5 matches in total in a day, but some teams will have to sit one out, as the other 4 groups will be commencing the battle later on, which gonna be Group B sitting this one out, Axis, Red One, EVOS Reborn, BN United, and Eagle Esports later. But here comes the head-to-head for Team Secret, Kid, and also Sane OP from Gig Fam. Almost, I don't say very close damage output. We still see that Sane having it more when it comes to elimination and damage, but when it comes to distance, almost the same. Same goes for their team contribution.
Yeah, so it's going to 5-3 and 1,083 damage. I think it's the highest for a individual so far that we've seen. and Kid with 855. Longest elimination distance goes to Kid 163 and Sid 142. Team contribution, it's going to Kid. But when it comes to the elimination points, just look at this. Geek Fam, they got eliminated somewhere in the middle, but they can match up to the elimination
They were in
points with
5th
the-
place, if I'm not mistaken. They were bowing out at 5th.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah. But look at the damage output. 2,300, almost very similar with Team Secret and Geek Fam. While the Xavier will be the third party, well, like Tash Bunny mentioned before, it's not the cleanest way, but nothing is wrong with that. Well, like, why waste and exhaust your resources where you can just sit one out and just one tap it away to just get the elimination points? Why would you waste your magazines and bullet?
Yeah, why not, right? As long as you get the elimination point, why not? But Sane, well, he is insane at this moment. 1,083 damage. This is the highest that we've seen so far. And for the most eliminations, it's definitely Lamborghini with 6. And Sane coming in again as the most knockout with 6. And all the rest is like, they're kind of like drawn on here. But just now, we remember the charts again. It's Bigatron Red is not even able to land one single damage.
That's very
3
questionable.
more games.
But to highlight and under the spotlight for a bit, I have to say Stain pretty much having a top chart for all 3 stuff here, because he got himself second place for the most elimination at only 1 point shy there. Same goes for Lamborghini. He pretty much top of the chart for all 3 as well. So these are the most highlighted players in this match, Lamborghini and Geek Fam saying just now. Speaking of the teams that's not performing quite well, I'm very surprised with how Bigatron Red Aliens performing here. They're not how we used to know them, and I kind of miss the old Red Aliens now.
The old Red Aliens, the one without liquid.
The one with Micro Boy.
Ah, that's a different way to put it. But then again, this is it, of course, the charts, and this is what matters. And it's Vampire still at the top spot, 67 points. Geek Fam rising up to second spot, 62 points. Third place goes to the Eagles, 57 points. Fourth place, Axis Red 154 points. Fifth place goes to MS Chonburi, 53 points. Team goes 53 points with Team Secret. At sixth place, DX at 7th place, 42 points. So if it's the 40-point cutoff mark, they'll be safe. Face Clan, 40 points as well. 8th place, 9th place, Infinity, 40 points. And GD with 37 points. And page number 2 is so important.
Yeah, it's really a rocky start from the teams that's from the bottom. NFT stuck in the run at the 20th place. A lot to catch up. 1 point shy away. VGM 19. Bigatron Red Aliens. What happened? They at 18 placement, 14 points only. RQU, same goes, a big question mark there. These are the 4 teams that need to be extra careful now. With APG, it's really close to being pushed down. Onyx at 15. YG 14. EVOS, BN, 4 rivals. They are not safe as well. All these teams have to have at least 40 points, but in my perspective, it's best to have 50 to be safe, to be secured, because you don't have to put that much pressure on your teammates or even the whole team. So they need to push themselves quite hard here. The teams will be resting after this. It's going to be Exits Red One. They're not worried. We do know EVOS Reborn kind of in between here. BN United definitely need a break for a bit because they need to come back because they are really at the bottom. The Eagle Esports, are they comfortable? Possibly.
Eagle Esports definitely comfortable at this moment. So my personal benchmark is still the 40. So I'm keeping an eye on 40. Chuchu's keeping an eye on 50. So
I'm like 50 is to be at the comfortable zone.
50 is definitely true because this is just based on like the 4 countries that have played a similar format before this. So definitely no one is below 50. That's definitely for safe. That's definitely super safe. But is it super safe for our teams? Let's have a chat with one of the players of all those teams. So let's pass it on to Tash Bunny, who will also break it down to us later on. Let's go.
Hello everyone, with me I have one of the players from last match. I have Voki, one of the most experienced players, actually the most experienced player for Team Axis Red One. Voki, this is your second, sorry not second dinner, but you guys got a chicken dinner yesterday and today you guys got 3rd place. So far you guys have been playing consistently. How do you guys feel about your performance so far?
Exciting.
Exciting, eh? So macam like okay, kita cerita sikit pasal your your performance between now dengan country league hari tu lah, Malaysia, Singapore. Korang, are you guys maintaining the same playstyle as before for weekday?
Match 1, match 2 I try to adapt lah dengan player-player C, and then match 3 tu kita orang dah biasa kan, kita orang dah tahu dah cara gameplay diorang, so kita orang boleh adapt, and then kita orang boleh defend circle kita orang, and then kita orang boleh cari circle sendiri, macam tu lah.
Okay, so one thing I see. So I think one thing I noticed is that Axis Red 1, your circle predictions are pretty much on point. Kalau in terms of kalau circle tu at the end, Axis Red 1 is always macam one of the first few teams yang sampai to that circle. So macam mana korang punya circle predictions tu actually? How does that work?
I don't know. I just go into the circle and fight.
Okay, I'll take that. Okay, so antara today and yesterday, did you guys change your playstyle in any way?
No.
No, so you guys are just maintaining the same aggressive playstyle?
Not aggressive. Just defend, and kalau perlu fight, kita orang fight. Itu je.
I see. Okay, so between today, weekday, dengan weekend ni, will we be seeing a change in playstyle from you guys?
Yes.
Yes? Secret weapon?
No.
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 Manalah tahu. No. Okay, so you guys had a different strat lah. Okay, fine. Fair. Okay, so my final question for you. Which team is giving you guys the most problems? Which teams are you guys seeing a lot in terms of rotations?
I don't know lah. All team.
All teams Okay, because I remember when I interviewed you guys during Malaysia, Singapore, I think Mika he was saying like, oh, kita orang, we don't know which teams they are, we don't know which players, we just langgar je. So is it the same mentality now juga?
Yes.
Langgar je
Yes.
Okay,
langgar.
fair enough. Langgar sampai habis Alright, thank you so much, Voki. Good luck for your next matches, and I hope to see you guys soon. So for now, guys, we're gonna head into the recap. Bye-bye, Voki. Thank you.
Bye.
Alright, guys, that was a very interesting interview with Voki. One of the most amusing ones I've done so far. But for now, let's put that aside because we're gonna go a little bit more serious mode because we're going to be talking about game number 1 of the day, which will be in Miramar. I'm sorry, guys. I'm high on caffeine right now, so I'm gonna be talking real fast. So looking at the circle right now, it was I wouldn't say it was a very interesting circle, but the flight path sure was. It was over to the right side. So you can see there how it went. It was from the top side all the way down. And the circle went toward the northeast side of the map. But where DX dropped though was near Campo Militar. And it was so easy for them to get the circle. I think like in terms of luck, perhaps they did really well in terms of that. So they didn't have to fight too hard to get into the circle, which I really like. So that match as well, to say the least, like I wouldn't say this is the worst circle of all time, but it was definitely hard for the teams to get to the final circle. If you guys didn't know, the final circle though was I am not a fan of that circle. I mean, as viewers, yes, we love violence. Yes, we love it when the players have to suffer, but for the players though, it's a very interesting circle where it was on the side of El Azhar at the very, very top of the buildings, and it was on the side of the terrain. So it's either you're gonna go up on top of the terrain, the bottom of the terrain. It's like a lot of teams cannot figure out where exactly to go, how to position themselves. And if you guys saw, even at phase 6, right, there was still so many teams still alive. So which brings me to the conclusion that a lot of players are trying to not take unnecessary risks in fights, try to survive for as long as they can. If they survive long enough, let other teams do the work, they'll be able to get that extra placement points that they need. Because don't forget, today is the final day for them to catch up in terms of points to go to Super Weekend. So going back to the map though, we saw the last few teams was very, very interesting. We saw Team Secret as well as DX and Axis. So if you looked at the map here, you can see here how it was. VPE though, they tried to play the high terrain. I think VPE was very, very aggressive. They were looking to, I think in terms of playstyle, VPE and MS Chonburi are trying to go for that farming eliminations, trying to farm as many eliminations as they can for extra points. But the thing about doing that is that it's a little bit harder for you to survive to the last circle, because you're going to be expending your bullets, you're going to be expending your bandages, resources, all that jazz. You may as well lose 1 or 2 players as well in the process. So I think the kind of play style that I'm starting to see is that a lot of teams are just trying to play at the side of the circle, trying to gatekeep, maybe get a kill or 2 from the side of the circle, and then they're just going to try and move into the circle later. But the thing about getting to the circle late is that you lose out on real estate. I think one thing that Axis Red One is great at doing is getting that prime spot locations. We've seen that yesterday, we've seen that today, and they're always one of the first few teams to make it there. So look at that. Axis Red One and Team Secret were like side by side. We didn't see early fights between them, at least not so much, but it wasn't till the end that we started to see that. And the thing is, Team Secret, they tried to kind of go against each other. They tried to just kind of like finish each other off, and DX was smart because they got the prime location at the bottom of the terrain at the buildings there. So what's so great about buildings is even though they don't have high ground advantage, it does give them cover for them to play super defensively if they need to. And I think it just suits their playstyle, because if you saw in terms of kills, yes, DX did win in terms of Geek Fam, but if you look at their damage, DX has one of the lower damage. I think there's like a difference in 1k damage, which shows that DX just waited, kicked their feet up, and just kind of picked off all of the kills, which is just basically 3 points for them. Not a bad thing. As I said, third party is still strat. So if you can see there how it worked, that I think what I really liked seeing in terms of Geek Fam was aggression that came out toward the end. How they played with the terrain was actually really nice to see, especially from the side of Sane. He was insane. Get it? Sane, insane. Sorry about that. So when you look at that, how he was playing the side of terrain, very, very smart. Move forward, rush, get a kill, back out when he needs to. And that's exactly how you're supposed to be playing with the terrain. And honestly, one of the best uses of terrains I've seen so far. So when you, just why exactly Sane was the player with the highest damage, if I'm not wrong, because how he was playing just really, really suits it. And the thing is, out of all the damage, Sane did like 1083 total damage, as opposed to the second place, which was only 800 something. That's 200 damage over the other players. You can see there as well how teams were I think Voki tried to make something happen in terms of Team Secret. I mean against Team Secret. He tried to kind of push forward and do that. But the thing is, because of how overpowering Team Secret was today, Axis lost to that. But the thing is, because of that fight, DX has so easily just pushed forward and just finish up the work. And let's be real here, DX won because of the circle. It was honestly on their side as well. Not to say, I'm not trying to discredit DX. DX did so good. I'm just saying that it could have gone anyway, and the final round was just straight up because of RNG. So for now, guys, that is my take on the match just now. Let's see what Choo Choo and Cloud has to say, if they agree or disagree. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Tash Bonnie, who got infected with our daddy puns and jokes from the Carter's Dash here with her puns as well. Welcome to the fray. But speaking of just now, are they really getting better for the X, or she mentioned before for Tash, is it just really the map, or is it just really the circle? Because they are around Campo Militar, which actually are on the furthest north in the Miramar map itself, and circle just landed on the outskirts of Campo Militar as well, so they just not really have to move much. But thing is, it was ingenious for them to stuck in between the high ground or the covers they can take in the building. So I have to say, it's all about rotations as well. So they get to get the credit, the fact that they put the rotations quite right at the right time, as long as the right moment that they need it to be there. They cannot come in a bit late, because you saw how many teams were there coming up from the lower grounds just now. There was actually only 4 or 5, I think it was only 4 teams. Most of them are Malaysian team coming from the high ground. The others all coming up from the lower grounds, coming up from the buildings and everything else.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's also a roll of a dice, right? Like, you choose that spot, you'll be like, yeah, this is the match-winning spot. But then again, when the circle doesn't favor you, you go like, oh, yeah,
it's like fingers crossed and pray all the time.
Yeah, I mean, we can't deny the element that is like there is an element of luck to this game as well.
That's what's fun about PUBG Mobile. There's so many possibilities. You seems to might be winning the game. The teams that you've been rooting for seems like, hey, they got sugar, and the last few moments it switch over. Such a huge disappointment, but that's how PUBG Mobile is so interesting for us. The emotions in play, the roller coaster of life in the game itself is just so unpredictable. But we're done with Miramar just now. We're gonna be in Erangel next.
And we haven't seen a military base circle yet. I'm just saying.
We haven't seen one yet.
We haven't seen one yet. It's been a while since we've seen one. So I wouldn't mind.
I think it's a really a holy grail for NFT if that landed on Sonovska military base.
Yes, and NFT happen to be playing in the next round. Same goes for their favorite team,
Who?
the Infinity. Yeah, you know,
Our
these two
predict
teams, they
our,
have
our predictions team, which we kind of jinxed thanks to us.
But to be fair, Infinity, they are doing enough to get into the top 16.
Yeah,
so
they're
to be
okay.
fair,
They're all right. They're all right.
they're alright.
Teams are actually in the shaking. It's gonna be those actually on the second page. Those who didn't score 40 points and above. It's gonna be that par coming out from Cloud. It's gonna be here for Mines 50 to be comfortable, and you don't have to worry about anything else.
How's the shaking thing? Okay.
Can you not making me do it again? It's embarrassing.
I asked. I didn't ask you to do it again. So
You asked.
Yeah.
It's a favor coming from a very close friend. How can I say no to that?
Okay, so
I'm very polite.
So I'll return the favor by doing the shaking, but not on camera. Gotcha.
You have to do it now since you're saying and bringing it
We
up.
have to do it
just-
together, you know.
No, hey, do it one time. How is shaking? 1, 2, 3. Shaking, yeah, shake, shake. This is just.
Okay.
It's
I know.
wrong, bro. It's just
Yeah,
wrong.
I know.
Our reputation's at stake here.
Yeah, that's it.
Speaking of which, who do you think will take the chicken dinner away? Do comment in comment section below, because we do want to know your thoughts as well. I've heard about nobody can overtake Shroud in real life, but which Shroud are we talking about? Is this APG Shroud? Can he live up to his name? Or maybe even teams that haven't been performing yet, those coming out from the India. We want to see them perform one day. Can they overtake the South Asia? Can the South Asia just be one of the best in the world? Because the teams that will qualify in the entire league will have the 4 spots later on, joining another 4 teams. They already got themselves the spot for PMGC.
And not to mention there's no Chinese teams.
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
They were the number 1 and number 2 for,
Yep,
for
definitely.
the last PMGC. So expect that if we do reach, well, we will reach that stage. Expect that when we meet them in PMGC, as in the Southeast Asians, meaning the rest of the world, well, it's super exciting, right?
That's why the entire league is super long, for 3 weeks long. But that duration itself will actually mold the players, form them into a better team in terms of quality to prepare themselves in the globals, which is higher stakes later on, and they have to play at a higher level. So they need to improve right now because some teams are missing it quite a lot. Here comes Erangel. Where will the circle be? That's pinpoint here now.
Okay, if it's military base,
what you gonna do?
We're gonna do a dance.
You
Yeah,
gonna do it.
Well,
You gonna do it.
What do you mean me? We gonna do a dance.
So you drag me along with this plan, huh?
No, because we TV.
You now you are throwing everybody under the bus, Cloud. Why would you do that?
Because we TV says always more, so we gotta do more.
Do what more? I don't see any more than they're just dancing ridiculously in front of a live camera and live show as well. But here comes the teams that we're playing. Axis, EVOS Reborn, and also BN United Eagle Esports will have to rest for a bit. It's going to be a really big bummer coming up from BN United. They are the only teams that's not safe yet for now in Group B. The others are quite strong in page number 1, but EVOS Reborn, I have to say, it's kind of a 50-50 still.
Yeah, EVOS Reborn still needs to do some work. So hopefully they can do it. They have only 3 more rounds to go. Actually, most of the Indonesians, they are...
Except for GD. GD, they had good planning.
Yeah.
I'm really loving how they rotate, their mindset about rotations and timing. But when it comes to open fire, when it comes to getting the elimination points, that's where they kind of froze over and stuck about thinking what to do next.
Yeah, when it comes to just closing off the game.
Yeah.
They're
having problems with that.
Yeah, so hopefully they can do better this round. But this round is also the debut for the Infinity GD themselves, NFT, as well as 4 rivals. So we will see the debut for these teams. The flight path will be from Novo all the way up to hospital. So it's gonna be an okay flight path so far.
Flight path seems reachable for those actually at the mainland, but those coming up to Severny, Stalbuk, Meshki shooting range have a long journey to go. But question is, do they have to make that long journey or not? Because Circle sometimes pops kind of generous for today in the first Miramar map. It's right on top of a flight path for the Circle first pops in, but when the Circle commences, that's where everything have to scratch. Everything else, scratch their heads to think about how to get there. Especially those coming out from the southern side of the island, and it's going to be a bridge camping or not, we have to wait and see. We've seen the Infinity try to bridge camp on NFT based on the Circle. It's all down based to the Circle.
Yeah, let's see if it's going to be a military base Circle, Infinity, or okay, well, both of them are in the military base island, so that's
There used to be 3 teams, right, at the bottom.
Yeah, who was the one more team again? Okay, I don't remember, but okay.
I think it's BN United, was it?
So if it's BN United, that means they're not playing this round.
Yep.
So that means it's only going to be 2.
General
and
Circle.
No one's going to be dancing.
Yep, because it still comprises a bit of Sonovska, but it's not the dancing circle yet. It's not dancing because it's not entirely comprises the Sonovska base.
If it goes there, then the dance off will happen. But
oh, Rabies, you nasty, nasty player. Oh, that's a freebie, so why not take it?
And his name is Rabis, so Rabis is an
You do
infection.
know that rabies actually get it from a bat, so it's coming from the vampires.
Oh. And they happen to be, no, they're not from the same country.
Definitely not.
No, they're not from both from Vietnam, but rabies. But I thought they are like from...
Dogs.
Yeah.
No, not really. It's not usually coming out from the bats.
Oh, so it starts from there.
Yep.
Right, interesting.
Yeah.
No wonder he's infectious.
Yep.
Yeah. There you go.
No,
We
we're
just
not
have to
gonna
see.
we're not gonna play that game.
No, we're not yet. But okay, so there's still a percentage of military base. If it still goes there, the dance-off will happen. If not, well, unfortunately, can I say I'm a little bit disappointed? I wouldn't mind dancing.
I mean, like, well, the fact that music is still on, it means that might be that someday we have to dance because the music is still playing. But maybe it's a bit of funky starting off point for the players here because we saw how some of them being run down just now. Raby starting off first with the first blood. Rozhok, on the other hand, will be taken by 4 rivals. So we've talked a lot 4 rivals yesterday. They have been sometimes consistent, but they are their low points as well. Sometimes they are high up there, but there are times, not often, but sometimes they are down there a bit when everything just went wrong. One simple mistake make the whole team went all messy.
Yeah, so, but I would say generally they would have done enough to move on to the next round. 4 rivals, okay, yeah, just a few points off. But then again, it shouldn't be a problem for them with 4 more rounds to go. Now, Gig Fam, actually, they did good, like with the 11 elimination points.
I have to say they're
Overall,
consistent.
They're fine. Yeah, they're consistent.
Quite consistent.
So Gig Fam is no longer like the Gig Fam of before, whereby they're always seen as the underdogs. So now Gig Fam, they I don't want to say, how should I put it? They risen from the dead, and this guy is definitely the pinnacle of Gig Fam, and 12 elimination points. I mean, damn root, so good.
Yep. I've talked to one of the members of Gig Fam, which, well, specifically Dam Root before, and I believe he got the potential. But I'm loving the fact that he told me that this team has been more focused than before. They are more prepared right now. It's very different from way back then. If you remember last season, they are quite wobbly when it comes to the South Asia Championship. They are all over the place. They too nervous, I can say, not very confident with their rotations, their formations, their strategies. Everything went messy. But this time we look at a very different team here. They are very stable. They know what they're doing. They don't show any sign of weakness. Sometimes they're caught up in between and they are rotating, but that's just it. The only weakness they have is their timing of rotations. Sometimes caught in sandwich, but when they are brilliant, they perform sublime. I'm talking about them. When they got it right, it's always going to be right all along.
I really like how Kid just chill, and the way that he positions his legs. It's like, yeah, this is like some by the beach kind of thing happening here.
For me, I'm loving iShot's eyebrows when he was playing. It's always up there.
Oh yeah. Okay. I was thinking of another player like
A different
Stewart.
yeah, Stewart. Stewart might be the contender for the eyebrows competition coming up for eye shots, maybe.
We should have a eyebrows competition one of these
Possibly,
days.
possibly.
Yeah, why not?
Maybe in a show match later on with the eyebrow team show match. Maybe.
Right.
You're just gonna watch your eyebrows dancing while they are playing the game. But
Eyebrows dancing. What?
have you seen that before?
How?
I don't know how they control the muscles around the orbital area, but it's really amusing to watch it. It's like I have no clue how they control every single muscles on their facial.
Can you do it?
No, definitely not.
Oh, okay. I was about to see that if you can, then.
I'm trying.
Okay.
I'm trying. Luckily, the camera's not on, so I'm trying, but I can't.
Oh, we're cutting the cast cam. Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It comes back to Team Secret. I have to say, GigFam, Team Secret, and Axis has been very consistent the past few days, the past 2 days, particularly. But the thing about we're talking still the weekend. The weekdays. It's still not the Super Weekend. The Super Weekend where everything matters because nobody wants to show too much during the weekdays. They want to save it up during the weekends.
Yeah, especially if you're already comfortable on top, so it's going to be okay. But this team is not comfortable at all. Liquid, I remember yesterday he was one of the early ones to go out as well in one of the rounds. I think it was Miramar.
Always Miramar, twice in a row. I'm like, every single Miramar map.
He's not a fan of Miramar, I guess.
I have to say he need to reposition himself quite in a difficult position. How to say this? He always stuck in so many teams or always caught himself in unfortunate events in the first few phases or first few seconds of the match itself. Always the first one to be knocked down where the rest of the team are nowhere to be found.
You know, Miramar is just too hot for Liquid, and the moment he lands, he evaporates, so...
Possibly true.
It's
at this state, yes.
Concept.
Possibly.
But a good thing for FaZe Clan, well, Miramar yesterday was a highlight show for them.
Yep, it was orchestrated in, how do I say this, perfectly nice for M5 especially. I don't know how he tossed that grenade, but it's one of the best highlights in the week one. I have to say, possibly the entire tournament, but it got to be one of the highlights there. But back to YG, I have to say YG, if you compare from the previous season, they performed very well in this season itself.
Oh yeah, they're actually doing pretty decent. Now yesterday, if you remember when they had that interview with their mental coach, right? So they did say that, the first couple of games they had a technical issue, so they played with a high ping. Imagine if they have,
a normal ping.
Would have solved it. Yeah, normal ping. They might have solved it by now. So imagine they're playing with normal ping, that's one. So I think that's something for us to pay attention to. They are in the middle of the charts. And what I'm interested to see is, how is having a doctor mental coach going to change the team?
Well, we're definitely seeing it happening right now as a YG, if you compare it with last season. This season, they look very different. I don't know what really happened. Maybe their mental strength is better. Definitely it's a mental game. It's a sort of PUBG. In the first place, it's all down to your psychology. How strong can you get is based on how well your mental can, not taking over you. Like you have to self-control all the time, the entire match. That needs a lot of strength. To not panic, to not overthink, to not over-aggressive, to not overdo something or underdo something during the entire match. You have to really discipline yourself with the entire team to move in unison, to move simultaneously and agree on one point. But here comes Bigatron Ray Aliens. Usually after Liquid being knocked down, the second will be Luxy.
Oh yeah, it seems like it's a pattern, right?
Yep.
So Luxy needs Liquid because he can't live without water, and he goes down, and yeah. And
I can't even relate with that. How did you even... God.
I mean, if you're someone like Luxy, you're human, you need water, right? So that's...
Are you even human? They're aliens.
Oh yeah,
What do
they're
you mean?
aliens. Yeah, they should be afraid of water.
We've talked about this yesterday. I haven't watched that movie. I don't even know which movie you talked about. I don't know which year was that. Maybe in the 1960s. That's why only you know about it.
It's a 2000-ish movie.
Was it really?
Yeah. It's by this director who likes to do plot twist towards the end. But I'll check it out during the break time. I'll check it out. I will find out. I will find out.
If you guys do know about the movie, do tell us in the comment section below, because I do want to know what kind of aliens just have the biggest weakness against water.
Yes, and that
Of
was the
all
plot
the things, simple water to drink on is going to be their biggest weakness. That's going to be really, I don't even have any word to it.
Yeah, that was the plot twist of the movie. But
water was the
yeah,
plot
that was
twist,
plot
right?
twist. Yeah, but anyway, so talking about the circle, if you kind of think about it, right, this kind of right-sided circle is something that we saw yesterday in game number 1. Just that yesterday was like even
But
further
yesterday
right.
was Lipovka.
Yeah.
It was Lipovka all the way.
Yeah, and it's somewhat about there. And ooh, how did Tom actually connect that shot? Well, there's still like 5% of circle on the military base island as well. So the dance could still happen. I'm just saying. I'm just reminding everyone.
Nah, it's not gonna happen because we might see a Medusa intersection just on the outskirts of shelter there, on the also in between mansion. It might end up on top of the circle later on because we saw just now a hard shift to the southern side of the map. So sometimes it's just like to play a bit of a ping pong for the circle hard shift. Sometimes it's on the top and then later on the bottom or left or right. Or maybe just being nice at the general center. But now still in the second phase. But look at the teams that start to rotate quite early on, especially Gig Fam. They learned a lesson just now. They rotate quite late in the Miramar map. They didn't move along the circle. So their strength right now is they have to move along with the circle before the circle shrinks. They need to move inside to make sure they are really at the edge of it.
Yeah, so they're going to come in from the northern side just like how they always do. But now let's move over to the two Indonesian teams. So we have NFT as well as Bukit Red Alias. Both of these teams, they are in the bottom 4. And NFT losing one team member. The circle,
oh my
no dancing.
God. There goes the prison circle right on top of it at the really kind of an open area, but the terrain itself is very tricky to play. Multi-level of, I have to say multi-level of terrain there. There's also the woodcutter camp in between. So mentioned shelter and also prison in between is going to be where everybody would want to be right now, but nobody coming up from the beach side except for one or couple of teams. We have one team coming up very late from Novo, by the way. They are rotating this very, very late.
Yeah, so that is also from, let's see. So that is, okay, so that is also the same like Geek Fam. So Geek Fam, just look at that. They are still on the upper side, the northern side, just coming into mansion. So it's going to be the same strat that they're going to play. And it worked out for them in game number 1. So it's going to be the same all for them. It was Infinity, the last one that was in military base. So NFT went up, so it's now Infinity moving across.
I don't think that's an Infinity just now on the Novo area. I think it was GD. Can't see because it was too small for us to actually see anything. Because Infinity already budged from there quite early on. APG, Onyx start to fire with the pizza gun. The X just going to build it away. And it's going to be okay for now. But based on the circle, I have a bad feeling about this. You saw how overpopulated the circle was in this very small area. Quite in an open field as well. A lot of vegetations in between, but not much compound to hog for the players here.
Yeah, this area above Miltad, it's multi-layered and there's a lot of pine trees. And other than that, there's not much vegetation to play with. Other than that,
the trees are vegetations. I think the compound is not much of buildings.
Yeah, that's only like the sniper towers there. And it's only like that one tree. It's not like, okay, there's
too many
a lot of
trees.
Yeah, like the gap is big. So it's like if you want to go from one tree to another, it's like you need to smoke up in between before you go to the other tree, or you need to play by the terrain.
Oh, well, hopefully they have enough utilities for that because it's down to smoke and grenade games later on. We do know when it comes to Wrangle, they always love to toss a nade, but Stone getting one on APG members. Can he finish the job? Can he just seal off the deal to get the elimination point? It's quite a distance for them to shoot. Chamburi having their eyes on Team Secret on top of this mountain. They have another team in between here. Now, Team Secret, they have to figure things out if they're being sandwiched between two teams because it's too many angles for them to cover. But they have a lot of walls to work with, a lot of room, so they're going to be fine. Vampires, on the other hand, they are not as aggressive as before.
Yeah, and they don't need to really, because they're leading the charts. They're pretty comfortable into the next round, so they're going to be fine. But GD is going to be fine as well. FaZe Clan could use a couple more points, and the circle hardships to the northern side, whereby it's going to be at Shelter. So Shelter has a lot of open area to play with unless you go underground.
Wait, how did GD pass from so many teams down south up to Shelter side? Now that's something interesting to watch.
They found the military.
They were in the Novo before, so they took a long rotation just to end up on the Shelter side, which is going to be inside of a circle. So they predicted it quite well. Those teams coming up from Milta have a long run to go because they might have to cut across so many teams. VGM taking on YG. YG just return fire with RQ going against GD. What is happening? 4 teams fighting at one time. It seems to me they are having a mass migration now.
Yeah, so the mass migration is happening, and now AK with a long range onto the Vampires. It will not connect. Vampires is still on the way into the circle. Now, it was GD or AK trying out again, but now we move over to DX versus Infinity. So the Infinity, they are still on the outside of the circle. DX, they are on the inside, and they are having that little bit of a high ground advantage. One sec will be taken down, but Bigatron Aaron's Ryzen is down as well.
Oh. Well, at least they have been holding on quite some time, but FaZe taking on one. Xavier, they got themselves a last chicken in and now they don't want to start the jinx, don't they? FaZe taking on GD, who just come in, and RRQ joins in as well. We are talking about Onyx knocking non-death door, not even have it straight to heaven, I have to say. They almost lost the entire team. Same goes for GD. FaZe has been waiting there forever. And now Tony K getting the backside and just easily eliminated one of the players here. One of the first few teams to get out. 2 teams in a row. It's going to be GD and Onyx back-to-back out in the lobby.
So no points for GD in this round. That leaves them at 37 points. So they still need to work on a little bit more for another 3 more rounds that they can play. And now the Infinity, they're still outside the circle. Long range shot onto RRQ Real. RRQ Real, 1 team member down. But on the other side, we have FaZe Clan also close by. So we have 3 teams in the same area.
No, on the other side of the map, we're talking about face-to-face for the Vampires. Wonder secret about the source. Look at that. They tried to take down both of the players. They both knocked down, but I didn't see this one coming. Who shot him? Was it MSC? Yes, Chonburi. Take the advantage into their hands. Now, these 2 teams might just go down, by this third-party team. MSC is doing a well-done job being the housekeeper. Ooh. There you go. 2 teams out by them. None of them have to invest that much magazines just to take out them from equation.
And now FaZe Clan now still within the circle, but 1 team member is down. Tony K will need to be picked up. Corpai at the forefront, but they need to face off against RRQ Real and the nade on the Corpai. Corpai now down to 10% of health. Liquid will be taken down as well, so Bigatron Red Aliens, they need to pick up Liquid, and here it is. Bigatron Red Aliens up against NFT.
Oh, in the fumble now, Bigatron getting 1 play zone finish of the player. VGM also bowing down. MSC, the Chonburis, is really showing off their fangs, but it's going to be the Bigatron rising up to the occasion. They finish off NFT just now. The entire team's in their hand. They got themselves quite a point now. Infinity on the other hand trying to reposition, but they have to face against RRQ Real. Playing around the corners. Merry-go-round, go down. Logan winning the fight just now with 3 elimination points. They are bowing down for RRQ at 11th place.
Oh, but they're not done yet. Just look at this. FaZe Clan is moving, and Mela is now down. Logan now down to 10% of health. It's going to be a 1v4 scenario. While behind him, got Turney. He'll be looking onto Logan. Nothing much he can do to help his buddy. Logan will be taken out. Now it's down to God Turney to actually hold on for positioning points.
Now FaZe, they got the position right, but not right enough. It's not solid enough for them to fight against the teams that having the higher view. We're talking about DX. Got themselves again a very good vintage point. How did it manage to land themselves every single rotation right? Now the Chonburi start to move, but they have to finish off VGM players coming from behind. So they don't want to be backstabbed. The rest of VGM trying to reconsolidate their own roster. But do they have enough men to take down the entire team of Chonburis? Oh, Jasper.
Oh, not only that, just look at the circle. Hard shift towards the right side. So a lot of these teams on the left side, they need to make that move. And now MS Chonburi, they are in the circle still. They are playing on the outside of prison. This is the high ground on the outside of prison that they're playing around. But a lot of teams are here as well. And now scoping out this team, they know exactly where the opponents are. And GigFam is fighting on their life against FaZe Clan.
Oh, GigFam cannot sit this quietly anymore. Tony K on his knees. Miracle. Make a huge miracle there. Wiping out almost the entire team, but two more members on FaZe on the other side. So they need to figure out how to approach, not blindly just crashing in. That's a huge mistake coming out from FaZe Clan. DX on the other hand, they did quite well, but now start to fumble. Bigatron Red Aliens start to move. They get themselves the higher points, and MSC is still there somewhere now. The teams are having one of the highest elimination points here. It's going to be Chonburi as well. But VGM, Tom, everything is down to him only for this survival. They need to maintain at top 5 to be sure they got themselves a quite comfortable position for the Super Weekend.
Oh, the nade will not land on the Jasper. So Jasper is still alive. Tom, the only man standing right now for V Gaming. And V Gaming, they need the points in. They're only 17 points in the bag so far at number 15. So they definitely need more points than they are currently at. And now we move over to MS Chonburi. Still a 4-man squad here going up against 4 rivals.
Oh, the Chonburi unfold everything in front of their eyes now. 4 rivals being caught red-handed here, and they have their guards down, but TG13 really close to being knocked down. Covered by smoke, what luck he does have. Taking down on Appy, 4 rivals there, just crawling upon the blue zone at the mercy of a finish off by Pop again. He's everywhere. GigFam taking on Last Chicken Dinner. And it's going to be DX. Oh, the high grounds. They got themselves quite a nasty angle to work with, but can they push themselves forward?
Oh, the circle moves towards the right side of prison, meaning everyone here will need to make that curve onto the other side. And DX is just in front of GigFam and DX. They need a little bit more point. So GigFam, they need to face the wrath of DX, and the nade will not land onto Damroot. Damroot, however, takes 10% of damage. Damroot is still alive. DX, no, he's still there. And DX will need those points. They want Damroot.
Oh boy.
Coming out. Damroot versus DX. Damroot will go down. GigFam is out. At 9th place, 2 elimination points for them.
Valiant attempt coming up from Damroot just now, but he has to bow down. It's too much for him to actually take it on to V1 with so many shots, hits of bullet fire upon. Now APG, we are having this very rare occasion of APG coming up to the top 5. Can they make it? They are touching at the rim of a circle, but it's right at the center of it. Seems to me it's still everybody's game here. VGM only have 1 survivor left. Now, proning is also a strat coming up from Tom. As long as he needs to survive a bit more, they need the points more than ever. He's really desperate for the points now.
Yeah.
April.
Oh, April. Oh, wait. How did he get there? Okay. Okay, but I don't think he's going to get out there. It's either you go down.
He's stuck. He's just stuck there.
It's pretty much stuck
It's going to be a healing game for him. I'm not sure if he has any med kits on his side. I sure hopefully he has enough.
Well, hopefully he has, but also hopefully for BA he can survive it. But Zoxy now, Bigatron Red Aliens, still 3 team members in. Ryzen are only 1 out. Lamborghini will be shot down by Zoxy. Lamborghini is still alive, but then again, FaZe Clan is out at 8th place, 6 elimination points for them.
Oh,
wait, Frankie.
slippery.
Ooh, still alive.
Oh, but at the same time, that buggy needs to be a bit on reverse mode. Can he make it out on time? Liquid is still there, well and alive, and DX managed to survive till the end, but I don't think it's long enough for him to just survive a bit more longer. That is really close to being exploded. APG being shot down by MSC, but they're still maintaining to survive. They got 1-2-1 for trade just now. Can Shrub finish it off? Now TG13 managed to heal himself up. Jester hoping for the Q to be revived. TG13 buying more time, buying more space. Not enough. APG Shroud living up to his name.
So it's MS Chonburi now, 7th place, 9 elimination points, but they'll be okay. They should be clear onto the Super Weekend by now. But Bigatron Red Aliens, they're still in this. 3 team members still left, and now Zero won't want to let them go because Zero from APG Esports, they need points for themselves as well.
Oh, the Xavier seems to me quite consistent this time, maintaining might be just the top 5 again. VGM Chom start to force himself to fight. He was desperate. APG fish him now. Sorry, who was it again? APG members on his knees, shouted down. Nope, never mind. He's still trying to eye out on Bigatron Ray Aliens. So down to 4. YG is out as well. Now, 2v1, v2, v1 is going to be the 2 members down on APG. Have to revive 1 more mate to work on the advantage towards their sides. They need to revive. Yep, they managed to. It's going to be a huge advantage on them. But can they get it in the bag?
I'm not too sure if Frankie can actually get out of there. He has a buggy, yeah, maybe, but I think they're going to just play for positioning first. Right now, DX, they just need to play it safe and they should have enough points to move on to the next round. But Bigatron, Red Aliens, as well as APG, they both need the points in. So let's see what's going to happen here. Looking at the stats, it's probably going to be APG getting the chicken dinner. Oh yeah, April. Oh, he's just...
It's going to be Bowen though at 4th. Now Frankie might be the victim next as he's still outside and he's playing it very safe. April, 2 more to go. The last one, it's been a good run coming up from 4 rivals, maintaining a top 5 for this game. So he's bowing out quite early. But on the side of Xavier, I don't think they're surviving that long as well. One of the members will go down.
Oh.
There you go.
And April, he actually healed himself onto number 3. So it was almost number 4.
1 second a bit too late.
I know, right? It was just 1 second difference. But okay, here we have it. Bigatron Red Aliens together with APG. They both need the points in, they both need the chicken dinner. And they're going to start to move in. Now Shroud will be knocked down, but Onyx can still pick him up. Zaxi is going to go in for the flanks. While Luxy, he is still proning and playing this super safe, and Zaxi is just behind him. So it's going to be the twins against Tree from APG.
Yep, the twins. They have the telepathic communication coming up from them. Both of them having very good eyes, but I don't want things. Zaxi got pinned down by the back line. Now the hindsight being taken down. It's going to be 3v1. Bigatron almost coming back into the league, joining with us in the Southeast Asia Championship, but they're being denied their chicken because it's 3v1. APG, the first World Cup, getting themselves that chicken dinner for the first time. Congratulations coming from Cambodia, the only Cambodian team in the entire league here, showing everybody do not underestimate them.
Yes, and with 10 elimination points, this will put them maybe in the safe zone.
Is it safe enough?
Let's see, just now they had like 20-ish, I think. So now with this, they will get like 25 points. So it could be safe, maybe just touching. Oh, I think it's somewhat almost 50. If it is somewhat almost 50, there we go. They'll be going through. But with Bigatron Red Aliens coming in at 2nd place this time,
it's going to be a lot of swapping.
Yep. Yes, it's going to be a lot of swapping. So Bigatron Red Aliens, maybe they need one more this sort of a performance before they are clear. I think they are almost there, but that also means that some other teams like NFT, they didn't do that well again. So NFT, 3 more rounds for NFT for them to do the business.
Oh man, speaking of I wish to see some teams actually on the 2nd page really push all forward, because we're talking about some teams that are really desperate to get themselves in the top 16, and it's a huge bomb they have to go through for these teams. We're talking about them trying to unfold themselves to the strategy that they have been planning for so many months. They have been practicing up till here. Now they don't want to miss the first Super Weekend, but we're down to 3 more matches, which is going to be what's left. 2 more matches for the players and the teams to perform themselves, to get the points that they really need to push at the top 16.
Yeah, so that round actually shows like if you're desperate, suddenly like your superpower will show up.
What kind of superpower are we talking about?
Like, well, almost desperate for dancing, but that didn't happen. So we'll save that for later. But for these teams, definitely, we did see at least the top 2. They are the 2 teams at the bottom 4. So because of that, then the bottom 4 will have a big swap.
But that was a really tough circle because it was in between multi-level of terrain at the edge, just on the outskirts of prison. It was literally a 90-degree free heal then. April stuck there from 4 rivals, and D Xavier's kind of stuck there as well. And the moment you slip down over that hill, you're gonna get stuck and you cannot even move.
Yeah.
And it's like you're really praying it's not gonna slipping yourself down, but it happened anyway. But it's kind of a tough call to just, you know, which way to rotate, because it's kind of in between.
Yeah, and the circle was, at some point, was like the entire prison.
So it was kind of a rare circle, actually.
Yeah, you don't get that all the time.
Yeah.
For sure. And because the circle moves like towards the other half of this U, in this prison, this U, that forces everyone to like, if I want to go to the other side, I need to make it one big round. Yeah.
You have to pick your side.
You have to pick your side. So it's either like you have the circle or you don't have the circle. That plays a part as well.
Oh well, but I have to say, Emma Chamburu really such a hindrance to so many teams. They've been picking fights every single team that's passing by and making it hard for every single team that's really desperate enough to get the points, pushing up for top 16. But nevertheless, it was a great game coming up from APG Esports. Picking the right time, picking the right place, and they got themselves this time. We can see they are getting better based on the last performance and better than day number 1, definitely. And almost all the teams can still say it's like open to everybody for the Super Weekend. I mean, like it's not a definite thing that, you know, this team gonna be performing quite well. Like we predicted for the Infinity, but right now it seems like they are not showing that much yet coming up for day number 2.
Well, teams like the Infinity, they would have done enough to move on to the next round. So I think it's pretty okay for them.
It's weekday.
It's a weekday, right? But the bottom, now if we talk about NFT get down, I believe they should be at the bottom 16 or 15 by now. Imagine if they can get one chicken dinner they will boost themselves.
VGM is one of the teams that should be looking out for as well, because they are at the bottom 16. Yeah, VGM and NFT. They are really in a rocky place. Same goes for Victoria Aliens. They are not secure enough just yet. So it's,
they need like
they need one more big push coming up from them, and it's lesser and lesser games for them to be performing later on. They have 2 more left. Later on, we're going to look at map Miramar again with A, B, C, E, where D will be resting the Xavier, GigFam, APG Esports, who just got themselves that chicken dinner just now, and Big Fenrir Aliens. Now, this is bad news for them. They just got themselves that momentum. They got themselves second place just now, quite a decent number of elimination points, but they need that momentum rolling, and they are stopping now. What a bad timing.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, that's the thing about PUBG Mobile as well, right? Because it's not like a one team versus one team. It's like one team against 15 others. So it depends as well, like what other 15 teams do, and that's why it's hard to really tell, like, okay, who's going to win this and so on. And that's where it comes to predictions. PUBG Mobile is one of the hardest games to actually predict. Like, oh, who do you think is going to win this? Yeah.
Trying not to blame ourselves by jinxing any team. It's like it's too hard to predict.
Yeah, but it's just too hard to predict because you have 16 teams that can, and then you have the domino effect, you have the ripple effect, you have the butterfly effect as well.
There's so many effects.
I know, right? Yeah, putting up all the theories out there.
Yeah, even the graphic effects is like remarkable at this stage. But thank you again. You know what? We're gonna head into the interview later on here about the analysis part coming up from Tash Bunny. We need to know, because we don't get to see every single movement come out from the map just now. So we need to know how the APG actually rotate. Was it a bit of luck again, just like how the Xavier just now in the Miramar map right nearby Camp Omlita on the northern side of the map? Or was it really they had a very huge rotation? Because I have to say, you saw how GD wasn't in Sonoska before, right?
Yeah.
And they were having a long rotation coming out into Sonoska and coming into Novo and just jump out from the bridge, taking a longer rotation going to the northern side. I'm like, they can cut across freely, but they were a bit too worried about so many teams in between dropping in the center of the mainland. So they want to make a safer rotation going from to the south back towards the north onto the west for a bit.
Yeah.
But they still one of the teams that kind of eliminated quite early head on, because they just ram and crash in the middle of the war zone.
Yeah, so that's the thing about, like, if you rotate far, that's not far, that's like super far. I haven't seen something like that before. So that's the thing about rotating far. Like when you rotate as you drive along, and other teams will see you, other teams can shoot you down, and that's what happened to GD. you spend too much time like just being on the road, and then by the time you know it, oh, we're done because we just drive, and that's not good news for GD. But anyway, GD, they are still
Hey,
kind of
props.
fine to move on to the next round.
Props to the effort of making such a long rotation. We're going to see the highlight a bit, how did they rotate and everything else, but it's going to be a lot of gunshot this time. Okay, VGM, Tom, the last surviving member coming up from VGM, but he was being forced to jump up in the last minute because of the blue zone shrinking in. If he crawled earlier than that, do you think it might change a bit for VGM? Because nobody was hovering their crosshair onto him before.
Yeah, maybe. It was just about timing, right? So it's a bit hard to tell.
That's it? Just that?
Yeah, it's just really down to timing. But because like when you're playing, right, there's so much things that you need to be aware of. Like from our view, we get to see exactly where the teams are at, who looks at who, and so on. But if you're playing, you don't really know who's looking at you. So it's sometimes about timing, game sense, and a little bit of luck at the same time. So it's kind of hard to tell if you're playing. But of course, from our view, if only they did this, if only they did that, and but that also differentiates what makes a top player and what makes an average player.
It's all down to, I have to say, fingers crossed all the way. Sometimes you plan so many things to happen, but it just didn't happen as you planned. That's life, and that's PUBGMOBILE, the beauty of it. The possibility of happening of everything else that you have a plan, and everything that you have planned might just land unfolded right in front of your eyes. But just now we saw the highlight. MS Chonburi has been shooting since the 4th phase up to the 6th phase of the circle. Not stopping at all. That's where you know that they're trying to step up to the game to get more elimination points. Even if it might cause the entire team to go down, they don't really care.
Yeah, and that has been their style, right? Like when they got 2nd place for game number 1, game number 2 yesterday, it was quite a big amount of elimination points for them. So they definitely know how to shoot. It's just that they don't know how to get the chicken dinner. But does it matter? Not really.
Ouch.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, does it matter? Not really, right?
Oh, it do matter for them. You know, they're kind of hungry for that chicken, so they need to get it. You know, that's a sort of satisfaction to get that chicken dinner on your side, and pushing such a effort, that commitment, full force going in, and not manage to land any chicken dinner after such a long run. It's really devastating for them, but hopefully they are mentally strong enough to actually go for another round of possibility to slightly get a chicken, maybe or maybe not again, because that's what they're stuck at, being number 2, but still they are one of the top teams out there.
Well, the objective is to move on to the Super Weekend. So if you're number 2 or number 1,
who cares?
Yeah, who cares, right? What's important is that you don't want to be at the bottom 4.
Yeah.
So again, eyes on the bottom 4. I think that right at least after this round for sure.
Who do you think at the 20th spot right now?
20th spot, probably NFT.
Again, they did perform quite okay just now. It's not like the last team, and it's just 1 point shy away from the bottom 4 just now. It's like literally, yep, they got themselves double digit, but it's just 13, 14, 16, 17 kind of points. So if they can get themselves 20 plus, at least they push themselves a bit more than before, you know.
Okay, so maybe an NFT, maybe not, because I thought that the gap was quite significant. But let's get a confirmation really soon. I mean, yeah, I'm not the vampires, right? So
We got Shroud this time.
yeah, I know, right? You get excited every time his name turns up.
This is Cambodian version of Shroud. It's very different.
Yeah, so he's the MVP.
Yep.
Yeah.
So if you want to be one of the MVP, you should put yourself the big names down there, you know. You don't get it? Never mind. So here comes the 746 damage.
I'm trying to get it this time,
You're too slow for it. But look at the damage output, almost hitting 2,000 over, almost hitting to 2,000 mark. But still, elimination points wise, I have to say I'm very proud of APG performance this time. They are doing it right, every single thing.
So APG, yeah, exactly. So because of this, they could go through, or yeah, I think they are just scraping it through for now. But okay, NFT, just look at this. NFT, no points, no elimination points, and at this spot, it's going to be 0 for them. That means they could still be at the bottom, and they only have 2 more games to play.
Oh man, it's gonna be really tough for GD and some teams. The teams that not playing next one, it's gonna be match number 3 later on in Marama. We don't have Group D. The Xavier, GigFam, APG. Is it enough for them to rest right now? Bigatron on the other hand is gonna be really tough, but here comes the head-to-head. Finally, the Red Aliens start to move, and it's gonna be their damage output quite decent as well. 710 trial elimination points, 1 point shy away from Shroud of APG. 84 meters, 98 meters is not really much for elimination of distance. We've seen the highest 300 over, but the contribution towards the team almost similar. But look at Luxy damage received. He's been tanking a lot for his team.
Yeah, so good thing is that they got their second spot, which they really needed, right? But let's
Look at the damage output.
Damage output. Oh, that's a lot from the Bigatron Red Aliens.
But not getting a lot of elimination points now. It's a lot of stealing coming up from this match only.
Yeah, I know, right? So those who have been naughty, we can say that it's APG. You got a lot there.
No, I won't say APG, but I have to say this Xavier. They got themselves 9 elimination points with the least damage output of all the 4 teams, having close to 2,000 or over 2,000 over damage.
Oh yeah, so that's pretty sad for them. That's pretty good for them, I must say, because at the end of the day, you just want to secure the elimination points, right? That's all that matters. And of course, it's DX. They needed the points. So with this kind of performance, I think they'll be safe through the next round. So it's good for them, for DX. As long as you get the points, why not?
Onyx is in a very tough spot as well, but 60 total eliminations. So all the players being eliminated out by the other players, because 4 members of the other players are surviving till the end. Hopefully, I'm not sure how many left, but I don't want to do the math. I'm not Count Dracula, but the total healing this time is not reaching up to 5 digits. We have 68 total knockouts. My God, not the highest throws being used. We've seen 300 over, so this is quite remarkable as well. Airdrops being looted only twice with 8 total headshots. This is the highest by far for headshots.
Yeah, I think so as well. So of course, 25 asking for forgiveness, and we have TG13 with the longest elimination distance, 227 from NMS Chonburi. So these are the stats here. Overall stats, definitely one of the highest that we've seen here for the total headshots so far. But for the throws used, I'm still waiting for if we can get a 400 because it's not yesterday.
It's never in the history, right, for 400 over in South Asia so far.
So, no.
The highest was like 325, 50?
Yeah, we had a 300-ish yesterday.
We had 300-ish, but we never reached over 350.
Don't think so, not that I can remember. But here we have it. What
Ooh.
matters is...
Look at the pattern of chickens, by the way.
Oh, I know, right?
Interesting. So the Vampire is still at number 1. GigFam maintaining number 2, 4 points away, 1 point shy. MSC. The Chonburis swapping places with Eagle Esports. Now DX confirmed they're going to be in the Super Weekend. They can relax for now. Team Secret stagnant at 55 points, and Exis Red 1 at 7th. Are they safe enough? Yeah, I think so. FaZe Clan at 8 spots, still stuck there for rival swapping places with the Infinity 10th place. 45 is the borderline at the first page.
And here we have it, second page, 11th place. We have APG Esports, 43 points. That's good in my books. And the bottom 4, still keeping eyes on them. Now we have Onyx, we have VGM, we have RRQ Real, as well as NFT. So NFT, really far off. They need the chicken dinner. They must get the chicken dinner. 3 more rounds for NFT. And then above them, we have Esports Reborn, 29 points at number 16. Also feeling the heat from Onyx, and 15th place we have and United, 31 points. And Bigatron Red Aliens, 33 points. They still need 1 more good performance, and they might be through.
Well, anybody will be pushed down is if the bottom 4 will start to push themselves quite high up later on, because it's still anybody's game. It can be pushed down for those actually on page 2. They cannot relax yet. There's no way for them to take a breather unless being forced to take a breath, like Bigatron, APG, GigFam, and Xavier. They won't be playing for the next round. But the team that will be adding into the fray is gonna be A, B, C, and E. So there you go. D group will be resting for a bit. But speaking of which, NFT, Luckily, they still got one more match to play, but they really need the points here.
Yeah, they need the points, but what we also need is interviews. So we're gonna pass on to our lovely Miss Tash Bunny. Tash Bunny, let's go.
All right, thank you so much, our awesome casters, Choo Choo and Sir Cloud. I just want to say though, guys, that you guys are absolutely smooth when it comes to not you guys, but actually Sir Cloud. But for now, guys, with me, I have Zero once again, another interview. I think we're best friends by now. We had a little bit of chat just now, and if you guys didn't know, they actually just got their first chicken dinner. How does it feel?
We feel very good that we got the first chicken and secure our place in Superweekend.
Okay, so right now, based on your performance, were you guys a bit worried that you guys wouldn't make it to Super Weekend?
I wouldn't say that we are worried, but we changed some strategy and play what the coaches want us to play, and we got the first chicken.
Alright, speaking of that, I was gonna ask you this, but great segue here. You guys said you guys did a change in strategy. So what exactly changed between today and yesterday?
Yesterday we want to play, when the circle close, we want to go into the middle of the zone.
Oh, you guys were playing on the side?
Yeah. And today we move slowly and surely and secure the zone and, and get a chicken.
Honestly, I think that's the best way for you guys, because when I think back to the games, a lot of teams were gatekeeping, so getting to the circle first gives you an edge for that. So right now though, let's talk a little bit about what happened in the last match. It looks like you guys were not really into taking a lot of fights. Like yesterday, you guys were a little bit more aggressive. Is there a change in pace from your playstyle?
Yeah. We were more cautious and didn't let our guard down, and we didn't want to farm kill yet. We want to play into the zone, and what happened next, we get some chicken and all, and
Okay. Oh, it's okay. Don't be nervous. It's just us. We're friends. It's no big deal. Okay, so final question from me to you is that from now that you guys are already pretty much confirmed to go to Super Weekend, what can we expect from you guys? Are you guys gonna have some really interesting, different new play styles, or are you guys just gonna be playing the same way you guys are playing now?
We have a completely different play style, and you have to wait and see.
Oh yeah, I'm really excited about this. Thank you so much, Zero, for hanging out and sharing with me all of these things. Looking forward to seeing you guys this Super Weekend. So we'll see you guys later. Bye-bye, Zero.
Bye-bye.
Alright guys, so for now, that was a very interesting match just now, ever in Erangel. So the thing is, let's just talk a little bit about the circles and stuff. I just want to say that throughout these 2 days I've been here, I don't know if I'm cursed or Choo Choo is cursed or Sir Cloud is cursed. I think it might be me because it's my first time here over at English panel. So we're seeing a ping pong sort of circle. We're seeing heart shift circles. We've seen weird circles. And this round, though, we're seeing ping pong circles, which I'm not a fan of. So if you can see there, how their rotation was actually really interesting. They dropped, I think, I'm not wrong, over an alt, and they just went all the way to prison. They didn't have to move so far. It was just like a sort of round around part. They didn't have to go too far, and I want to say that I wouldn't say it's RNG. I think it's just that it was just a generous circle. It was right where the flight path was. They didn't go too far from the circle. I mean, there are moments where the flight path may go a little bit weird away from the circle when it comes back. I think this time around, RNG gods, you're blessing us. So for now though, the circle though, despite it being so generous, it was a ping pong circle where teams would predict it would go straight left, it went to the right after that. So it was a very hard circle. It was though we're having a circle that can't make up their mind. Let's say it's Libra Astro, Libras can't make up their minds. That like me, yeah, I'm a Libra baby, so here we are. Here it was. So I think what was the biggest issue here for a lot of teams was that the circle went, say it was open per se, there was still one compound if I'm not mistaken, but there was some trees. But the thing is, trees, they be skinny? What can they hide? So let's talk a little bit about how APG played that though. Compared to yesterday, we did see a shift, as Zero said, a shift in playstyle, which I absolutely noticed as well. I think yesterday what they were trying to do was play MSC Chonburi style, farm as many eliminations as possible, pick up all those extra points as much as they can. But as I said earlier, high risk, high reward. And half the time, those rewards, those risks, are they worth the rewards? Absolutely. But if you don't win that gamble, it's a RIP for you guys and you don't make it to the end. And I think that shift in playstyle is exactly what they needed. We've seen this sort of playstyle taken by Axis Red 1 as well, where they would just try and they would play it at the sides as much as they can, but when it came to almost the last few circles, they start get inside the circle and secure as much as a compound. Playing that way means that you secure the area really, really early. You can gatekeep the other members and kind of have a bird's eye view, or rather a 360 view on the whole area. So for now though, I think because of these really weird shifts is why we're seeing these kind of problems where we're only seeing super hard fights toward maybe the fourth phase or so. I wouldn't say that it was a slow match per se. I mean, we did see an early kill, but it was a lot of moving around. Like a lot of teams had to shift around, and I noticed that because of the uncertainty of the circles, a lot of teams were not eager to take risks that they shouldn't, because they need all the manpower, they need all the resources they need to play till the end. And also another thing that I found interesting is that for rivals though, I am so amazed at not only how consistent they are, but how they always play out of the box. Apul though, he was trained in the jungles of Hasanok, okay? He was born for this. He was playing the healing game all the way up to 3rd place, 300 IQ play. Big props to you, Apul, because that gives your team some extra boost in points, which I feel, I mean, you guys are pretty much safe, but you know, I mean, if you guys take some extra points to kind of push yourselves up, make sure you guys are safe and take a spot from other people, why not, right? Every man for himself. It's a jungle out here in Southeast Asia, PMPL SEA. So for now though, let's have a look here. You can see there, Geek Fam, 4 rivals. It was really interesting though. 4 rivals, I felt really bad for them because from how they were rotating on the top of the train, it was clear that the 2 Malaysian teams were side by side, but what they did not, I think, count into their 4D chest was that MS Chamburi would come up from the other side and just straight up annihilate them. So yeah, I think, which was very interesting because MS Chonburi was all over from the west side, from the east side, and that hard rotation all the way north toward 4 rivals though was very interesting to me. I thought they would just push through straight, but I think they were trying to get the vantage point high point ran into 4 rivals. I think that's just extra kills for them. They didn't kill one more person though, which was Epul, and he managed to stay up all the way till 3rd place. So this area though, I mean, as a caster, as an analyst, it's always fun to see how these players kind of like figure out how they want to play in these terraneous areas. We saw that in Miramar, and now we're seeing it again in Erangel. But as players though, not a fun match. We saw DX nearly fall off on the side there. I think it was Frankie that nearly slipped off, and like you see there how they were just playing on the side of the terrain there because they didn't want to push up, because that's just so, I guess it's just so hard to push up. It's such an open area with barely any trees over there. Mother Nature may be really scary, but it's not enough to stop you from the wrath of the teams who have secured the compound. So big props to APG for that, and that's their first chicken dinner. So for now though, let's go back, let's have a break because right now we're gonna have a quick break before we move on to our next match later. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys soon.
Berbanding musim lepas, YSL tidak dapat melayakkan diri ke PMPL. Tapi Alhamdulillah musim ni kita orang nak berjaya dan kalau boleh kita orang nak dapatkan slot invited untuk PMPL season depan.
Target saya dalam season ni mungkin akan nak buat performance yang lagi bagus berbanding dengan season lepas sebab season lepas punya performance agak tak puas hati lah bagi saya.
For this season, we're actually planning on trying to winning the league, but looking back previous season, we somehow managed to get the top 3 in the grand finals. We are only lacking in the league in terms of placement. So yeah, we were hoping to win the PMPL Season 4 league.
Season ni jadi pro player saya sebenarnya tak ada apa goal lah. Selain saya nak support PUBGMOBILE, saya nak support Tencent dalam diorang membuat satu aktiviti atau event which is tournament.
Pada season lepas kita orang gagal untuk menjuarai liga pada season 3.
Bermaksud mereka perlu bermain kembali daripada PMNC. Jadi untuk season kali ini perkara yang paling penting adalah of course untuk maintain slot dan
kita orang akan fokus ke grand final dan mendapatkan slot ke SEA final.
Kita orang ada tukar dari segi strategi, depends pada trend sekarang iaitu melanggar lebih baik. Orang cakap high risk high reward lah senang cerita.
Banyak benda dah tukar, rotation, tim-tim lain semua tukar. Memang mula-mula banyak mati lah sebab tak biasa lagi kan. Lepas tu lama-lama okey lah.
Season lepas punya performance agak tak puas hati lah bagi saya. Season ni kita orang mungkin akan target untuk ke SEA, ke next level sebab bosan kan main Malaysia punya liga je kan. So nak ada juga experience untuk compete dengan tim luar.
Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera dan selamat datang ke dalam PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSG. Hari kuisan hari ini diberikan ya. Lepas tu boleh ini pendatang akan berikan terkalan mereka kenderaan yang sudah diletakkan terlebih dahulu.
Sebelum ni kita orang tidak layak ke PMPL and then kita orang start balik daripada awal iaitu PMNC. Selepas kita orang dapat balik slot PMPL tu kita orang ada azam baru iaitu kita orang akan all out berikan yang terbaik untuk PMPL kali ini.
Tapi NSP malangnya dia dah hilang trade yang baik. Tapi sekarang dia pergi ke depan. Alamak.
Untuk dalam tim R2K sebenarnya permulaan yang baik untuk mengimprovekan tim ni untuk season ni dan season depan juga sebab season ni adalah season pertama untuk Aizen iaitu player baru kita. Season baru juga untuk NSP kembali daripada cuti disebabkan SPM.
Macam season lepas saya kena jadi seorang student dengan seorang pro player. Tapi season ni saya seorang pro player je. So saya boleh fokus lebih dekat pro player lah.
Kita orang nak buat satu, orang cakap apa, surprise lah untuk season kali ni. So bagi orang terkejut, boys champion grand final. Macam tu.
Basically, the addition as Solos to the team is because surprisingly, he is actually good in the game. Solos is like, I would say, the alpha gamer. He is the type of gamer where if he puts some time into it, he can get very good at the game, like effortlessly. He will always be among of the top players because he's a gamer.
Bagi saya, semua pasukan macam sama je, masing-masing ada kelebihan dia dan kekurangan dia. Bagi saya, kita orang pun baru first time, banyak lagi kita orang kena belajar.
In terms of rotation and gameplay, depends on the new team's drop spots. So there will be only minor changes. Everything else should be the same.
Untuk this season, banding dengan season lepas, kebanyakan tim sudah main barbar tau. So kita orang kalau main passive pun, peluang untuk menang tu mungkin tipis jugalah. So kita
itu di mana Bravo berjaya. Itu merupakan satu perkara yang sangat-sangat manis sebab waktu itu memang betul-betul mereka tidak ada zone.
On that day kita orang dapat momentum yang macam energi lah untuk hari itu.
Mereka telah pun berpecah, ada yang pergi ke bahagian kanan dan ada yang pergi ke bahagian kiri. Tapi malangnya hanya Bravo saja yang mampu untuk survive dalam situasi tersebut. Dan sebenarnya dia hampir untuk clutch pasukan Big Fam yang pada waktu itu ada 4 orang player. Dia berjaya untuk menjatuhkan satu, hampir-hampir menjatuhkan yang kedua. Tetapi ialah disebabkan oleh bullet yang tidak mencukupi, menyebabkan pasukan Seminan Gang hanya mampu untuk berpuas hati di tempat yang kedua. Tapi itu adalah satu momen yang sangat-sangat memorable lah untuk minggu yang pertama bagi pasukan Seminan Gang.
Dan hopefully kita orang cuba untuk bawakan momentum tu sampai ke grand final.
Masa diorang last game tu saya on the way dari Kelang. Bila saya balik je, diorang menjerit. Wow, chicken. Cuma apa yang buatkan diorang ni mungkin motivasi lah. Diorang rasa macam diorang tak nak kecewakan saya. That's why diorang bagi saya at least lah satu chicken. Good placement point. Tapi diorang still tak have a good momentum.
Cuma saya yakin dan pasti diorang cuba yang terbaik.
NSP, YSX, Geek Fam dan juga Anti-Circle yang berada di bottom 4 selepas hari yang pertama.
Season ni memang tak dapat dinafikan tim yang paling perform adalah tim Axis Red One. Dengan kemasukan Voke nampak perubahan yang amat besar. Diorang sekarang tangga yang kedua dalam poin PMGC.
Mereka ada kekuatan iaitu mereka ada satu kepala dan yang lain semua itu adalah seolah-olah follower. Jadi itu memudahkan mereka untuk membuat apa-apa strategi yang mereka rencanakan.
For this season, there are actually good new teams like Farang Legend and Yudo Alliance. But overall, the top 3 teams that we are actually looking at is actually 4 rivals, Geek Fam.
Season ni yang paling perform dan juga konsisten adalah tim Axis Red One. Sebab tengok diorang betul-betul konsisten tau. Kalau diorang ada tusun satu game pun, next round tu diorang akan comeback dengan kill yang banyak.
Tim yang agak orang cakap mengejutkan lah Liga kali ni saya rasa tim Farang Legend lah. So bila diorang masuk je, diorang lepas je PMPL, memang diorang tunjuk yang diorang ni bukan sekadar underdog tapi diorang boleh perform dengan lebih bagus.
Mungkin ini kali pertama mereka bermain di PMPL MYZ season yang keempat. Pasukan lain kekurangan data untuk gameplay ataupun corak permainan pasukan mereka membuatkan mereka ada lebih banyak kebebasan untuk melakukan apa yang mereka inginkan sebagai pendatang baru.
Pasukan yang tidak berjaya untuk melahirkan diri adalah NSP, YSX, Anti-Circle dan juga Yudo Alliance.
Saya dah usahakan YSX Esports ni hampir 2 tahun. And Alhamdulillah ini adalah kerja keras semua tim termasuk tim X yang sedang bertanding dalam peringkat PMPL Season 4 Malaysia Singapura ni. Untuk apakah semangat yang bawa mereka ke sini adalah hasil perjuangan dan latihan mereka selama 2 tahun.
Seperti yang semua tahu, memang fans untuk Sam9 Gang ni memang sangat-sangat besar dalam Malaysia. Walaupun mungkin mereka gagal untuk menunjukkan prestasi yang baik di minggu-minggu awal, tetapi dengan sokongan yang mereka berikan untuk menjadikan Sam9 Gang lebih baik ataupun lebih hebat daripada apa yang pernah mereka ada sebelum ini. Dan yang paling penting, Allah yang satu.
Obviously, based on the first week performance, it is very disappointing because we know that we could do way much better. I mean, looking back at the previous season's performance, coming to this season, I think the players, there's no confidence in them as much as there were compared to the previous season. So I think the main problem or the main factor that actually affect the first week performance is actually the players' confidence.
Jujurnya Sam9 sekarang a bit struggle without the coach. So kita orang cuba benda-benda baru. Kita orang cuba roster tukar. Ada time saya tak main, ada time Drex tak main. Memang semua akan ditukar lah.
Dan mereka ada 4 orang player. Grenade palingkan di saatnya macam bunga lah grenade kau. Kau satu di knock. Secara lurus saja SMG akan dijatuhkan satu player Dignity. Wow. Dan Jenny juga akan tinggalkan Riz. Riz bergerak dengan sampai bang kedua. Kuat menembak. Kuat dapat satu.
This season, the gameplay overall is way different than the previous one. The main factor would be because of the circle shifting. Another one, a lot of teams actually now prefer in getting spots in the circle. Teams like Axis and Farang Legend, they have this mindset where if they win this one fight in front of them, they can win the game.
Untuk season ni kita orang tak ada banyak sangat strategi yang kita orang ubah dan kita orang cuba untuk memantapkan chemistry antara player dan hopefully kita orang dapat berjaya pada peringkat yang tinggi lah.
Weekend pertama memang performance sangat-sangat tidak baik. 3.7 saja poin diorang purata. And 15 game diorang kumpul 56 mata. Itu satu performance yang sangat buruk pada saya lah untuk Homeboys. Since diorang semua player berkebolehan. Tapi tak apa. Saya yakin dan pasti di minggu kedua pun diorang nampak improve and saya yakin minggu ketiga diorang akan bagi full blast lah.
Wales, RSG, Sam9, Wolf dan juga Homeboys di tempat yang terakhir dengan 8 mata saja. Satu hari yang tidak begitu baik untuk Homeboys terutamanya pada hari ini.
Dia masang grenade, dia dapat 3 orang dengan SB. SB dia mengenal. Boyka mungkin dapat satu lagi interview. Satu di knockdown.
PMPL SEA Esports adalah pertama kali berjaya menampilkan diri ke PMPL Season 4 ni. Kita Kita orang punya experience adalah bagi kita orang pengalaman baru kita orang lah. Sebelum ni kita orang main macam tournament-tournament kecil je. Ni first time kita orang PMPL. Cabaran dia memang sangat susah sebab enemy semua keras-keras berbanding dengan tournament sebelum ni. Semua boleh dikatakan 9/10 semua aiming doang mesti kena.
Dengan adanya Bravo, Putra dan juga Dep, gameplay boleh menjadi lebih agresif. Manpara dan juga Dex dalam satu permainan yang sama membuatkan mereka boleh bermain dengan lebih kemas dan lebih berotak. Itu antara strategi lah yang boleh Sam9 Gang tunjukkan dengan adanya 5 orang pemain pada season kali ini.
Wow. Memang pengejaran yang begitu menakjubkan daripada Axis. Tempat kedua sekarang dengan 117. Sam9 akan naik sampai ke tempat ke-13 dengan 51 mata.
PMPL ni adalah sangat berbeza bagi kita orang. Enemy dia bukan calang-calang punya enemy lah. Majoritinya boleh main lah. So kalau macam itu, kita orang kena usaha dengan lebih keras untuk kekalkan kita orang punya momentum.
Disebabkan season kali ini banyak perkara yang perlu untuk diperkemaskan kembali, target yang saya letakkan untuk pemain-pemain Sam9 Gang untuk mereka belajar dan mereka eksperimen apa benda yang mereka perlukan supaya di Grand Final dan mereka mampu untuk mendapatkan kejuaraan seterusnya slot ke SEA Championship.
Kita orang nak buat satu kejutan dalam scene PMPL bagi season 4 ni, bagi satu kejutan yang Homeboys boleh jadi champion Grand Final. Lepas tu kita orang nak ke next level, pergi ke SEA.
Circle pattern sekarang dia lain sikit. Pattern circle sekarang dia berbeza berbanding 1-2 season yang lepas. So diorang perlukan pattern yang baru, playstyle baru, meta baru. So kedua-dua tim tak boleh bermain secara macam dulu lagi. Lambat tak boleh. Kita kena cepat. Loot, kill and win.
Superweekend ini pun satu benda yang menakjubkan. Axis berada di atas, kemudian diikuti SMG, kemudian Farang top 3.
Pertukaran chicken dinner yang berlaku berkali-kali menyebabkan kebanyakan mata yang sepatutnya ada pada tim nombor 1 diberikan pada tim-tim yang di bawah.
Untuk Hagu, saya sebenarnya dah kenal dia lama. Pada 2018 sampai sekarang memang terasa kehilangan sebab merupakan coach kita orang yang beri kita orang moral support untuk kita orang berjaya.
I would like to apologize to the family members of Agus. I am very sorry that I am kind of late in trying to fight the COVID with him. Personally, knowing him as a teammate, as a friend, he's a fierce person, but he's not mean. He is very disciplined person, but at the same time, he won't bring people down.
Dia memang sangat-sangat hardworking, dia memang sangat-sangat committed untuk memastikan bahawa pemain-pemain ini bersatu padu dan juga bermain sebagai satu pasukan, bermain sebagai satu unit. Itu adalah kelebihan yang Arwah ada.
This year punya raya, dia datang ke rumah saya untuk makan-makan pada raya pertama. So tu adalah momen terakhir saya dengan Agus. Masa tu memang kita orang borak lama, kita orang selalu borak pasal game and real life punya situation.
Agus tu salah seorang coach yang kita paling respect sebab kita tahu dia banyak bagi kita ilmu. Dia tak kena coach tau. Dia selain coach untuk tim dia bagi ilmu dia dekat orang ramai juga. So kehilangan dia memang bagi impact jugalah dekat semua pro player.
Macam korang tahu, arwah Agus bukan sebahagian daripada tim kita orang, tapi kita orang rasa kehilangan seorang yang penting dalam bidang e-sport. Pemergian dia, kita orang semua terasa sedih sebab dia orang kuat dalam bidang e-sport ni kan. So marilah kita beramai-ramai doakan Al-Fatihah atas arwah tersebut.
And cuma saya nak pesan satu je lah dekat komuniti Mana yang belum pernah pergi vaksin lagi, belum ambil first dose tu, ambil lah. At least kita boleh kurangkan sikit efek kalau kena COVID kalau dah ambil vaksin. So pergi vaksin lah, itu lebih baik.
Saya sebenarnya even tak ada kaitan pun dengan Agus, tapi saya still rasa macam satu impak yang besar. Rasa sedih. Saya dulu tak hati main PUBG. So apa-apa ilmu yang Agus kongsikan apa semua saya belajar je. So saya rasa macam benda tu berharga lah bagi saya. So bilanya seorang orang cakap guru kan dah tiada lagi dalamnya untuk mengajar kita. So rasa kehilangan tu terasa lah bagi saya.
Kita orang decide untuk tukar nama Haha di depan sebab kita orang cuba untuk membawa semangat yang dia bawa.
Di mana Arwah Agus memang dah menjaga mereka sejak daripada season yang pertama. Jadinya bukan mudah untuk mereka move on secara langsung. Dan saya rasa itu sebenarnya membantu jugalah kepada mereka bermain ataupun kekal bersemangat walaupun dalam keadaan kesedihan.
Sebab dia selalu sebelum ni memang even apa pun berlaku dia nak tengok teammate dia berjaya.
Say hello. Budak baik.
PMPL SEA Season 4.
PMPL SEA Championship Season 4. PUBG Mobile Pro League SEA Championship.
Are you in? Unite to fight! Yeah!
Assalamualaikum, welcome back ladies and gents to the PUBG Mobile Season 4 South Asia Championship final ship is also worked, but this is the entire league of PMPL South Asia Season 4 here, which is brought to you by Tencent Games, PUBG Question Lightspeed and Quantum Studio. But before we starting off, jumping into the third game, we need to put the formalities aside first. None of them PUBG Mobile, thank you so much, which co-organized by VSPN. Without these guys, none of this is happening. We'd not be sitting here today, Cloud. And also we want to thank you our official smartphone partner, Redmi Note 10 series. There you go. This is going to be the remarkable phone. Challenge your boundary professional with Redmi Note 10 series. Also, we want to thank our official media partner, Esports Fight Club, where you can earn and watch all the live of tournaments coming up here and earn exclusive rewards just by watching in the platform, on the platform. Do whatever you want, talk with people, meet new people even. And also thank you for our official media partner, you and me. We TV is always going to be more. Watch all the live action, also drama series, animes, a live show, whoever you want to watch. All the content in Asia is going to be in here. Just download it for free on Google Play or even on iStore. There you go. We will be your casters here today. It's going to be me, the ones that were wearing glasses yesterday, but not today, Chuchu, and also Sir Cloud on the English desk. Also, we have our lovely Touch Bunny on this segment of analysis as well. So she'll be doing the interviews. You guys can check him out, or check me out on social medias. But you know, we're down to game number 3.
Yeah, we are down to game number 3. So we'll be jumping back to Mirama again. Yeah, so there are a couple of teams still down there.
Yep.
Now, the bottom 4 is where everything matters. So we have NMT at the bottom 4, one of it as well. Actually, they are on the 20th spot with the lowest amount of points.
How much point do they need to catch up again? Remind me.
So
20-ish?
They are 13, so they need like
27?
27 at least.
Bare minimum.
Yeah,
bare minimum.
Bare minimum. Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that is still a lot. So basically, anyone at the bottom 4, they need the chicken dinner. So they have at least like either 3 games or 2 games, 3 games or 2 games, depending on whether you've taken a break or not. So let's see what's going to happen here. Of course, we're going to jump back into Mirama, and we're talking about the circle. Kind circle, not kind circle.
Well, so far, it seems to me we were being bluffed with the kind circle at first. It's right on top of flight path, but the last few circle was very deceiving. I have to say the last few circles were really, really tough for the players, and also as well, we love to watch tough circle, but so far it's kind of a bit generous for the players from the drop spot at first by the flight path on top of it. But will it be the same here for Mirama this time? We've seen this kind before, Cloud. Like the first few matches, it kind of mirror back the first few matches. Like there are chances that we might ended up seeing the same circle all over again. Hey, we're back, we miss you, so we want to spend a bit more time with you, but we get into the game real quick, real soon. Speaking of the circle, based on my observation, okay, just my own opinion observation, no offense to that, there are sometimes like the same kind of circle is kind of going the whole day of the same map. If you notice, maybe the first few circles, the first phases.
Yeah, there has been a trend since the country PMPLs as well, whereby when it's like it comes with a set, right? Like if the circle like goes that way, like it goes that way all the way, like it comes with a set. So I guess that's how sometimes you read the circle as well. But then again, these are algorithms that changes from time to time. Sometimes, game developers, they don't tell you. I mean, they tell you like, oh, this is how the circle works. Then it's no longer like, then it's no longer a challenge. Right? So they just update it whenever they feel like updating it. So now when you see that team start to like have a trend of like reading the circle, then they suddenly, quietly on the back end, they change things. So now that we're starting to see this trend, it may last throughout this day at least.
Who do you think one of the teams that actually kind of have a sixth sense for the circle? Like every single time, I have to say, I don't know. Axis, one of it. Secret now, maybe. They seem to have a gist of idea about the circle where it might rotate later on. Based on the fight path or even based on the first circle itself is enough to give a lot of information for these teams.
Yeah, that's one of it as well. So I think these are the top two teams. So far, the others, they seem
How about Chonburi? We've seen them quite aggressive in the 4th and 5th phase.
MS Chonburi.
Yeah.
Yeah, they seem to know how to read the circles. So I think that, yeah, I guess that's what puts them at the top. It's because they're familiar with the circle. They kind of know, like, have a sense of like how it will move and how they're gonna manage circles. And if you compare with teams that always fight for circles, always like, the circle goes away, or they don't really know how to position themselves. That's teams like NFT, for example.
You just have to put the bottom team.
Yeah.
Like the most bottom of it, like they don't know how to recycle. Just bam! That's why you're at the 20th place. That's it.
I mean, that has somewhat of an element to it. Plus, but you have to give props to them. They are a PMNC team.
Definitely
For the PMNC team reaching to this stage is a big statement, a big achievement for themselves.
I guess. Yeah, that's. I mean, like, it's not easy, and it's not an easy journey for these guys to end up here in the South Asia Championship at all. We're talking about each country final, even the World Cup. So much time being invested, so much commitment that they have to push away. Even their families and friends cannot even meet them regularly or not even say hi sometimes, just to spend that much commitment, that much time they invested on to get themselves to be one of the very best. Who wants losing? Nobody wants to be at the bottom of everything. Everybody's trying their best to win. So at least we have to respect that for a reason. Like, they literally sacrificed so much to be at this stage here today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely sure that there's a lot of sacrifice being made, right, by these teams. Not only by whether it's NFT, it's a lot now. Plus, when it comes to training, right, I'm sure they were like, okay, we get together, we train, and some of these teams, some of the players, maybe they stay far away from their families, so they relocate themselves from maybe, I don't know, wherever they come from, and then they come to like the gaming house where they're at, or the boot camp, and they spend like months away from their families, and it's a
tough.
sacrifice that they need to make.
Yeah,
That's
it's
tough.
pretty tough, especially that's where they really need the moral support from, the family, siblings and friends to be there for them. A casual call, sometimes they cannot even have the time to call PMPL qualifiers up till now to this stage. So we're gonna head back to Miramar just now. Well, sometimes we have to have a couple of bumps along the road and some hiccups, that's pretty normal. But here comes, finally we're gonna going live on Miramar, our third match of today. And we're heading into group that's not playing. It's gonna be D group. So just to remind you, Xavier, GigFam, APG Esports, and Bigatron Ray Aliens will be resting for this round. So it's gonna be A, B, C, and E.
So in Group D, 3 of them got chicken dinners before. So it's Xavier, GigFam, so it's APG, BTR. They haven't got a chicken dinner, but at least they got a good second place finish earlier on. But they need one more good game and they'll be fine. So let's see what's going to happen.
I think this flight path is very beautiful enough to be on top of, reachable for every single team.
Not this one, that's for sure.
God.
Well, if it's reachable, then it's probably like right smack in the middle, right? So that's probably okay. But this one is going to be a bit far for those teams in Impala,
GD, you mean?
GD, Esports Reborn. Esports Reborn, they're not that safe as well. So they still need to work hard for this round.
That's definitely true. So many teams actually. Okay, we know all the teams that got themselves at chicken dinner, the teams that kind of performing in the face page, and they've been consistent, some of them without or with chicken dinner. You think of all the groups, right? Which group having the most chicken dinner and also the toughest to beat right now? We're talking about a group.
D has the most chicken dinner, right? So it's like the Xavier, GigFam, APG, so it's 3 of them. Group E, only 4 rivals? No, 4 rivals haven't got their chicken dinner.
No, they haven't.
So no one from Group E. Group C, no one as well?
No, it's true.
Yeah.
Group B is Exis Red 1 and Eagle Esports, 2 out of 4. For Group A, they have Vampire Esports. They also have MS Chonburi that's kind of really hard to beat right now. So Group D, I have to say, when it comes to tactical wise and rotation, maybe they're one of the best since they got one of the most chicken dinner group in there.
Yeah, and we did talk about them being the group of death. And this is why. Because these are the best teams around together. So I would say Group D still statistically wise, the stronger group?
For me personally, I have a feeling that Group A is actually the one that messing up all the teams down there because they love to force a fight. Example here, Vampire Esports and MS Chonburi. And I have a feeling down by Vampire Esports. And they're being tamed a bit by the Vampires because the Vampires are catching up for elimination points just as much as MS Chonburi. But you know what? Eagle Esports sometimes surprises us. It's not just sometimes, quite a lot of times as well.
Yeah, we see them coming up with surprises for us. So one of those like wildcard-ish sort of teams. Not that they're coming from wildcard, but because the gameplay is like kind of kingmaker-ish.
But talking about the groups, right? We have the Group C, FaZe Clan, Onyx Esports, Team Secret, and YG. Why do I have a feeling this Group C is not showing off their best effort yet? It's like they're not fierce enough to people to have an impression of them. Yep, that's Team Secret, but it's like they are kind of sometimes having their highs and lows.
Because they know that they're playing by objective. Top 16, that's about it. If we look at how they perform in the country PMPL as well, during the weekday they won't perform. They'll be like, okay, yeah, we just nice, we got top 16. But when it comes to the Super Weekend, suddenly they become what fans would expect out of them. So
become wild.
Yeah, they become wild. They don't show any more secrets. They reveal themselves. They say hello to the world. We are Team Secret, and we're back here in the PMPL. So I think that they're doing the same thing.
Hopefully it does the same for Victor Red Aliens now. I see the supporters are quite disappointed with their performance right now. I've seen the chat, I've read the chats, and you guys have to need to come down. Keep supporting your favorite teams because they do need your moral support. This is where you made a move for them at their lowest point.
Yeah, like what some teams say, right? Like, if you can't support them at their lowest point, don't support them at their highest point.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean,
but that's pretty true.
Yeah,
that's very true.
Yeah, this is where you differentiate who are the true supporters and who are, well, in Bahasa Malaysia we call it the
lalang.
Yeah, I know.
It's like where the wind blows, yeah, you just follow them.
What do you call lalang in English?
I have no clue, honestly.
Can we like check that out?
Yeah, that's definitely great.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I'm
Are you gonna Google Translate that?
Yeah, I'm gonna like try to just search that.
It's like the grass that follows where the wind blows. Now, we did talk about MSC or Chonburi popped again. Keep on popping every single angle or any place he can be. Of all the places, he'll be scouting over the enemy's team, making sure he relay back the information towards his roster. Well, on FaZe Clan, on the other hand, they're having a fun time with their buggies and vehicles. Same goes for Onyx. Now, you haven't highlighted enough for Onyx. What do you think of this team, honestly?
They hardly existed.
Wow! Wow! That's gotta hurt.
No, because when was the last time we actually saw them doing a highlight moment?
Feels like when my ex ghosted me. That's how it feels like when I heard that statement. So yeah, it's kind of way too deep. Yeah.
Well, not like it matters anymore, but
but it matters for your ex.
It matters for me, definitely. So I'm reflecting myself. But frankly speaking about Onyx, right?
Yeah.
So
it doesn't have an impression on us.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's like NFT, they fought outside the circle. Like we talked about the Miramar the Irango yesterday, right? Onyx doesn't have even that moment. So they're like neither have the negative highlight moment or the positive highlight moment.
It's like they're just doing their own thing that we don't even know where were they and what were they doing back then. And same goes for BN United and Evo's Reborn. Am I wrong to conclude these two teams into a group now?
Okay, so Evo's Reborn, I could sort of see like they try to play aggressively. Like there are times where they're like, okay, let's take over a position. Let's all four of us go into a team that has that position, and they end up failing. So that's what I mean. I did see a couple of times that they try to. I guess they tried to play aggressively, but it didn't work out for them. So maybe they might want to go back to the drawing board on that.
So at least it leaves you some sort of impression for Evo's Reborn.
Yeah.
How about BN United?
BN United. Well, this is a tricky one as well. Frankly, it's a tricky one as well. I mean, at least I could remember
He
him
tries.
shooting.
Yeah, you remember now he's shooting.
Yeah.
You were saying.
He's shooting, but everyone shoots as well, right? If you kind of think about it. So, yeah, not that much big of an
That's
impact.
kind of reckless coming out from BN United to open himself in a quite an open field there, without actually thinking the scout first.
I guess it was kind of like, maybe kind of like...
Want to bait over?
Yeah, like a bait, right? Like, oh, I'm alone, guys. Like, come for me. And the moment you go for him, and then the rest of them comes in. So, maybe.
But not all teams are like that. Not all teams are that reckless. We've seen these guys play. Like, especially, I have to give credits and props to Amateur. I'm loving the fact how they actually think as a team. If you notice, they don't really actually being that aggressive in the first 3 phases of a circle. So they usually will force the fight when it comes to 4th and so on. Or maybe even they counted like how many teams left. Because they do know that they got themselves quite a number of points for positions. And then they start to rack up their points by taking more eliminations, like forcing the fight. They don't really care because they do know they're secure enough, but they want to push all out. Now, here's one more team that we need to highlight. NFT versus YG for now. Still Googling over for that word.
Well, I actually got the answer for Lalang already. So
What is
it's
it?
weed. It's not that bad. Yeah, I mean, it's not that hard. So it's like weed. Now, you know the weed, roadside weed? Yeah, it is. So here, yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Can we even say that word?
No, this is like the roadside, you know, like the roadside weed. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. That one.
I'm not even gonna say anything.
It's a form of a plant,
Plant.
that I wouldn't say that it's a parasite plant. It's not that kind.
It's not parasite.
Yeah,
so.
but yeah, you know, it's just like it grows on the roadside and nobody really cares about it.
Yeah.
Sort of thing, just like me, that nobody.
I do care about you. Come on.
you do?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm a nice person.
See how I baited the answer for you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for that. It's such a parasite. But here comes GD. Got knocked down in the middle of this time Infinity. We saw NFT just now force a fight. I'm not sure if they can secure any elimination points. Now GD, another questionable moment for them to rotate. But wait, NFT. The Vampire strikes again and beat them in the neck from behind. Now GD on the other hand, VGM desperate enough to force and commit this and getting one knocked down. So GD, they need to reassess about the rotations because twice in a row now, 2 games back to back, they're making the same mistakes again. No! Finished off by VGM. There's not even a breather for that guy.
And VGM needs points though, so it's good news for VGM that they had a good start here. So this is actually the second elimination point for this round. So yeah, kudos to VGM. They need it. They need it so much. So
Too
let's
much.
see if they can continue on.
Remind me again, how much point do VGM actually need to secure themselves at the top 16 here? But somebody have to shift down then.
Yeah, so there will be a trade. On top of my head, VGM is like 28 points, if I remember correctly. I can do a fact check for that.
Yeah,
but
thanks.
Yeah.
You're doing a lot of work here.
Yeah, I'm doing all the fact checks. I'm the factual guy, right? And Chonburi is the capital of the Chonburi province. So it's the name of a place.
Oh, so they're coming up from Chonburi for MC, but wait, Infinity, Mela taking down on VGM. Now, Infinity haven't been playing this aggressive at all the entire 2 days. Now they're showing off their fangs, and MSC, we did mention about the Chonburis, but it's going to be 1-2-1 trade between 4 different teams. Apparently, we've been swapping over and jumping all the fights here. GD taking on Eagle Esports. Now, this is where they're really desperate enough to want something. Now, on the side of Chonburi, they climb over to Eagles Esports where they were at. But can they force the fight? Because there's 3 teams in total. Jasper trying to scout things out with the help of his mate. But they trying to chase. But will they take the bait now? I don't think so. Chopper. They are taking quite a lot of blue. Again, we're looking at the teams that are fighting unnecessary fights and might just lose for all of them.
Yeah, we talked about it before. Oh, the circle. Going on to outside of creative fields on the elbow zone, so it's going to be a bit far for them. And Sata gets one for himself, and that's going to be an elimination point given towards GD. 2 elimination points for them. And just to answer your earlier question on VGM, so they are now 21 points. So
That's close enough. They need to have 2 more back-to-back games that performing quite well, which they have not much anymore. Look at a reborn. Red Face is really red right now. He's a redneck for FaZe Clan. Looking at how he just shut them down, hunting each one of them who's trying to pass by. But can EVOS have the courage enough to rush in? Will they do it? They will do it. They know one man is down. It's one of their main frag as well, Vintoris. Oh, Eagle. How did he end up right in the middle of a road?
Yeah, I guess when he rotated, he used the main road, and that's sometimes not a good idea. Yes, it's easy, it's smooth, but it's not
Too
good.
much
It's
of a
just-
gamble.
Yeah, it's too much of a gamble. So you kind of like roll the dice. If someone doesn't spot you out, then you're lucky. If not, then that's what happens. And thank you so much to our production as well. Now that we have the graphic on the right side, we don't need to keep guessing, and that's quite live as well. So at this moment, for a VGM, they're at 24 points.
Now that's a lot of swapping to do for these teams. But put in mind, there's one group resting right now. EVOS, KF taking one on FaZe. And FaZe trying to trade 1-for-1. It's going to be Chomburi amongst them. But he just bailed it out. He knows it's too far for him. It's going to be a big waste of time and resources as well. But he need to make up his mind for... Hopefully their heads are not empty enough to make some... Not supposed to be making errors. Movement for Axis on the other hand, taking the whole floors for themselves. While there's so many teams playing it out in the open as well. It's going to be Chomburi, FaZe and Infinity going in it for quite some time now. While Infinity playing alongside the edge of a circle, we have FaZe. Oh, this is a very sneaky nice angle coming up from Corpy. It's all been worth it. He's with the Mini 14, been staying here for such a long time, committing full time for this fight and his fight only. But it's too far for him to finish it off straight away. Oh, Corpy.
Oh, Corpy now onto the Infinity, and Infinity, they know exactly where Corpy is at. So it's going to be a 3v1, and it's more Corpy now buying time for himself, tossing out the utilities right in front of him. At the same time, we can see that Logan popping out the first hit. Mela will be shot down by Corpy. Corpy now critical health. Mela will move in together with his teammates. They're going to go in for the flank, left, right on the Corpy. Corpy cannot withstand the firepower coming in from the Infinity, and FaZe Clan is out. No elimination points. That means
they secure enough for this weekend. That's a bigger question. Now finish off straight away. RK Ryu, they are desperate as well. We do know they are at the bottom of every bottom as well. They need to make it out for the team. Pops try to just spray and pray. Then nothing connects. But oh, more finish. Pop straight away. That's going to be the highest frag on Chomburi's side. The highest damage dealer the entire league here. Been out. AK been pinned down by Axis members. And more finish off AK. It's going to be kill still right underneath the nose of Axis. While more still spraying. These guys just don't know how to stop.
Yeah, I mean, the action is just non-stop back-to-back. We can just look at the elimination feed. It's going crazy at this moment. Matoy gets one for himself, and Narpeko will be down by Matoy. Tamyo will face the ref from White Cat as well, and Narpeko, no one's going to be able to pick him up. Kid is going to make sure to get this elimination point.
It's double down on Matoy, by the way, not just one time, it's twice in a row, getting himself that knockdown by himself only. Look at that. 14th place Arakiri, this is going to hurt them a lot. I'm not sure if they have enough points for the next few ones for the Super Weekend, because Matoy and the rest of Team Secret are making sure they are at their dead ends. For rivals, Pemburu tried to toss out Molotov, making sure he got enough time to put. Oh no! Ouchies. He burned himself? Wait, what? That didn't go well.
Not too good for Pemburu. He needs to pick up Appy at the same time, but Capone will cook up his own nade. He will toss into the room where Pemburu is at. Will it land? I don't think so, but they can go in for... Oh, where did that fire come from? Capone goes up to the second floor. Good thing he still survives the fire.
So many people have been burning into one spot in this one particular building. Now, there's a lot of fire department needs help here. Now, back to Pemburu. He got knocked down. He managed to save Appy, but for how much longer? He tried to buy more time. Smoke's been popped by Appy. For rivals really desperate enough to stay alive, but there's so many teams hovering around. Team Secret got themselves the higher grounds. We have MSC Jasper around the corner, but Pemburu finish off straight away. BN United silence is not silent anymore. It's being very loud, but finish off. It's gonna be Team Secret kill steal that away from afar. Jumper, such a nasty angle to work there. He did the dirty work, but it's all worthwhile. And finish off with 1 elimination point for Jumper himself.
Yeah, that's going to be good. That's going to be okay for Team Secret. So Team Secret, they pretty much have enough points to move on to the next round. But let's look over onto EVOS Reborn. So one of them have been knocked down. Liza will be knocked down. Vampire still on the outside of the circle, and the circle moves towards the open area where the airdrop is there. Micah spots out Mela. Mela will be knocked down the Infinity. Now Logan down as well, and looks like Gatuni will move on to the other side, but he'll be gunned down by Micah. Micah taken out one by one from the Infinity, and Logan will be taken out by the zone.
Oh man, so many kill steals all over the place. Now some of them will be happy when they kill steal right underneath the nose of their enemies, but some of them being wiped off the smile of their faces because they've been taking such commitment to full-time knock down that player, but being still off by somebody else, that's gonna hurt. Back to EVOS Reborn. So far we're looking at the circle, now switch over outside of El Pozo. Now this is going to be a tricky one. It's a very, very, I say, open plain, flat field to play. Couple of, you know, small hills in there, but not much of compound, not much vegetation in between. So the moment you step into the war zone, it's going to be a lot of bullets firing upon you.
Yeah, everyone's going to be so close to each other. But, talking about Onyx, they need points. But one of their team members have been taken out, and they're still at 24 points so far. And we can see Onyx, they are still on the outside of the zone, but a desperate move here coming in from Nosy. But Nosy, he's still not in the zone yet, and the zone is closing in. Right in front of him is VGM, as well as Onyx, the two teams that need points.
So many times Nosy in this being put in this particular map of Miramar in this same situation, but Faris being knocked down by Secret, who's actually holding on to the high grounds, but still not inside of a circle, while EVOS making sure they're inside of a safe zone and they can secure at the edge of it. Same goes for the Vampires. Team Secret actually hogging a bit on the at the edge of a circle, but on the side of Onyx, this is where things will get really messy on this side.
Imagine this, Onyx, they know that VGM is below them, and if Onyx can take down VGM, they take down one contender from the bottom four, and that could possibly move them up. Onyx, but right in front of them, there's another team actually keeping them out, and this is not good news for Onyx because the zone is closing in. At the same time, we can see that Yangon Galacticos will be going out at 11th place, one elimination point for them. EVOS Reborn, they are in the circle, but no, NFT Esports is out.
Oh, this is going to be a big bummer for them, but we're not done yet. Onyx, we're talking about Onyx, who's desperate enough to push themselves to the top 16. They might just have a slight chance here. VGM taken down by Onyx. Remember, EVOS Reborn are desperate as well. They want to push themselves secure enough to make sure they don't have that pressure. Back to BN United. These are the teams that are super desperate to push themselves in the top 16 to be in the Super Weekend. But the one that's eliminated just now was MSC. But look, my goodness me. That was a huge nick coming out from Whitecat.
That was, but then BN United, they'll be happy because they are also on the bottom, and they are happy that they eliminate all those wanting to get out of the bottom four. So BN is going to be happy with that elimination point. Now we move over to the Vampires against EVOS Reborn. EVOS Reborn also at 32 points. They need the points in, but then again, EVOS Reborn, unfortunately, now down to red face together with Micro Boy. Jumper from Team Secret on the outside of the circle, but they see EVOS Reborn, who's currently in it.
Jumper, they have still 4 men well and alive. It's going to be Team Secret, the most men down. That Vampire knocked one down for now. Eggs is eliminated at 7. We're down to 6 teams. Only EVOS desperate to make the call. Vampire is right across them, but so many players, so many things. He needs to smoke him himself now, but can he make it out? Can he buy more time? Because Team Secret is closing! Oh my god. And that desperation pushed him to the edge. They will have to fight against Team Secret, but right now, who's too busy against Vampires? This is the time for them to be the third party. They can turn the tide over towards their side. They need this point. They need to push themselves. There's not many games left. Oh, Martoy really close to getting knocked down. They are rushing in silence, going in for more. They finish off. That's going to be the end for Martoy for now, but the blue closing in as well. Can they secure this right on top of it? But there's also a Vampire still in the fray. BN United need to be extra careful. There's 2 teams across them.
Yeah, they're the only team with a full squad right now, which is BN United. So they're going up against 3 and 2 more from the other side, but the name we toss up. But we just look at this. BN United, they are still on the outside of the zone, but they need to fight against Team Secret that's still in this. Vampires will stay still because they are in the circle, but looks like no, they will take down Jumper. And then you have a Jumper goes down, and that's an opening for BN United.
Juno's trying to find a way to push in. Silence going in, but it's not going to be enough. Kids getting that silence, making sure he's quiet. But will they be quiet enough yet? The rest of BN United trying to find a loophole, but it's not enough. Team Secret rushing in. They ignore the Vampires. It's going to be the entire team obliterated. BN United have to bow down. Now the Vampires still well alive. 1v2, they've been ignored. But they will not be ignored anymore as they want the chicken quite bad. For Vampires, they are eager for more.
Yeah, they want more. They want more. They tasted chicken dinner yesterday and they want more chicken dinner here. So they're gonna move in. It's gonna be a 2v1 scenario. 2 stops together with Straps against Aisha. It's gonna be a 1v2k. Actually, Aisha's do the clutch here. This is gonna be crazy if we can do it. Aisha with the nade. Okay, now it changes to his weapon and he's gonna reload. He's gonna reset himself quickly. Straps now finding where exactly Aisha is at. Trying to find a good angle, but they cannot get a good angle just yet. But 2 stops will toss out another nade maybe, but not yet. Aisha's will be the one prepping on the nade, tossing out the 2 stops. Will it land on the 2 stops?
Oh my God!
Just as well!
Now down to 1v1, mano to mano. Can he clutch it out? Eye shot and also Straps. Vampires, they got more than enough, but Team Secret really wants that chicken for once, for themselves. But can they make it? Merry-go-round. Here comes another grenade. He will cook it up first, making sure the timing's right. Toss it down, but it will be another dodge coming up from Straps. Really close.
Yeah, Shots managed to dodge that, but iShot is not done with the nade yet. He has another nade. He will toss onto the other side of the shot. This time will be a nade on the shot. No, it will not. iShot will go for the flag on the right side. iShot sees where his opponent is, but Shots will go for the wraparound onto 2 stars, but he cannot pick 2 stars up just yet. iShot will start to move in from behind. iShot will try to find a good angle, but he cannot spot out where Sharps is at.
Oh, but wait. This is going to be the turning of a round coming up from Vampires. They might want to turn the event around, but the iShot saw this coming. He has 2 seconds more to go. Trapped. Vampires try to revive, but at the same time, iShot going in. Is it enough? Is it going to be on time? Oh, so close. Yes, iShot. Yet the Vampires bit them again, and the blood's been sucked out empty. Team Secret at second place, just 1 second too late. Congratulations, Vampires. He has to sacrifice his mate for that. Bait's been taken, iShot, but that was remarkable plays by these 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, you have to give credit to both of them, right? Whether it's iShots, whether it's Trap, whether it's 2 stops. Oh my goodness. And they happen to have like all their names starts with iShots an I, but then again all of them have an S in it. But then again, man, it was like, you know, like the roll of a dice like Shreps. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna go
He wanted to, you know, actually turn things over for Vampire, try to revive, but there was like 1 second left. If he keep on reviving, it's gonna be Team Secret's game. And then, like, just a roll of a dice moment for both teams, you know. One team trying to do the other, and the others, like, trying to do something else. But it's all down to who gets to see who first.
Yeah, so this is where...
Oh, the bats.
Yeah, yeah, we like to see that, right? But okay, Stone, you gotta move a little bit to the right, but the rest of them, I think it's pretty okay. But yeah, it's a roll of a dice. So it's whether you pick up your teammate or whether you go 1v1 with iShots. And I mean, you have to give props to them, right? Like, if you're playing, like, how do you make that decision? Like,
that's so hard.
It's so hard,
it's
right?
just too hard.
And it was the right decision.
Oh my god!
That split second.
It's like really in the very thin borderline between making the right and the wrong decision. Now both made the right decision here by Vampires. They've been shooting since the start. Even though they got themselves at chicken, but they're having hard time this time to execute, to make to seal the deal. If you notice, their elimination points is not as high as before. Secret, on the other hand, because of their high ground just now, they kill still so many from underneath all their enemies' noses. They got themselves quite a number of kills. If I'm not mistaken, it was 12 elimination points.
Yeah, it was quite a good number. So
BN.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's we have to give it to PN as well. So we did talk about PN like being somewhere at the bottom. So now with this sort of performance coming from the end,
So they leave you, they left you an impression now.
Oh yeah, now they do.
They're not like your ex ghosting you anymore.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, yeah. So, I mean, what am I going to say about my ex? Nothing.
But speaking of which, not about your ex definitely, but with Tomnity on the other hand, they kind of in the middle bracket, and we can see they're quite comfortable the fact that they don't have to push themselves that much to get into the Super Weekend. So do you think when it comes to Super Weekend, it will be very different from what they've been performing right now?
Oh yeah, definitely. When it comes to Super Weekend, it's definitely going to be very different for all these teams because it's where it all matters. Like at least for the league, Super Weekend is where it all matters. When it comes to the weekday, it matters for those at the bottom. So
that's true.
Those at the top, yeah. If you get a chicken dinner, like if iShot's got this chicken dinner, yay! It's celebrations. It's a highlight moment, definitely.
It's like the longest merry-go-round we've seen. Shrapnel versus iShot. This is going to be one of the best 1-versus-1. But that was really a long fight between those two, and it was really hard to make the decision for Shrap, especially if you have one more member who's still knocked down and not finished off by the Blue Zone, by the way. They are still inside of a circle, but props to both of the teams, Secret and also Nonetheless the Vampires and BN United. Are they secure enough to be on the top 16? Is it enough for them to be a bit comfortable for now? Because they still have the next match to play, right? B, C, D, E. So we have Group A resting for the next map of Erangel. It's going to be RRQ Ryu, VGM, Vampire Esports, MS Chongbuk. So this is going to be a bit slow paced than before because we do know the high firepower, aggressive team like MSC and also Vampire will not be playing.
Yeah, so I mean, I think BN United has done enough to go through this Super Weekend. So there are a few teams, let's see. So
VGM.
NFT definitely. VGM is one of them at the bottom. Still need to work hard. Bigatron, because they took a break.
Yep.
But yeah, so
but they cannot be comfortable yet.
Yeah, they're still not comfortable yet. So Bigatron still needs to work hard. Onyx may still be in the bottom 4.
Is EVOS Reborn safe as well?
EVOS Reborn, I'm not too sure how they performed earlier. I don't think it was that good as well, so they're still not in the clear yet.
So there's a lot of unsure position coming up from a lot of teams that are actually on second page.
Yeah.
But what's we definitely sure is going to be, was it NFT just now going to be, surely will not make it for the top 16?
Not sure yet.
Because they went out quite early on just now.
Yes, so NFT, the good news is that they have 2 more rounds to play. So assuming that they can get a chicken dinner and a decent performance in one more round,
they can if they want
mathematically they can still go through. So they're not out yet.
It's not impossible as long as they got the drive. They have to have that confidence in themselves, to believe in themselves, because it's like we mentioned so many times before, the players themselves, mechanically speaking and also individual skills, they have what it takes. That's why they are here today, South Asia Championship for the league. But what's differentiate and actually separate them from the others is the confidence they have in themselves to not back off when everybody is committing for a fight, going full force. Some of them are kind of hesitant when it comes to, going in and, I'm going to cancel that one out. That kind of moment,
Yeah, so like Straps, he has the drive. Doesn't matter whether it's a buggy or whether it's a bike or whether it's a Tesla, whatever it is. As long as he has the drive, right? So here he is, Straps now with the MVP in the previous round. 5 elimination points, 579 damage, 53.6% team contribution, 90 meters, longest elimination distance.
This is a pretty standard elimination distance.
I know, right?
But the damage is kind of average as well. So,
Yeah.
but the elimination point based on this damage is quite high. So it's a lot of kills still coming up from him, which is very smart. Even though they got themselves that chicken, but because of the elimination points coming from Team Secret, that kind of toppled themselves and pushed down to second place here. So I have to say, 12 elimination points coming from Team Secret, they got themselves the same position they were at yesterday. It was Mirama. Oh, was it? Oh, no, almost the same because they got almost the place like how Axis were back then. they got the highest point there.
Yeah, so it was almost similar, definitely. But this is a better result because they managed to get more elimination points than the Vampires. So that puts them at the top point accumulator in Miramar. So that's big up for them. And for the Vampires, I just have to admire again like how the logo is being placed. Right? Like it's
I admire most the moment when it was 1v1. That took big courage and also such a valiant attempt coming from both guys. That's gonna be, you know, you feel the pressure. Being the player, just watching it, you feel the pressure. But imagine being the player, everything you have to fit onto into that shoe. That's gonna be hard. But here comes the head-to-head. We saw how Redface just literally annihilate, finish off so many players down there. He was in the highest spot. I think FaZe was one of the players that they finished off for EVOS Reborn just now.
Yeah, true. That's one of it. And if we talk about Kid as well, arguably one of the best transfers around for the last season. He transferred from Toda onto Team Secret the moment Toda was eliminated from PMNC at that time. And just look at him, he is filling into big shoes. Used to be held by Yuhai and
They have kind of similar playstyle. If you ask me of Kid, and if you compare it side by side with Yuhai, so it kind of fits the shoes perfectly for Kid for now. For me, on my based on my opinion and observation, but it's everybody have their own opinion. But back to its damage output, well deserving for Team Secret this time. 12 elimination points with 2,000. Is this the highest damage so far we've seen? Nothing beats the 3,000 yet, right?
Yeah, we haven't seen a 3,000. So 2005, I think, is the highest so far, definitely. And at least they get what they deserve, right?
Yeah.
I get.
But Jumper Dick still couples like 4 rivals happy before.
Yeah, this one 4 rivals with 0. But okay, so Kid, man of the match for Team Secret at least, because he comes out the most on this match summary. So with 1,019 most damage and 6 knockouts, the most for him. Behind him is his senpai Matton with 5. And for the most eliminations in this round, of course, given to Schwabs from the Vampires. So what a good game it was. This is arguably one of the more entertaining rounds today.
Really exhilarating. I have to say that was an explosive ending there. Really is down to 50-50 based on these two guys. You know, Vampires, they were against the odds at first. They only have 2 men to start with when it was 3 teams left. BN on the other hand, they have all 4 men.
Yeah. And they were
attracting way too much attention, I have to say.
Yeah, unfortunately they will be ended a bit earlier, but it doesn't really matter for them because right now, just look at it, they're like 49 points, they're pretty okay thanks to their good performance in their previous round, so they're fine by now. But on top, of course, you want to see who has the sexy number. It's the Vampires with 91 points, Team Secret 79 points, second place, third place goes to MS Chonbui 66 points, Geek Fam at 4th place 65 points, 5th place, TX 59 points, 6th place, 2E or the Eagles with 58 points, and 7th place, Axis Red 157 points, the Infinity 8th place with 5 points, and 4 rivals also.
I have to congratulate Vampires Esports having the only team with 2 chicken dinners so far.
Yeah.
And also, NFT, this is tough to watch. Bigatron Ray Aliens is not safe there yet. Onyx 18, RIQ 19. Look at the point difference between Onyx and RIQ. Only 1 point shy. But when it comes to VGM and Bigatron, they are at a tie. But 15 and 14. That's why I say if you want to secure yourself a top 16, make sure you can hit that 50 points mark. But on the space here, like literally we're coming up from 12th to the 19th place. Nobody is safe at all. On the side of NFT, do you think they still have the chance, slight chance? The slimmiest there is there any possibility for them to still push up to the 16th place?
Of course, because there's 2 more rounds that they can play. So imagine that they can get a chicken dinner. Naturally, if you get chicken dinner, you get like maybe 10 elimination points. That's 25 points. You add on to this, then it's like 38 points. That's not too bad, and that's almost to the benchmark, the cutoff point, and if you add on one more decent performance, maybe get like 10 points and you're through to the next round. So basically, it's 2 more rounds for them. They must put on the performance already.
Bigotry Aliens was tied with VGM just now, if I'm not mistaken. Was it 33 points? Was it VGM again?
VGM, yeah, VGM and
So the thing is, bad news for VGM. Match after this, they won't be playing at match number 4. So this is gonna be a huge jump for Bigotron Aliens if they want. But before that, we're gonna pick a couple of brains from the players by Tash Bunny. Tash Bunny, take the interview away. We do want to see who you're being best friends with this time.
Thanks so much, Choo with me. I have Kevin from YG, the manager for the team, actually. It's actually really interesting to see how YG is playing today. So, speaking of that, Kevin, what do you think of YG's performance so far in this tournament for the past 2 days?
So I'm not very satisfied with their performance yet, but they are trying their best, and so we'll keep supporting them.
Okay, so right now you guys are on 15th place, if I'm not mistaken, which is quite dangerous, I believe, especially because it's just one spot away from 16. So what can we expect from you guys? What are you guys going to change after this?
Not so much change, but the zone is not on our side, and they are having difficulties in handling with that, and there's no match problem.
I see. Okay, so speaking of that, in terms of difficulties and all that, which team do you guys think you guys are meeting a lot during your rotations, and do you guys think you're having trouble with that team?
Maybe lots of teams are facing with us, and we are having difficulties in entering the zone, and also there's a lot of teams around us, so it's very difficult.
Understood. Okay, so will we be seeing a different play style or strat if, say, you guys do manage to get into Super Weekend?
Okay, we are trying our best to enter the Super Weekend, and I also reassuring them not to be panic and try their best.
Right. So, will you guys be playing a different play style this weekend?
We will think about that later.
You guys are just focusing on the now right now. I think you guys are going to be okay. YG is okay. And I'm really excited to see if you guys do make it. Good luck, Kevin. Thank you so much. And I'll see you later. Bye-bye, Kevin.
Good luck. Bye-bye.
Alright guys, so just now we have seen the very interesting ending for that match over in Miramar's ending. I think it's one of the best ones so far. I think I was on the edge of my seat the entire time. I was screaming. I heard everyone in the studio screaming because it was that good. So let's have a recap about what happened. So that match just now though, it was a very... I wouldn't say it was a very interesting circle to say, but it was a very tough circle though. If you saw that, it was hard left though, and if you saw where the circle went later, it was toward it was a very terraneous area. So where the team actually vampires actually dropped to, it was near La Bendita, I believe, and they went up north for the rotation instead of going through San Martin, which I feel was very smart, because when you are thinking about moving through areas or like cities, towns, there is a likelihood that there's going to be a team there. And one thing you should know though, when you're walking through Miramar, if you see a high ground, if you see a building, always assume there's someone in there because they're ready to snipe you because of the terrain. So one thing that's great about Miramar is that you can easily snipe out players, you can easily get some easy picks from where you are super far away. We saw Team Secret do that quite a bit. I think they took out 2 members of Axis quite early, which was quite scary. It was a very nasty angle they got to play at, and you know, we love to see it, but as players playing in Miramar, not so much. Though after that, though, they went up north, exactly north, and that's where I think a lot of fights were starting to happen up there. So the thing about Vampire Esports is that in terms of gunfight, I think they're really good. That's the thing. Like, they can actually fend for themselves. They do choose to play the waiting game sometimes. But the thing about them is that when they need to fight, they're able to show up on that. So sometimes it's more about just trying to figure out when's the right time to pick a good fight, when's the right time to wait. And if you saw just now on how aggressive some teams were playing, especially from the side of BN United, from VGM, I think they were. It was a race of time. It was a race of how many points you can get before we go toward the Super Weekend. So we're starting to see a lot of desperation. BN United, though, their aggression. This was the aggression that I've heard so much from BN United, and we're starting to see it now. They really, really want to catch up for as much as they can. So right now, though, the circle went toward El Pozo with a side of Crater Fields. So when you play in your Crater Fields, I don't think a lot of people like Crater Fields. It's just a straight up terraneous area. You can either be on top or at the bottom. Top's always good as usual, but the thing about Crater Fields is that because it's quite a long sort of terrain, anyone can come from either side. And then south again to the northeast side of El Pozo, south side of Crater. So you have an area where you either want to choose whether you want to be on the terraneous side or you want to be on the area where where a lot of the buildings are. And if you saw how this circle was moving, a lot of teams were just unsure about how to go. I think a lot of these circles throughout this entire tournament has been very, very unforgiving. It's very ping-pongy. It's either ping-pongy when you get really good circles, or you get super unforgiving circles. I think the God of Circles is not happy today. I don't know what you did, Cloud, but you better go and appease the God of Circles because this is not good. So going back to the graphic here, we're actually seeing a little bit of shift there in terms of how some teams are playing. Very, very aggressive. We saw some aggression from the side of, I think, of NFT, but we saw EVOS as well step up a little bit. I don't think they're at their peak. Is not the EVOS that we know, though. I think that Redface did do quite a bit for his team there. Just so unlucky that they ran into some teams. Speaking of teams, though, FaZe was another team that I saw was just going crazy. They were just all over the place. FaZe is very interesting. I always think about them. Like, the way they're playing was that they were very separated. They were just trying their best to get as many picks as possible. I see what they're trying to do, but that 1v3 just now, though, not the right way to go. They were trying to buy time. They were like, I think after he did some love taps, he was like, okay, probably shouldn't have done that. It really costed his team there. As I said before, this is all desperation measures right now, and I don't blame them at all because this is a race against time for the first Super Weekend, and teams who miss out on Super Weekends will be missing out on a lot of points to be up there. So speaking of that, look at how this area is. The circle is just separated in the middle by a terrain. So it's a very, very interesting, I wouldn't say interesting circle, but a hard circle. You don't know if this circle is going to go up, it's going to go down. But the thing is, let's highlight that final fight though between Team Secret as well as Vampire Esports. Team Secret though, they don't. iShots is a high risk, high reward player. Gotta give him props for that. Not scared to push, not scared to show aggression. And yesterday when I was talking to Y2K, he was just saying that they need to fix their gunfight, but truly, do they though? Do they? 12 eliminations this game, all from just free picks, free kills. Yes, their damage output was high. I mean, we've seen some high damage outputs from other teams as well. But Team Secret, one thing though, they have eyes everywhere. They're picking up kills left and right. But the thing that's really funny though, I think the biggest mistake was playing Ring Around Rosie. I understand what they're trying to do, but the thing is, when you play Ring Around Rosie, he forgot. I don't know if he forgot or he was planning on something, but he did miss out. He did let Vampire Esports members pick up his revived teammates, and that was it for them. But nice try, iShots. Great work from Team Secret, and perhaps this is the Team Secrets that we all want to see. But for now though, that's all for the recap. Thank you guys so much for hearing my rambles. Let's hear what Choo Choo and Cloud has to say, and I want to know if they think that my analysis is good and will they allow me on the Shoutcaster table soon.
Wow.
Wow. But
Wow, that's a lot of pressure on us.
I know, right?
We're deciding her fate now.
Yeah. At the same time, it seems I need to appease the circle god. So the only
So-
thing that I can offer is my dignity.
It's a lot of jobs for you. It's a lot of work.
All right. Yeah, but I'm not sure how much my dignity is worth though. But what's worth is this show definitely. Thank you so much for keeping on with us. This is of course the PUBG Mobile Professional League Southeast Asia Championship Season 4, brought to you by PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, as well as Lightspeed and Quantum Studios. And this tournament is also co-organized by VSPN. Here we have it. And we'd also like to take a minute to thank our official smartphone partner, Xiaomi Redmi Note 10 series. Challenge your boundaries. And our official media partner, Esports. No, not going to do that. Fight Club. Watch and learn exclusively with Esports Fight Club. And our official media partner, WeTV. Watch Asia's best content for free on WeTV. Download WeTV now on the Google Play Store and Apple App Stores. Make sure you do that right after this, ladies and gentlemen. And we're done with the formalities, so we're going
You have to toss his side like that. So swagging.
Because I
Wow.
still need to use it, right?
Wow,
So that's
he's
why.
swagging.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, there you go. Yeah,
But
so-
Tash,
But
your analysis is great. On point. That's what we needed to hear. How the circle has been very unpredictable. You have to agree. That's why it's in the South Asia. That's why it's called competitive. Because everybody has to pick their brains to actually think and predict the circle. And by far, I think we kind of, how do I say, pinpoint it quite right. The fact that the teams actually in the top 5 are pretty good when it comes to reading out the circles.
yeah, and that's why they're at the top 5. Yeah.
That's the very reason of it, because it's all down to circles at the end of the day.
Correct. It's how you manage the circle, whether you have it, whether you don't have it. It's just like how vampires, and just like how when the graphic was pointed out, right, how they travel, like they didn't get the circle from the start. Like they traveled from afar, from the right side to the left side. So they need to do a lot of work to get inside the circle.
That's true, that's true. And for the last 2 matches before this, we saw how the circle kind of very close towards the teams that are winning it, the chicken dinner previously. Just to recap for you guys for a bit, it was D Xaviers at the first for the match of today, and then we have APG on the second match as well. Both of them are quite close to the circle at first, but for the Vampires, a very different story. Saying this, for I still have to highlight MS Chonburi. These two teams, I have to say, Vampire, MS Chonburi, pretty much having the same vibe for both of them. Scary.
Wow.
Which is true.
Okay, scary? Yeah, I mean vampires, yeah. Chonburi, a name of a province, I'm not too sure how scary that is.
Just because of the name?
Well...
Hey, you never know. Maybe it's full of mafia. It's like, oh, this is the Chonburi. Pretty swaggin', you know?
You gotta try harder.
What do you mean? I don't even know the place.
I mean,
Is the names about
like your mafia-ish. Yeah, your mafia vibe.
So weird. Why would I show like being a mafia? I'm very nice in real.
Well, wait until the camera turns off.
No, I didn't do anything. I'm a very, very nice, but I show you that. That's why I never jinx, I never curse, or I never do anything that's not supposed to be done. Like, whatever I say never happens, you know? Whatever I predict is always win.
Yeah. I'm listening.
I know.
Yeah.
You have to. You're being forced. That's why the headset's on your head right now.
I know, right?
You're being forced to listen to whatever I have to say. Speaking of which, okay, we're done with the jet for a bit.
Are we done?
Yeah, we're done. So,
Just check.
we're down to 2 more matches. So the next one is going to be back to Miramar, but without Group A. Now, this is a huge statement there. Without Group A, things will be slowed down for a bit, but this is a time for them to shine, especially Bigatron Raid Aliens.
And without Group A, that means there's no RRQ Rio. So RRQ is one of those teams at the bottom-ish. Yeah, so they will be waiting for the final round just to see. They also need to see what happens with other teams at the bottom, right? So it's good. It's cringy. Like if you're not playing.
How is it cringy?
I mean, it's cringy if you're okay.
It's edgy.
It's edgy. Yeah, that's not the right word.
Cringy is you.
Yeah.
Edgy is them. Burn.
Wow. I like that.
I'm sorry, but I have to say
It's okay. And ladies and gentlemen, you see, Choo is not evil. There you go.
Yeah, because I'm very honest. I'm just too honest for your own good. But back about the game,
Yes, ma'am.
Erangel gonna go live very soon, less than a minute. It's gonna be match 4 on day number 2 of the South Asia PMPL is gonna be season 4. 4 seasons we've been together, guys. 4 seasons.
I know, right? Yeah, it's 4
And I'm still stuck here with you.
Yeah. God, and I'm still stuck here with you.
I'm like, why?
Why?
Don't I have anything else to do in my life? 4 seasons with Circloud. My goodness.
4 seasons on the headset together with Choo Choo.
Oh, what did I do wrong in my life that I deserve this? But here comes the teams that will be playing. A will be resting, B, C, D, and E will be performing.
Yep, it will be Group A taking a break. That means RRQ Real, Regaming, Vampire Esports, as well as MS Chonburi. They'll take a break. They'll have their dinner while watching the game and, yep, getting ready for the last game for tonight.
Oh, well, hopefully they have more than enough to make the last push before the Super Weekend. Now, the teams that really have to wait later is going to be VGM. Now, can they be overtaken by Bigatron Ray Aliens, or will Bigatron Ray Aliens push a lot of teams downward because they are at the edge of it and it's a tie? 33 points for VGM and also Bigatron Ray Aliens, and those actually on the 15th spot. I think it was it APG again?
That was...
No, not APG. APG was in the first
No, they're okay right now.
that was YG, was it? I'm too confused.
No, YG is alright. So RRQ, so it's Onyx as well?
Yeah,
they're
it was
down there.
36 points.
Okay,
That's
you're
3
making
points.
you're making me fact check right
Yeah,
now.
please do so.
Before the graphic comes
Yeah.
out, so I'm just going to do that fact check again. So you have to give me a minute.
So he's gonna fact check, but we're gonna face check into a wrangle coming down from Fairy Pier up to Savani. It's a bit more skewed towards the western side of the map, but the circle though, it's always about the circle. Will the circle actually favors the player? Will it making it torturous for the player? Or will it be exciting for us watching how it will be very much of a challenge for all the teams to squeeze themselves in the very last minute? Can their predictions be right? Because this circle in this particular tournament is just so hard to read.
But what's easier to read is Younger Galacticos is on 15.
Oh man.
So
I was right about YG.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
What is my fact person is doing? But wait. We mentioned about them. Oh my god. It's our fault now.
No. It's your fault.
You mentioned them.
What?
I was saying.
I tried to deny that it was Younger Galacticos, but you wanted to be right, so that's what happened.
Bad start. Hopefully they can maintain at 15. They are really close being pushed down. 3 points shy from being pushed down entirely. So if I don't say 40 is the safest points for accumulated points anymore. They need to be more than that to be just secure themselves that position, you know.
Well, how do you do that? Oh,
I know.
no,
No, we're not going to show it on
All right,
live.
yeah. Good thing there's no caster cam. If
Oh,
not,
wait.
it'll be the right moment. That's why.
I have a
We
bad
have a
feeling about
BTS
this. I have a bad feeling about this. But wait, we're looking at NFT. Oh no, NFT and Bigatron Radio. Both teams are so desperate. Up to the point that they are pushing the limits for themselves. But this is not how we want to turn it out, because one team go down, the other will not make it for the Super Weekend. Especially NFT. Well, they both still have a chance to play over for the next round. But problem is, if NFT being kicked out quite early on, their entire team being wiped out, they might just lose their slimmest chance of getting themselves the Super Weekend now. They still can push it, but it has to be 2 games in a row. Getting a top 5.
Yeah, they cannot bow out. So NFT, they need to put in a good performance. At least a decent performance here, and then a chicken dinner next round. That is the bare minimum at this point. So let's see if they can actually pull that off. When it comes to Team Secret, they're no longer dropping into Pachiki. They're more of like into Saverni this time. So
Yeah, who's taking Pachinki? I always wanted to know, but we just missed it sometimes.
Yeah, because action happened that fast. So we didn't manage to see who actually dropped into Pachinki.
Okay, but usually when it's South Asia Championship, we had back then RQ Athena.
Yeah.
We're just not here anymore.
Yeah.
So who will be taking Pachinki?
Maybe RRQ Rio?
Maybe.
But they're not playing.
So who else?
Yeah. I mean, we didn't get a visual
Footage,
on that.
yeah.
So
I do wish we do have him.
But
Okay, can we see it? It's YG, is it YG?
Is it YG?
So small. Can we zoom in
Yeah,
for a bit? Do us a favor, Club. There you go. Thank
Yeah,
you.
there you go. So it's DX.
Wow,
Yeah.
interesting.
There you go. There you go.
So the Xaviers are wanting Pachinki for themselves. I'm surprised not many teams want to fight over Pachinki.
Oh yeah. I mean,
It's one of the best spot there is.
but at the same time, you kind of like want to give respect to DX, right? Because DX, they were the runaway winners in Vietnam, so you gotta give them a little bit of respect. If they say, okay, we want Pachinki, like, okay, yep, sure, man, sure, take it.
So RRQ just won't live up to the legacy of RRQ of Athena before go away Pachinki from them. So I guess that's a bit disappointing. But back to Axis Red One. Okay, Axis Red One, day one performance, stellar, has been consistent all the way. But what happened today? They've been a bit quiet. Are they experimenting?
Well, I guess it's also the fact that they have done enough to move on to the next round. So
chill a bit?
Yeah, they can chill. So
Yeah.
that's why you can kind of expect like teams from page one to kind of like, yeah, I mean, if they don't put in full force to get that nice chicken in the poster, it's fine as well.
But extra always making sure that you feel a bit intimidating for the other players. But for rivals just now, Tash really loving the fact that April being playing it very smart. He almost lost his position just now, just in the nick of time to manage to get one last med kit going, got themselves a third place instead of fourth. That's kind of a bit boost for their last points before they went down in the game number 3. But can they actually try to get themselves chicken this time? They're almost close to having it before, but always somebody else been taking it right off, slipping off their fingers, and they always landed in the top 5. Like that's the closest there is.
Interesting. I saw the player cam when it pans onto Riff, and he has now this this interesting hairdo with hair color on it. So
what color was the hair?
it was like some goldish stripes on his hair. So yeah. So I guess
I do want to see a play with green hair, neon blue, shocking pink. Sometimes we don't see that quite often.
yeah, you wait for me next season. I'll show up there. My player cam will be specially for Chuchu.
I can't even. Do you have anything to die on?
well, in the first place, you've seen me hair. In the first place.
Yeah, that's a wig. There's not even hair to start with.
Come on.
It's not even yours.
Okay, it's not even my wig in the first place. Fine. But I do look good in a wig, right?
I don't have any comments on that. It's best to stay quiet sometimes.
Fine.
Okay, we saw GD just now.
Right.
I have to say, GD, I'm loving how they think, but it's just them having a hard time to make the fight happen. It's like the reverse. It's like if only vampires have the brain of a GD to rotate. Sometimes it just didn't turn out well for them, like the previous Erangel. We did question, a big question mark there. Why did they rotate so far off the map that they ended up the first one to go down as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things in the universe that you don't have explanation for. But what we can explain is Kid's performance so far.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 15 elimination points, 3,503 damage, and the 4 assists, 2 rescues, and 24.3% team contribution. So he's been filling in big shoes. I mean, like, you come in and you high.
But he lived up to the expectations.
Definitely, absolutely. So based on his performance from the Malaysian league, Malaysian PMPL, he's been good. So definitely,
He's been great.
He's been great.
He can be better if he wants to, honestly.
I personally think he is better because I think that besides him able to shoot, he's also more independent than Yuhai.
We don't mean to compare, but we have to.
Yeah,
Sometimes we have to.
He is filling in Yuhai shoes.
Okay, speaking of UI, is he playing here right now? Because I think Bigatron Red Aliens kind of desperate enough to push a bit more of a secret in the team. Like, I mean, the secret recipe is going to be UI, right? But Exit, wait, whoa. What just happened? What just happened there was right in the middle of a fight for rivals now. Exist, they might lose one member. They will just sacrifice. Oh, hey, Noob is too far off. This is going to be tough for the team. Lex is playing. Hey Noob is there as well. So they've been swapping plays for Axis Red One here.
But they're not done yet, so Voki moves in, takes one out. On the right side, that's Appy. Voki will be taken down, and Heino, he's just too far away. I don't think there's much he can do, but Micah is still the last man standing, but Micah will be taken down as well. Appy will finish up the rest, and Heino looks like he's moving in.
Oh, can he make it on time? It's too far just now. It's a bit low. It's enough time. There goes the spray. There goes the smack. Oh, he missed. He whiffed. Oh, my God. He prone. What? Come on with the Bison. Go for it. Be the Bison. There goes the toss.
Nate.
No. Wait.
Oh.
What just happened? I don't want to call out his name.
Heino. But okay, but okay.
You mean it in a different way based on that tone.
What? I mean, his name is Heino, so I'm just saying, right? But okay, so if you kind of break it down, right? So Heino didn't need it to go, right?
He could have, but maybe on a different angle for a bit. Go for the flying side straight away instead of parking it right in front and go straight head up like that. It's kind of a bit reckless, and it's still a high risk, high reward thing. It was 1v1 at the end of the day, but if he get to the flying side, it's high chances he might get that elimination.
Oh yeah, that could have been the case as well. But yeah, it was either like, okay, if I really want to place 1 points, then I wouldn't go. But if I wanted elimination points, then yeah. But if you look at his Bison as well, the way he shot is like none of that actually connected. So that was pretty surprising as well.
That was last bullet that he needs just to connect. Nothing happens now. Can the same thing happen here again for Rivals? They're just done with one fight and now there's another. This is really tough for them. They need to get out from here. And this time it's going to be these Xaviers. So the rest of them will recuperate for a bit. Can they? No! That's just tough watching them going one by one against 4 Rivals.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Pamburu will be the one going down and he'll be picked up by his teammate. The smoke will be popped out, but will they be a third party coming in? NFT, okay. NFT is a team that they need the points. So the fact that they see 4 Rivals going down, they need to take advantage of this.
They need to steal it away. That's the only chance right now. They got a couple of smokes to exploit themselves the position. All they need to do is just connect the dots. At such a distance, he's having a hard time to make it happen. But in the meantime, he can exploit himself way too much now. There goes his play from Babel. Cannot connect just yet. It's too far off. And the rest of NFT just exploit the position for the other teams out there. And this is going to be them jeopardizing their own survival on the entire Super Weekend.
I'm kind of wondering, should NFT have gone in? Like, the moment they saw that, okay, one person's down, no vehicle, just drive in and just take them all out. Because they had the advantage earlier on. Because they're in desperate need of points.
They were supposed to shoot then.
But they kind of like waited. And
they shouldn't have waited. That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's what made them kind
do something.
They did a lot of things, but it just didn't happen.
So, do something better?
No, they did something, but it just didn't happen, okay? It's like something that just not happening.
That becomes nothing. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. But here we have it. Onyx, they need to do something as well, but they're up against GigFam, a team that's so consistent at this point. Good thing is that GigFam, they're not a team that likes to take early fights. So Onyx is still okay.
Just a bit of free play now. 4 Rival fighting Exes. They wipe them off their feet. But problem is, no, they just recuperate themselves for a bit. Just the moment they got literally 5 seconds to heal themselves, get them back up their feet. These Xaviers just arrived. So the last couple of men, a bit of heavy casualty on their side. But back to GigFam now. They're playing alongside the edge of a circle. Their own circle shift just now. They need to reposition themselves again. We learned from the last match was that never play alongside the main road. It's never a good idea. But hello, EVOS.
Hello, EVOS Reborn. Going on like it's 4 Rivals. They're pretty busy in this round.
They're too busy.
Yeah, they're like, I'm just done with one, and now I have to go through another one and another one. And just look at this. Tony K now taking out Pamburu. Pamburu is like, why me again? Why me?
Feel bad for them. These guys just really have a huge rotten luck binded with themselves. Look, I don't know how to feel. But at the receiving end of 4 rivals, it's just really rotten luck all day here in Erangel.
I know, right? It's like
3 teams there. Oh my goodness. There goes the rush. There goes the flush. There goes the toss. Boom! You go. But wait, what? Liza, what just happened?
Whoa, look at that. So Liza, and that means that 4 rivals, they bought time for themselves. April is the last man standing. Don't think there'll be enough time to pick up Appy, but let's see what's going to happen here. Red Face with the nade. He's going to cook up the nade. Liza will be knocked out. Appy will be fished out by KF. One last man standing right here. They know there's one more person. They need to take down April. April is waiting on the outside, but can they just finish it right now? But they need to be careful. DX is just behind them.
If I'm able, I'm done with this. I'm like, I just surrender at this point. 3 times running and gunning all the time. It must be tiresome for 4 rivals. Now the third time here, the charm. Can it be? No, it's the charm for them to actually bow down. There goes a whole team of 4 rivals. Valiantly fought and they are resting. They're too busy, Justin. They were too busy.
Yeah, so they'll be taking a break. But, I mean, they've done enough to go into the next round, so that's okay. But DX moves in. Oh, okay. So it's DX against the Eagles right now. 2 teams, I'll say, okay, they're okay to the next round. But let's see what's going to happen here. So Pubg will be the first round to go out under Lamborghini. Rabbids will be picking up his teammate. Namchi now going for a 1v1. Namchi goes down. DX here too. Frankie needs to move in. Frankie now, 50% health right in front of him, but Frankie cannot finish out the job. And look at this, they're trying to find their target, but they can't find it. The smoke is just blocking their sight.
Too thick for them to see, but they comes from the outside, from the hindsight. That con making sure they're confused. Hello. Oh, goodbye. Whoa, that is high level control of recoil coming out from that con. You have to give props to that. But where are the rest of the Xavier? Done. Gone.
Yeah, two of them are down. Rabbids just picked up Lamborghini. Lamborghini is resetting himself, so now we're going into a 1v2 scenario. Can Datcon do it? Can Datcon get one? But then again, Datcon need to reset himself. Datcon now down to 20% health. First aid kit will be used by Datcon. Datcon 1v1 versus Rabbids and
Oh, that con, such a con man. Now he's not done, he's reloading. Oh, he's really low. Oh, my goodness. Raby, see that through. You're gonna pro. Now you're not gonna trick me this time. Not 2-3 times now. That was really close, by the way.
Yeah, this was super close. Right? It was like 20% of health left for Rabbids, and that con, he almost clutched this. Now we move over to the Infinity versus EVOS Reborn. Now EVOS Reborn, they could use a couple more points, and Gatani will be knocked down. Logan tossing a grenade onto the side of EVOS, and Liza will be down. KF is still inside the same hut, but Logan will come back up and a nade will land onto them. No, it will not.
Interesting enough, they thought they called on EVOS, but Rat Face making sure he shut down the rest of Infinity. That's trading a lot, and that's heavy casualty on the side of Infinity. Is it really worth it for them to commit this much towards EVOS? Reborn, they're losing moment, but oh, Face butting in. It's going to be Red Face, the pivot for the team himself, being pinned down at the back line. Now we have third party coming in, and Face might just save Infinity at the end of the day, but where are the rest of EVOS? They are backing up. Well, Infinity is trying to force himself onto like forward, while FaZe is pushing it from the back line. We have GD join in as well.
Yeah, the back line, they need to be careful as well because GD can butt in at any time, at any moment. The Infinity playing with a gut turning, so they're going to play with 3 team members from their side. At the same time, they need to deal with a split here coming in from EVOS Reborn. 2 on the left side, 2 on the right side, and they don't have the zone at the same time. The moment they move in, FaZe Clan is waiting for them.
That's pretty true. Now, reposition, all they need to do is think about making it safely inside. But how? Well, we have BN. Well, they've known to be very quiet before, but silence. Oh, wait. Reprimanded or not? Eye shots being knocked down. It's quite a distance, but can they finish the job? I don't think so. An NFT. I think this is the last member. No, not really. Still got 3 members left. They need to make sure that they are alive and survive till the end of the day. That's all they need to do. Even if they cannot get that much elimination point, but it's more than enough if they can secure you know, almost 20 points at least is okay.
Yeah, if they secure like maybe like a chicken dinner together with like, you don't need that many, maybe like 5 eliminations. That's good enough
Let's
for them for
be
this
true.
one
Like,
round.
be honest here. Do you think they can get chicken dinner based on their performance yesterday?
Well, if they can, they would have, but let's see what's going to happen. Plus, this split is not going to help them. Just look at this. Now they're pinned down by GigFam. One of them, the moment this guy goes down, it's only 2 more left.
Well, there you go. Infinity, the predicted teams coming up from the talent side is gone. But oh my God, there you
And
go.
he's still alive.
But Bigatron also get one nade, a hell of a nade. That one, Liquid performing this time. Liquid getting doubled down. Can Liquid and the rest of Bigatron Red Aliens rectify themselves in the match here today? Grenade eliminator now. Liquid shows what he has to offer on the table for the rest of Bigatron Red Aliens. We're not going to see that fight, but Liquid again on Lippy. Wait, what is happening over there?
Oh, and then what happened? Not too sure, but what we're sure is that NFT, they are out. So only 18 points so far for NFT. If they want to get through to the next round, they must have a chicken dinner with a lot of eliminations in the final game for today for them. But now we move over to FaZe Clan. One of them been knocked down, and now FaZe Clan down to 3. That's still active. Ventores, not too sure if there's enough time to pick him up because the zone is closing in, and these teams, they are on the outside the zone.
I have a feeling Tony K do want to give him an extra hand, but they have to build him out. And United wait on the other end. Look at that, the receiving end of phases doesn't seem very pretty right now, but Silence being finished out by Korpai at first, not onto his knees. White Cat, Sunos trying to figure things out. Onyx getting down on Evil's face on B, and still they are tailing and chasing. Korpai trying to get on their hindsight and the blind spot here, but that's not where you want to be, Sunos.
Yeah, you don't want to be there, but Capone, do you want to be here as well? 50% health level for Capone. Now his enemy is super low. Can he actually go and finish up the job? Not yet. But Korpai is still alive and together with Beer. Beer and Korpai. Beer will go down. Korpai now the last man standing. Can Korpai actually do a clutch here? Korpai, Capone, the last man standing for BN as well. So it's going to be Capone versus Korpai. He sees Korpai on the right side, but he will not take that shot yet. He's waiting for the right moment, but no.
What are you waiting for, Capone? You cannot go kaput now. You have to push in. This is the time for you to shine. Be and United. They needed this so much. DX been bowing out at 10th place just now. There goes Capone. It's a bit too late now to make a move. He needs to figure things out quite out. Where did he toss that grenade? Capone! No! Gone kaput.
I mean, he saw Korpai clearly on the right
Why?
side.
He didn't do anything.
Yeah, he didn't do anything.
Do something!
Yeah, at least when Korpai was trying to get back in, he could have took advantage of that. So it's a split-second decision. But then again, he could have done better than that. But unfortunately, he'll go out. But it's fine. It's fine. I mean, at the end of the day, they got like 51 points the last time we saw them, so they should be okay by now.
Yep, the ones that's not okay are still in the fray. Where are they? That's the bigger question. Oh, Korpai, that's a huge name coming from GigFam. They are keeping the pressure on the side of FaZe and Tony K. Jumper keeping their eyes on FaZe as well. So two teams had their eyes. Team Secret and also GigFam, so it's going to be tough for FaZe to get out from there. Even APG picks on them. Now they feel the wrath of what rivals just had to survive just now. 3 teams has their eyes on one particular team.
Yeah, so just look at the amount of players as well. Like just look at the amount of players. So it's 7 teams, but most of them still have like 4. And then you have like 3 teams with 3. So it's still very competitive towards the end now that we can see here. Bigatron Red is one of those teams that needs those points. Right in front of there is Team Secret. The circle moves way up. And a lot of teams on the southern side will need to move.
Now we're looking at the points, are racking up the numbers for Bigatron Red Aliens, kind of tied with YG for now. Here goes the grenade eliminator as well, but Team Secret buying out with 0 points. That's very questionable because they got themselves quite a performance in the last one. Back to Bigatron Red Aliens. Is this their time to shine? YG, look at the names being tossed. It's all over the place. FaZe finally get a bit of a breather, but GigFam, did they stop pursuing what they want just now?
Okay, yeah, it looks like it, but then again, yeah, it's fine. GigFam doesn't need to overcommit at this point. Now, let's move over to Yangon Galacticos. They still need more points in the back for themselves. They still don't have the circle at this moment, but they're going up against FaZe Clan. Just below them, on the right side, is their closest rivals, Bigatron Red Aliens.
Evos Now back to YG fighting FaZe, going in. There goes Bear, and the play zone has arrived. YG 1 second, just that 1 second to take that nade, taking on Bear now. But finish off FaZe at 5 elimination points, 6th place eliminated. We're down to YG now. YG fighting against Bigatron, who were tied with them before. Looking at Tap, APG taking down on YG, who's really desperate for the points as well. Oh, that tap coming out from that snipe. That's a loud tap coming out from Y70. Yes.
Wow, well, that means that Bigatron Red Aliens, they just managed to secure more elimination points for them. So it's now 6 elimination points. We're now down to the top 4 teams. So Bigatron Red Aliens could have done enough for them to secure themselves to the next round. But let's see how many total points there is at the end of this round. But we are now down to the top 4 teams. That's going to be Esports, Bigatron Red Aliens, APG Esports, and Jake Fam.
Is it APG day again? They start the day with a bang. We're talking about them getting themselves a first chicken dinner of the day. They can make it twice in a day. Make it a history in the making. Even though Vampires got themselves 2 chicken dinners already, but it's separate days. They can make a history in Season 4 here. Back to APG, climbing the top roof, getting the visions onto the other teams that's trying to get themselves into circle. They got themselves a circle for APG. All they need to do is just playing as defensive and hold down the fort as long as possible.
Evo's Reborn, I think they were out just now. So now we're down to the top 3 teams. And you're right though, APG, they have the circle. So now the opportunity for them to get this chicken dinner is really, really high. Not only the circle, just look at this, they have the compound as well. So it's their chicken dinner to lose.
Yeah, the only compound there is, but the next circle will determine whether they will still being favored or not. APG climbing down. Look at the nades being tossed by Bigatron. Red Aliens keeping the pressure on while we're looking at Gig Fam taking this knife. Such a long shot. This is a 3-way war. Look, who's going down first? It's all down to timing.
Yeah, let's see if they can actually do it at the right time, because now there's 3 teams. So one team will need to wait and be patient and go in when the timing is right. Bigatron Red Aliens, 3 team
Gig
members
Fam
left, but Gig Fam looks like they're out. Now it's down to the top 2 teams, and it's not gonna be okay. Come on, so they can't possibly lose this. They have the compound, they have the circle, they have a perfect scenario to win this. Now it's down to Ryzen, and here you have it, ladies and gentlemen. It's official that we have found our chicken dinner winners, and that is APG Esports with a total elimination of 14.
My goodness me. 2 times chicken dinner in a day. What else they have to offer for us? Anchor PUBG Esports. Now, there you go. The APG prove all the teams out there they are the real underdogs. Wildcard or not, they know how to play their games and know how to show their cards. This is the time they are showing off their fangs as well. 14 elimination points for all the teams down there.
Yep.
And Bigatron Red Aliens once more at the top 3. Almost got it, but is this securing themselves at the top 16? That's the bigger question.
I would say yes for Bigatron. I would say yes for, definitely yes for APG, because they got 2 chicken dinners. So them and the Vampires, the only 2 teams to get 2 chicken dinners in our weekday so far. So congratulations to them. And if you think about it, right, APG, they are a wildcard team. And they are almost an unknown team.
Yep, that's
right?
true.
Yeah, so they're kind of like the underdogs here, but they are getting 2 chicken dinners. This is a miraculous run for them.
Well, we have to give a lot of credit, especially 27 who've been surviving for such a long time. Look at the damage up, almost hitting the 1K. 0 as the IGL. Onyx as the one of the fraggers down there, and Shroud. He played well in the last match, so he deserves to be up there as well, being supporting the team quite a lot. Look at the numbers of eliminations. It's quite a lot of numbers down there, but here comes the highlight in case you guys missed the last A wrangle for today.
Yeah, so here we have it. This was like, from start to finish, it was a lot of action happening. Especially for 4 rivals, but we have to give it to Appy. I mean, Appy, this guy, since the Malaysian PMPL.
Appy or Pemburu? I feel more sorry towards Pemburu, honestly.
Well, Pemburu is the sad one, Appy's the happy one. Yeah.
It's the sad one.
Yeah, so we have the sad one, we have the
Look at this.
We have the Appy one.
Look at this! The whole entire highlight in the first match, three wars. It's always been there.
It's always 4 rivals, right? Like, what did 4 rivals do wrong in this? Or why are we always surrounded by people? We're innocent.
Oh, I'm
Why?
crying right now. I feel the sadness in them. The same goes for, who was it? Like FaZe, who have been targeted by 3 teams as well. But they got lucky enough that they kind of managed to distract the attention of the enemies for a bit, and then they went down at 5th or 6th place as well.
Yep. Yeah, so FaZe, but I think FaZe did enough to go.
I wish we have the interview with 4 rivals to actually ask them
How they felt.
how it felt to be Pamburu and Appy at the same
I don't know if we can kind of like...
Can we actually arrange?
If it reaches to our production team and it's like...
Can we?
Can we interview someone from 4 rivals?
That'd be great.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
I think Tash would be wanting to hear the same thing, hopefully. But Gig Fam, they almost got it, but because it was a bit too far from them to actually finish off. FaZe, they've been gunning, so many guns moments that have been running and gunning all the way. YG, they have been progressing very well. I have to give credits and props to them. They've been showing us more and more better performance if you compare it with the first match of the day.
Yeah.
The first match, it was like a bit intimidated, a bit worried. But now they show a next level of playstyle that even we can feel their confidence now.
Yeah, I know, right? Now, when they had the interview earlier with the representative, it was the manager from YG.
Was it the mental coach or no?
It was the manager. So
Okay.
the recent one, right, with the manager. He upfront said, I'm not happy with the team's performance.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's
when
a
it
bold
started off,
statement.
it's like, when Tash like, how do you feel about it? It's like, no, I'm not happy with the team's performance.
It's like
Immediately
slap in the face straight away.
And the team responded, it's like, okay, we got to make our manager proud, so here we have it.
Can we hear the manager coming up from 4 rivals? I'm not happy with the team's performance being chased by 3 teams consecutively.
Yeah, can we interview Joker right, after this? I'm not too sure if we can, but if we can, that'll be great though.
Feel so sad for them. 4 rivals. They maybe themselves 4 rivals. They have been a big rivalry for all the teams. But the luck, what an unfortunate train of rotten luck been following them. Like the Malay, we call it you need to mandi bunga. Shower and flower.
No, in English it's called as mandi bunga.
No, it doesn't work
No?
like that. No.
No? Okay.
They need to work on something because that's really... What are the odds to have 3 teams in between? When you're running away from one team, you have to face the other. Not even a minute in the gap.
Yeah.
It was less than 30 seconds.
And they lasted what? Like what?
Such a long time.
For a long time.
They almost clutched it as well.
They almost clutched it, one of them. The last one, at least, so...
We can put that not as a highlight moment, it's like the saddest moment.
Yeah, that was like the opposite side of the set.
Yeah.
The highlight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The most saddest moment in PUBG Mobile South Asia PMPL Season 4.
It's like, give us a break, guys. Like, we're just done. Come on, give us a break. Can we like reset? Can we like chill?
Buru, how many times is being knocked down? Can you count?
I lost count though.
Every single time.
I lost count. But then again, that's Pamburu for you, ladies
Oh,
and
but
gentlemen.
same goes for Liquid. I feel bad for Bigatron and Liquid right now. He did a huge play just, if I don't know, we didn't get the footage just now. We saw Bigatron almost got the chicken dinner, but because they are pretty low in terms of numbers when it comes to firepower, that kind of, making it hard for them to get the chicken dinner. But if you saw the kill feed just now, Liquid have been playing so hard and been doing so well. He've been tossing multiple grenades. I think it was 3 to 4 times he got them knocked down. But I'm not sure if he managed to finish off the deal to get the points. But here comes our MVP.
Yep, and that is a 27. This is our MVP for this round with 3 elimination points, 853 damage, maximum survival time of course, and the longest elimination distance of 166 and 25.1 team contribution percentage. The second team to get 2 chicken dinners in our weekday.
Looks so young. And is he really 27? He looks like he's 17. He looks really young.
Well, maybe 20.
No, I don't think he's in his 20s.
Maybe in their local language, 20 means teen. I don't know.
You make up your own language
No,
now.
you know, like in Thai, right? Like if you put like 5, it means ha.
That's pretty much in the Middle Eastern country as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's
Fun
true.
fact. So, what do you call it? Like in Middle
Ha.
Eastern?
It's like literally ha.
It's ha means like what?
Like ha ha ha.
Oh, but in Thai, it's like it's 5 means ha, and you put 555 means ha ha ha.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
pretty much it. That's the same. But look at what's not the same. The damage output coming up from APG. Look at that, 2005. We haven't seen 3000 yet.
No.
But we are close to its that direction.
Yeah.
It's like more and more. Previously it was 2005-ish as well, but we haven't reached 2800 as a total.
I guess if we get like a team that gets 20 elimination points, we might see the 3000.
We haven't seen any team with 20 elimination points just yet.
No.
The maximum is just 15 by far. So APG got themselves 2,500 over damage with 12 elimination points. That's well deserving, but the average here is going to be 5 or 6 elimination points.
Yeah, so we have like quite a tower here for Angkor. So they're like double like some of the sixes, like EVOS, like we can see a DX and we can see BTR. So they're like double. So yeah, they managed to get this. This is a very good one for them, really, if you kind of think about it. But also, the element of circle luck towards the end with the compound, you can't take that away from them. But a chicken dinner, points is points, so good for them.
But just now we saw how YG is kind of tied between Victor and Alien, so we have to know the overall standings now. It's really close. For FaZe Clan, they managed to squeeze in for Tony K, one of your favorite players. I do know there's a lot of Tony K fan in the YouTube especially. Shout out for Tony K fans here with the most assists. He managed to squeeze himself in the top 3 players in the match summary just now, while finally Bigatron and Aliens make themselves in the longest elimination distance to 164. We've seen more, but this is a good starting off point for Bigatron Ray Aliens, while Snipes, he rescued the most 4 times.
Okay, I'm not sure who Snipes rescued out of 4, but the 2 that Appy rescued, I know who it is. Pubg. Yeah, I know. Oh, now we're back with new records. That's great.
This is the most 330.
I know, right?
Even the total knockouts is 7. That's going to be 2 from Pamburu being...
Yeah, out of the 72, that's 2 from Pamburu. Thank you, Pamburu. He just contributed to the new record.
The one person that knocked out twice in less than 2 minutes.
I know, right? Like his name literally translates as the hunter, but now he's the hunted.
Yeah, he got haunted for his entire life. Yeah. But nevertheless, congratulations again for all the teams that here. What's most important now? Vampire still maintain a #1 spot with 2 chicken dinners, but joining in with 2 chicken dinners as well, top 5. APG shoot up to 4th place, 70 points. Well, only 1 point difference. Team Secret and Gig Fam, both Malaysian teams are closing, really, literally chasing tail to tail and point to point. Well, we have Infinity as 10th spot now pushed down. FaZe pushing, swapping places with FaZe and Axis pushed down as well. 2E or Eagle Esports at 7MSC. Chonburi is not doing as aggressive as before. They're being tamed by the bats. Well, this is where it speaks louder. Wow.
Yeah, so wow, but actually EVOS Reborn went up now. 11th place, 55 points, so they should be on the clear now. 4 rivals, 52 points. BN United, 52 points, 13th place, 14th place. Bigatron Raiders, 51 points. Should be enough to go through to the next round. I think they're pretty okay right now. So Yangu Galacticos, 13th place, 47 points. 16th place, GD. They went down, but they're okay. 42 points. Now, this is where it's hard. So it's going to be VGM, Onyx, RRQ, NFT at least. And then there's a bit of a gap with GD. So it's going to be kind of cringy. I mean,
no. I think NFT kind of have to agree that the fact that they won't be playing this Super Weekend.
There's one more round to go.
But do you think they can catch up to that? Even if they got themselves a chicken plus 15 elimination points, it's going to be 30 points in total. It's going to be 48 points. It's not going to be enough.
Yeah, then it's probably not going to be enough. So
yeah.
I mean, okay, if they could get a chicken dinner with 15 or 20 elimination points, they could have gotten it earlier.
Honestly speaking, do you think they're prepared for that?
Not really.
Okay, there you go. But those actually on 12th place down to 17, they still can swap in and out. But what's more, who will we interview? We want to know. Touch Bunny, take it away, girl.
Thanks so much to Choo Choo and Cloud for that really, really insightful recap just now. You guys are taking my job away from me. Stop it, guys. But for now, back with my best friend Zero. He was saying he was nervous earlier. I hope you're not nervous again, Zero, because I have some questions for you. I was talking to Zero just now, and in Malaysia, for some reason, we like to ask what people like to eat, especially when something good's happening. So Zero said that he ate pizza tonight. So I think the secret to their success tonight is pizza. Isn't that right, Zero?
Yeah, correct.
You gotta tell me what topping later though. But for now though, I have a question for you. For APG, your plays tonight, your performance tonight was top notch. It was absolutely insane how you guys managed to finish that last game. You guys had all the winning conditions in check. You guys had cover, you guys had compound, you guys controlled the circle. So my question for you guys is, how did you guys manage to get all of that checked out? How did you guys manage that?
I don't know what to say. We just rotate into the zone and we see an opening. The house was not occupied, and we just go into the house and zone keeping other player from going to the zone.
Alright, so it was basically like the zone was on your side at the time, which is very, very great for you guys when that happens. Also, I liked how you guys just waited for the other teams to just fight each other before you guys went in, because honestly, 300 IQ play. But despite that though, you guys still managed to finish off the match with 12 eliminations and quite high number of damage. So were you guys actively looking out for kills? Because I remember just now you guys said you guys are playing more safe, but how are you guys still managing to get a lot of kills?
When the zone gave us, a lot of time to look for kills, we don't have to rush into the zone like other team. So we are actively looking for player to kill, and we have a lot of damage.
Okay, so I have a last question for you guys. This is very interesting. So we saw 20's snipes just now, which was so clean. Nice job to 20. But the one that did the best snipe was Shroud. So between 20 and Shroud, who is the best sniper?
I think 20 is the best sniper
20 is the
in
best?
our team. Yeah.
Alright, so I guess Shroud has a lot of catching up to do. He needs to prove himself why he's the Southeast Asian Shroud. Okay, so for this weekend though, you did say we're gonna see something special. I don't want to ruin your cover, right? But is it gonna be a super different play style from you guys?
Yeah, actually it's very different to this play style, and we can't wait to show it.
Okay, so final, okay, I might say final just now, but just out of curiosity though, did you guys expect to get top 4 for this week?
Not actually. We want to, we want to pass this, weekday and prepare for Super Weekend, but we're not actually expecting top 4.
Well, you guys did it, and congratulations. Very happy for you guys. Got a new best friend out of these interviews. You guys should win more, so you guys can come here and talk to me. So for now, guys, that's all for the interview. Thank you so much, Zero, and good luck for this weekend. See you later. Alright guys, that was a very interesting match. That's now match 4 for the night, and for some reason tonight feels really fast because it is getting extremely hot in here. By hot, I mean extremely competitive. We're seeing a huge shift from not just from the bottom side of the ladder, but all the way till the top. We're seeing huge shifts in terms like 4 rivals just now. They were at the top of the ladder, suddenly just dropped down the second half. We're seeing teams at the bottom like BTR just shoot up almost to the first page. So as I said before, we would be expecting changes, but I didn't think it would be this dramatic. So let's talk about a little bit about the rotations for APG. So APG's rotation, they didn't have to go far. While the circle was very interesting, I think the flight path was from Primask to Severny. It was more heavy to the right, to the west side, but the circle went right. I think that's my fault. I was talking to our production guy Jake earlier, and I was hoping that the circle would go right. I think I'm cursed, so I'm sorry about that. This is nothing to do with you, Choo Choo or Cloud. So looking at that, how they rotated, I think they just went around, just tried to get as many loot as possible, got their vehicles, and that was it. They didn't have to worry too far. And even then, they started moving southward toward Milta. And the thing is, the circle was still there. And I think for one thing, I think Chuchu and Cloud mentioned earlier, the top teams, one thing they're good at is predicting circles. And I have to agree with them about that, because when you predict, I mean, we've seen some pretty insane circles, but at this point of time, as someone who, I don't think my predictions can match the predictions of what these teams has. Whatever kind of data or information they have, that classified information must be really good. So for now though, while they moved toward Milta, it was already pretty much open. They mentioned the area, the airport area was open, they just stayed there pretty much. They got the prime real estate area and they just stayed there. And while they stayed there, they didn't just camp. They were actively looking out for kills because they find, okay, this is our spot. We don't have to worry too much about it. We got cover. We have a lot of resources. We don't have too much. So what they did was, because they got a lot of kills, they had enough resources to actually just manage and stay until the end. So looking at that, like seeing how the teams were coming into the final seven circle, a lot of teams had already predicted that the circle was going to go toward the west, but southwest side of Milta. And it's a very interesting area here, but I see that amount of, like, you can see a bottleneck of players coming from the side of from the west side, south of Milta. There you have you have Team Infinity, we have EVOS, and even GD. I felt bad for GD because I think that I think the thing is they're just really unlucky when it comes to rotations. So that was that for them, but we do want to see them do well because they are quite a big name. But speaking of that though, EVOS today, especially that final match, I think it was one of their better matches. It was actually so surprising to see them. They just shot up over there. BTR as well, actually doing so well as well. And the thing is, if you see where the fights are happening right now, APG just stayed there in the area. They just waited for the fights happening toward the outer side. You have GD, you have BTR over there, as well as Team Infinite. But speaking of that, that just reminds me about 4 Rivals. I feel really sorry for them. One of the players called Pemburu. In Malay, Pemburu means hunter. The hunter became the hunted. They were just chased down like a prey being chased. They were the hunted. It felt like they were just like a football being kicked at so many angles. It was like after Axis, it was DX. After DX, it was EVOS. Not a great day to beat them. Clearly, they were not very lucky. I think in terms of that, I think it was just so unlucky because they were trying to get away from so many teams and so many teams were in the area. That's what caused it. And the sound of their fighting, actually, when you think about it, from the side of Axis as well as 4 Rivals, attracted so many teams. At this point, if you're having a one-on-one fight, I think you're going to see a lot of eyes watching you, just waiting to clean up. That's the thing. So I think that's a trend we're going to be seeing, especially for weekdays. So for now, let's have a look at the final fight here. And as you can see there just now, APG with one of the cleanest sort of wins I've seen so far, kept everyone alive with the 3 winning conditions: cover, resource, compound, as well as, sorry, that's 4, control of the circle. They were actually one of the first teams to get to the circle because the circle, as Zero mentioned, had already favored them and continued to favor them the entire time. So looking at how it works right now, I think BTR could have done better, but I think the lack of manpower as well as fight after fight they had to take just took a toll on them. Either way, great job for all the teams up there. That is all for my recap right now. I'm really interested to see what Chuchu and Cloud has to say. But for now though, Chuchu and Cloud, I will take away your curse and I'll be putting it on myself, because if you can ask Jake, guys, I called that circle.
Thank you so much, Tash Bunny. We're not taking your job, we're taking all your jobs from you as well. But sorry for that, we're just
Accept
joking.
the curse.
Yeah, just accept the curse and we take the job, so don't worry about that. But before we get into the last match here today, we would like to thank again PUBG Mobile. Without PUBG Mobile, which co-hosted and co-organized by VSPN, definitely none of us will be sitting here today. None of the players are playing today, and none of you are watching it today. So thank you so much for PUBG Mobile and VSPN, and also our official smartphone partner. Bling 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 bling. It's gonna be Redmi Note 10 series. Challenge your boundaries. There you go, I'm singing it for you. Also official media partner, none other than I like to do the sound effect, I don't know why. Esports Fight Club. We have to say it in a very polite way. Esports Fight Club, where you can watch and earn so many rewards just by watch the live PMPL in there as well. And not forgetting, now we can say WeTV. There you go. I'm liking saying WeTV because I watch it quite a lot of time. Asia's best content, Asia's best drama, best anime, whatever you want to find it live, it's going to be there as well. Pretty much almost everything. So just download it for free on Google Play Store or even on Apple App Store. So it's going to be free for you guys now and forever. And will be your narrative for the day. For the last match, it's going to be Choo Choo, which is already taken. Titan, I'm taken. And also Sir Cloud, I'm married. By the way, my husband is there. So I have to say it out loud because, you know, I got a text just now. Somebody's asking if you're single or not. I'm like, oh, sweat. So I'm like, yeah, he's single.
The door is that way as well.
No, my husband is that way. Stop you! But here comes PUBG Mobile Mode's return. Oh, cringe. Vikendi, Runic Power, Survive Till Dawn, Payload 2.0, Infection Mode. Infectious day today.
Can I stop cringing? Can I have like 5 minutes just to stop cringing?
Yeah, you can take your own time.
Okay,
I can see your hair stand at this end. So yeah, okay.
The air conditioning ain't helping, but
feel bad for you, bro.
I know, right? It's like, okay.
Yeah.
What did I do to deserve listening to all that?
Well, you need to find yourself a life partner. Come on, guys. Hit his DMs, hit his social media. But before that, invite Infection Mode with Sir Cloud later on because he might infect you with something else. Get it? Yeah, boy. I'm just too active right now. Okay.
Yeah, she's on the roll right now. What do you had in your drink?
It was just green apples.
Okay. We need to get that checked, ladies and gentlemen, later on. But of course, we're now down to the final game. And this is where it all matters.
Yeah.
Who will survive? Who will feel the drop? NFT, we're
Definitely.
being real. Yeah, we're being
we're
real.
being very realistic. So I have to say, but it's okay. It's not done and dusted yet for them. They need to reassess about the situation they were in, to reflect themselves the entire Super Weekend, which is going to be 3 days, and they can sit and study and do a bit of revision towards the entire 16 teams that will be playing. But who else will be joining them in the revision part of Super Weekend? That's the worst part. It's not just going to be NFT. We calculated, even though they got themselves like 20 elimination points, still not going to be enough. Was it enough, 20 elimination points?
It's hard. Because they didn't do well in the Erangel round. If they did well in Erangel, then maybe, you have a lifeline. But at this point, I don't think we'll see NFT into the Super Weekend.
Okay, so far we've seen Bigatron Aliens push themselves up towards the 14th place. Just now it was tied at 16 and 17. But can they secure the position yet? We saw the 14 marks that you mentioned. That's going to be the choke point, or pretty much it, the bare minimum to actually make themselves top 16. But right now, that's not going to be enough because if they want, they have to be over 40 to making sure that they can secure that place quite well. And one of the things they have to make sure is not being eliminated of one of few teams in the first few circles. That's going to be the most important thing to do, survive.
Oh yeah, definitely. Survival of the fittest. Yeah, and this is of course a battle royale.
Of the what?
Well, the fittest.
Fittest. Sounds so different when you say it such a short.
Okay.
Never mind.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what she had in the drink, but we'll get that checked later on.
You know I'm a doctor. It sounds very different when you say it that way. But we are less than 2 minutes to go in, less than 1 minute to the seconds, but it's going to be Miramar all over again. We've seen Miramar here today. The circle has been generous at first, but it was really unkind when it comes to the fourth circle and so on. So the circle is really unpredictable. We've seen Impala, we've seen El Pozo, we've seen Montenuevo, Chumacero maybe. Where else do you want it to be, Cloud? Will it be San Martin?
I like minus Del Valle, like the hills there. I think it's pretty cool.
Minas del Valle? Are you kidding me? It's like 1 in a million circle ended up there. That's almost impossible. Chumacero possibly true. Might as well say Valdemar. Means the soul.
Brother Marden.
Or even Lost Eagles at this
Yeah,
point.
then Lost Eagles then. Why not? Let's go. But okay, just a little bit. Because there's one group not playing. That
It's
is
gonna be
group
C.
C.
Yep.
That means Onyx is out. Confirmed. Like
Oh,
there's no way.
man.
So Onyx is confirmed.
YG then?
Why?
Is it confirmed for YG as well?
YG is still safe for now.
How many points for?
So YG is 47 points and BGM is 33 points. So they still have quite a good gap here to push YG down.
Can we check for FaZe Clan again? Where is FaZe Clan?
FaZe Clan is way safe. It's like 56
Yep,
points.
so they're gonna be okay. So in Group
Yeah.
C, we have FaZe Clan. Onyx is in the one red zone currently. Team Secret is more than secure. So it's gonna be Onyx, Esports, and YG. So they are biting their nails to hope and praying the fact that the teams that down there is not gonna make it up. But
correct.
Onyx is definitely out, you mean?
The Onyx is definitely out.
So two teams are definitely out. It's gonna be NFT and also Onyx.
Yeah, NFT is more of just like us being real.
Yep. But that's
realistic.
still, if they're willing to put everything they have, whatever they have left, out from their pockets, and they can get elimination points of 20, there might be a chance. But,
Yeah.
but still slim chance.
If they get a crazy 20 elimination point together with the chicken dinner, that would give the 35. 35 will add on to 18. Hang on.
Yeah, there's still
35
like 43 or 40 what? 40, maybe 45.
No, 35 add on to 18. So they
You're gonna
will
be
get
55?
53.
Yep, there you go.
53 points. So 53 points definitely on the
So
clear.
bad, man.
Yeah, that's why you're not Count Dracula.
Yeah.
So, so NFT, if they get like a 20 elimination point chicken dinner,
I go like,
they would
what's
go
the bare minimum for NFT to actually make it for the top 16? Like, barely make it for top 16.
So if I still put the 40 point as the benchmark, if I still put the 40 point as the benchmark, then they need to get, say, a chicken dinner together with
12. It must be more. It must be more than 10 eliminations. Even the circle making it hard for them. It's gonna be par circle again. And what surprises me, there are high chances here we might end up on top of Impala. I've only seen that in South Asia once, or like in a big tournament once. That's it. On top of Impala, chances are it might be there because they're like 40 to 50% of water ratio just now. There's a big first circle, by the way. And we did mention about the ping pong of circle this day. It's hot shift all the way. It's never at the center, generous enough to be at the center of it. But here comes BN, Xavier. So BN is currently not really in danger zone.
Okay, so now they basically, because they need to push number 16
GD
down.
and
So
YG.
now the bare minimum is pushing up to 42 points. So meaning that if for NFT they need to get...
But if both team of GD and also YG plus VGM manage to get more than 50, that's going to be bigger turn rate aliens push down as well.
YG is not going to move because they're not playing.
Yeah, they're not playing.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's GD right now that they need to beat at least for that. That's the bare minimum, meaning that NFT will need to get 15. We need to get the chicken dinner together with 10 elimination points. It is the bare minimum at this moment.
God, I don't want to be YG right now. You're biting your nails waiting, and here comes VGM. They are going all out, straight getting on Eagle Esports. They really need this so bad, so bad.
Oh yeah, they needed this since 10 years ago. So, so
They are at
let's see if they can
17, so they need how much? They are at 33 right now. It's going to be a hell lot of elimination points for them to actually push themselves up to 16th place, which have to be more than 40 points.
So they need 9 points out of this round, at least, just to be on par with GD. If not, it's 10 points just to be 1 point over GD. But we must consider that GD moves as well. So that is the mathematical calculation at this moment. And then, yeah, if they can get at least 10 points, but we need to see what happens to GD at the same time. So we'll see what happens. But let's look at the action. We did see some early fights happening. So VG got their first point. So at least this is a good start for them.
hopefully it ended up quite well for them.
They need
because
10 at least.
I don't know, I do want all the teams to go out there, but it's just really close. And it's kind of unfair because we saw how much they've been working on it. They have been tirelessly trying to push themselves, but it's just not working out for them. So they deserve a chance as well. But who will have to be knocked out and knocked down towards the top 16? Yeah, that's the worst part of it. VGM getting one more on Pubg. So it's okay. At least like Eagle Esports, no matter what, they're still going to make it up for the top 16. So even if they are being kicked out quite early on, so they still can make it. They are very comfortable at their positions.
Yeah.
But VGM that's really desperate enough to put out all the measures, making sure they can have an extra elimination points at least since the start of the game. We're talking about the first phase still.
Yeah, to chase Eagle is like 29 points gap, so it's not going to be, it's not realistic for them to be pushed out all the way because there's more teams between. So they are pretty clear, but let's see what's going to happen. Now VG, they managed to get the second knockdown to the Eagle, so it's going to be 2 points secured here for VGM. Remember, it's the bare minimum of 10 here for now, so they need to get this wipe out here onto their opponents, but Eagles, Pubg gets one knockdown, but they will get the revenge of the Pubg will go down. One more left, can he finish up the job? It's going to be Chopper here going in, and Chopper, can he finish up the job? No! So it's going to be Eagles going out, no elimination points for the boys. It's going to be 4 elimination points for VGM.
Yeah, there you go. They're going to bring back up all the mates that are being knocked down before and have a huge upgrade of loot based on the death boxes that are being surrounded in this compound of Los Leones. Who else are they contending here? Do we have any of the teams that Eagles just went down, but they are okay? They are still at top 10, so it won't hurt them that much to go into the Super Weekend.
So now it's at least 10 more, at least 6 more points for V Gaming. So, but of course, considering that GD needs to, considering that if GD gets more points, then the thing will continue to shift up. So let's see what's going to happen with GD. GD obviously still in this. So the Eagles are the first team to go out, unfortunately for the Eagles.
So if VGM didn't make it out, the only Vietnamese team that's not able to get into the Super Weekend is going to be them, because Eagle Esports, BN United, also the Xavier already make their way towards the top 16. So they don't want to be left behind as well. So they want to be there. So VGM are taking all they can, making sure that's going to happen. Now, Chonburi, we've mentioned this before, these guys are really just savages. I'm talking about them not giving off any mercy. Any points that they can take, they will take it in. NFT, on the other hand, can they break the loop at least this time? I mean, like, even if they cannot make it to top 16, can they find something that might work out for them in the last match of the weekday here today?
Let's see. Mathematically, for now, it's going to be Chicken Dinner with 10 elimination points. But considering that RRQ Real as well as VGM will also move up as well, they just need to be GDGIDS for now. But even if they don't go through, like what you say, right, go home with a Chicken Dinner, at least bring some pride back.
Yeah, I mean, like, at least they know something that they can work on. For an NFT, I'm hoping for them to actually have any progress of the entire 2 days that they have been battling on. Because we mentioned this before, NFT, they got it. They had the idea, but they just couldn't do it. I'm not sure why they're stopping themselves from moving forward, and the only person stopping themselves right now is just them. For the rest of the teams, we're talking about now, we're looking at the overall rankings. So VGM, RRQ Ryu is desperate to just hanging on and clinging on to the top 16. Same goes for Bigatron. Yep, they got themselves over 50. I have to say that's kind of comfortable enough for them, because the gap in between the 16, 14, 13 and placement of all of that, it's kind of a big gap between the, I think, how much between Bigatron and the next one? I think it was like around 10. Oh, but wait, VGM, this is not a good sign. The Chonburi found them. Oh, no, my goodness me. Now, that's really them playing it safe. They straight away build this. Oh my God, what are the odds? That's a big explosion. 2 of them in that vehicle. Now, this is the last chance. VGM Chua hanging on to the last strap there. Can he revive them? Is it really worth it?
It's not going to be worth it because if he goes down, that means V Gaming is out. So MS Chonburi, they're not going to make it easy for them. They're going to move in here and they take one down. Chua is still alive. Chua managed to survive one of his teammates, but then, so it's confirmed right now. V Gaming is not going to go into the Super Weekend.
Too bad. They got themselves 4 elimination points against Eagle Esports just now, but that's gonna have to wait for the next weekday day. How many days were that? Weekday day 4, we call it, of the overall league. Maybe it's day 7, but it's not gonna be this Super Weekend. On the side of EVOS, we have someone hiding in the shadows now, Lysak, making sure he stays under the shadows so nobody can spot him out. Trying to nitpicking vampires, also NFT at the same time. Now, NFT, we barely see them, the ones who start to move first. They're not the initiators. They are the one who's running first and just re-engage afterwards after things dust has settled. But sometimes they're still too hesitant to do anything about it.
Yeah, which is quite a shame because considering that they need points in the back, they need to play more actively, but they still playing their play style of passive, which is not working out for them. And now that we can see that they're still playing passively, but then again, you're going up against EVOS at the high ground and Microboy goes down. So it's still not going to be easy to show yourself because EVOS has that advantage.
EVOS, they need to be really solid for this round to make sure that they got themselves unswayed position for the top 16. While the rest of them are still very quiet, relatively calm before the storm, so waiting for something to happen. Now, a lot of teams are playing this very cautiously, especially those actually on the second page. They might lose their spot the moment they slip something, especially GD. Can they do it? Can they stay? Araki Ryu is really hungry for more as well. Can they catch up? I think it's possible for Araki Ryu.
Yeah, Araki Ryu needs at least at this moment a chicken dinner with 3 elimination points, considering that if GD doesn't move, then they will overtake GD. So is that possible? Yeah, it still is. GD is taking out the zone, so they need to put up a good performance.
What if both of them, GD and also Araki Ryu, are the last 2 teams at the end of this?
Then GD wins. Unless RRQ gets a lot of elimination points and GD didn't do anything, then maybe they can overtake. But they need a lot by that. But we can safely say that GD goes through.
We're looking at 4 rivals. They're really having it a go for this round because the last match was not that great for them. So they really want to fan out this time. As Appy finished it off straight away, the rest of 4 rivals just arrived. They can take a bit of a breather. They are confirmed to get into the Super Weekend. But this time they want from, oh no, Riff. What have you done by, why? Why did he swim?
Looks like it's a little bit hot in the desert, so he's gonna hide away from Stone. Stone can't find where Riff is. So
I think he'll be drowning.
He might as well kill himself, but
right on point.
Right on point. But it doesn't really matter, really. Both of these teams are through to the next round, so it's fine.
It's fine. It's going to be a reset over the Super Weekend, but here comes Voki. He's playing at the edge of the blue. And interesting enough, it's going to be solo squad for these guys. Maybe no, they are the rest of the teams. Yeah, Lex is behind him. And by the way, if you notice, Heynob and Lex is playing. So they are testing over for this roster, Maika and Voki. Before this, they put in Faris and Kacang Susu. So I personally think the dynamics with Kacang Susu and also Maika is a bit more solid, but might be there's something new. Ooh,
nice.
Pop. It's just pop, you know?
Yeah, that was a nice replay highlight there. Fun fact as well. So Lex is a very, very young player.
Yep.
So he, during the PMPL MYSG Grand Finals, his age, he just passed the legal age to play. So,
it was literally on his birthday.
Yeah, something yeah. So,
oh my God!
There you have it. So he's arguably the youngest player here in the game.
Possibly. Yeah. We have no clue. Maybe we should check out afterwards. But this is going to be a correction. It's going to be
Duke. There you have it.
Duke. There you go for Xavier. We have our translator here in the studio as well. But here comes Lippy coming up. Ooh, Lippy finished the job. Satar is done and dusted. NFT. They are struggling, but it's working. I just hope at least they just guide themselves into a better game for next week, you know?
Yeah, hopefully, because of course this is their first experience in C, like coming in from PMNC up all the way to the stage. So far, I mean, you got to give a pat on the back to them, right? I mean, how many teams come from PMNC all the way up here?
Barely.
But RRQ, real. This is a team to watch out for.
Oh, it's going to be Vampires. It's going to be a big problem for them because we do know Vampires, when it comes to CQC, long range, mid range, you name it, they bite every single person they can. Here comes Ravenclaw tossing out the nade. I don't think it hits, but almost there. Will they slowly push me moving forward? They return the damage over by Mort. RRQ need to build this one if they want to survive. I think they can cut across the other way. If they want to play it very safe, they can go for the engagement after circle number 4. But now is not the time.
Napiko?
Oh no. Traps coming in. Oh, Mort by Ravenclaw. That was a nice reaction time. Finish off straight away. They are making sure they got their claws onto these guys. Here comes the rest of the team. The cover is already united once more for the Vampires. All 4 of them are here. RRQ, on the other hand, I think it's best for them to go for disengage.
Well, I'm not too sure if they can, because we can see that Stone is going in for the flank, so they're waiting for another opening. Now they're sure it's going to be a 4v3 scenario, but Sharps is the first one to go in the entry frag. Go
with the
find another opening.
Go in the back!
Yeah, if they can. Maybe they don't have information, maybe they're worried that someone's there, but Stone has the back line covered.
There comes Voldemort versus Stone. Stone making sure he put the pressure. Oh, there you go. He got clipped quite a lot with the huge chunk HP done. But we have another fight going on. It's going to be 4 rivals taking on Evil's Reborn. Now, 4 rivals is really angry with the last game performance. We can see that very apparent. Now, back to RRQ. They've been surrounded. They got the time limit just now. Just a small frame of window to get out from there. Going exit out because they are facing the other way towards the circle. They can do that because Vampires are coming out on the other way, but they are letting this off the hook.
Maybe because of its timing, right? So it's 10 more seconds until the zone closes. We've talked about this before. Fight too long outside the zone, maybe that's not something that they want to do, so they're going to let them go for now. NFT, on the other hand, they cannot go down. If not, it's confirmed they will not see the Super Weekend.
Bad feeling about this. We do know Big Toronto Aliens when it comes to CQC. Oh, Liquid. What's that Liquid again? He's always the victim, the first one to knock down. Maybe he's the bait for the team. But right now, he's doing it right. He's taking down on Lippy, even though he got return back fired. But Lux is being knocked out. And which Hamburi is there? How? It was right across him in an open field. This is not goodness for both of the teams.
Yeah, it's not good. So the ones that might benefit the most might be MS Chonburi. But let's see what's going to happen here. The smoke will be popped out. And there will be revives coming in. But Zuxi will say otherwise, because he tossed out the neighbor, that they land onto the pool.
One down.
Yes, 1 down. 2 more to go. Zuxi tosses out another smoke, but the revive will kick it. And the nade coming in, and Ramos will be the next one down.
I feel such a hard feeling coming out for the side of NFT. They're being surrounded, they're being bombarded, they cannot even move. On the back line, they have Bigatron. Oh my goodness.
That's it.
This is just done for them, and they are done. How did they get out from here? They still can take covers. Can they actually finish off? Can they do it? NFT, bring us something. Do this.
Ramon?
You can do this. And we are rooting out for you. Oh, they cannot. Yeah, I'm cheering out for them. I'm trying my best here.
I know, right? I mean, we like to see some...
I'm literally cheering out for them. But you know what? At least he got 1 point out of everything else, so it's not too bad.
Okay, now focus onto RRQ Rio. RRQ Rio, the last team standing. So if they're out early, if they don't get that point enough above GD, they will be out as well. So it's RRQ Rio still in this with 3 team members.
Liza, it's just tough to watch him running in the open field. And they have APG members on the back line. Plays on finish of a lot of EVOS members, including APG0. Wait, Asa! RRQ cannot afford to lose any members at all. They're down to only 1 minute. We're done. I think we pretty much know who's going to go for the Super Weekend. But this is fun to watch. We get the last chicken dinner.
Oh yeah, let's see who gets the final chicken dinner. But it's confirmed now that, so we have the 4 teams not seeing the light of the Super Weekend. GD will be happy.
Oh, definitely true. They are so glad right now these teams are eliminated and out. Especially the one that's really close. I have to say, Bigatron also can have a sigh of relief for now. But for the others, it's still going for the run of the chicken dinner. Now, who got themselves that circle is going to be MSC. The Chomburis are doing well when it comes to Murama every single time. So they are taking it at their advantage. Same goes for GigFam, playing alongside the edge of the circle, but they have to cut across Bigatron Red Aliens now, right across them. Do they want to take the fight? Will they not? Right now, Sane is playing it very safely because there's two teams right across them, not just Bigatron Red Aliens, there's also MSC. So one shot's open, you're exposed, two teams have their eyes on you.
Yeah, so it looks like Lex will be taken out from the Infinity yet somewhere else. At the same time, we can see a DX. They are not in the zone. Right in front of them, BN United have the compound. Axis, looks like they're busy with the Infinity.
No, I'm just like, I'm hoping one of the teams down there actually try to make it out for the top later on top 6 and swap places. Now the adventure mode has gone, okay? It doesn't have the sense of adventure anymore. But we're still gonna cast this game for you guys. GigFam going in. Now they start to move and Sane just... Well, Sane is doing his insane stuff. Back to BN United, taking on DX. D Xavier's being finished off by the Silence. And some of them being run down.
Liquid.
Whoa!
What?
Flying car!
I know, a flying car, but Liquid looks like he will... Oh, wait, it's like a... He
clutched it! He clutched this! Ooh, Liquid! This is your time to shine. Whoever defies you, this is time for you to prove them wrong. Oh, heal first, heal first. You can do this, Liquid.
Oh, come on.
Last member of Big Genre Aliens. Try to hold up. No! He pops his head. Now, no!
Oh. If only Liquid pop up the first aid first instead of the bandage, he would have actually at least healed up and gave himself a fighting chance. But unfortunately, something happened with the controls there. Liquid, you gotta set your controls right. But now we move over to the Vampires. Vampires are still on the outside of the zone. But at the same time, we can see that Jasper has a long reach shot coming in. GigFam will be taken out of the 8th place. 6 elimination points for them.
So a lot of points to take over for that. Now we have these Xaviers having one member, Axis one member left. Same goes for Vampires. Well, on the side of GD, they are happy and they are really relaxed. We can see their performance a bit different right now with the 42 points. They're kind of secure just now. Vampires eliminated one of the most top contenders up there with the highest fragging firepower. Now back to GD. GD, how they approach this? BN United, did they find Voki, the last member of Axis? He kind of popped the smoke, kind of exposed himself. They got Infinity again. Is that the end of Infinity just now? It was.
Yeah, it was. So Infinity is now 6th place, 3 elimination points for them, but that's okay at this point. And now MS Chamburi is still on the outside of the circle. There's only one team in the circle at this moment, and I believe that's Axis. Axis, red one, is in the circle.
Yeah, he doesn't need to move, but I'm not sure how long he can stand there since nobody is actually spotting him out just yet. For GD, on the other hand, they need to secure the points, making sure they are really comfortable about their position at 16th spot later on the Super Weekend. Now, Chomburis has approached. They got themselves Rabies right across him. Oh, straight away pop, going for the heads now. No, he didn't actually see D Xavier's. Rabies is actually inside of... No, he didn't notice. I mean, he's gonna run right into him. Oh, surprise! Surprise! Motherfucker, there you go! It's so close. Why are you doing that?
What? Rabbis, what? Rabbis, just look at him, look at him. Look at Rabbis, look at Rabbis. What a moment that was. My goodness, what just happened?
Hey, Peekaboo, I see you. There you go. He just finding him and playing hide and seek apparently. That was really funny. A very comical moment. Now back to the seriousness ahead. Rabies is still there. still gonna play this strat. This strat is working out for him, so it's not wrong. It's definitely not wrong.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you get that one person with eliminating that whole team, why not, right? I mean, he didn't expect Rabbis to be there as well, and well, Rabbis just had something given to him as a gift.
There you go, Rabies tossing out the... He got a good shield coming on for him. That's a good barrier. Oh, Jasper! He exposed himself way too much. It's not just one eye coming up from Rabies, but there's also BN United for White Cat has been hovering the crosser over to the Chamburis. Now GD has been very quiet in this fight, saying this for Voki. Rabies playing the healing game. Well, Juno is just trying to really want him so bad. You can see how they want him so bad. Like, Ravis, get out of there. And no, I'm just gonna stay until the end of my life.
Yep, no, I'm not going to get out of there. Just like Volky, he's not going to move definitely, and he still don't know that Volky is there, I think. So it's kind of like the same thing, just that Volky has a circle, but Jasper will be finished off by White Cat.
Can
and
Volky-
Volky is still alive.
Can Volky get a chicken if all of them ended up with one man only? There's a possibility.
Well, if it does, then it's going to be insane. But before that, let's take a look at this. DX is out at 5th place, 3 elimination points for them. BN United is closest to Volky. Volky with 10% of health. How is he going to do this? And Volky still has some on the circle. But
Goodbye. It's nice to know you, Volky. There you go, jump and shoot. And ooh, it hit him quite hard with the last grenade tossing out by Volky just now. It's not going down easily. We're down to 3 teams, 2v3v3. GD, BN United, and the Chonburi still in the fray. And the Chonburis are taking covers from a flip car or the vehicle. Now, they do have GD quite... this is the thing about GD. They got themselves quite a strategy, but it's just so hard for them to execute it.
Yeah, I know, right? It's like, it's hard for them to just close off games. Like, they can get themselves like top 3,
Very
top
good.
2,
No, the positions and their formation is incredible. But when it comes to closing the game, finish off the job, they just couldn't do it as a team.
Yeah, for some reason. It's weird. I know, right? And let's see if they can at least do this in this last round. Let's see. This is their challenge now.
Okay, we're gonna see if they can pull it off. Back to BN United. Capone. Kind of disappointing with the last performance. Capone didn't finish off qualifying in the previous match, but now he's the time to redeem himself. Chonburi never missed any bullets at all. Now one good man. Bowing down for GD. Can they revive? I don't think so. They're slowly approaching each other, proning. While GD having a distance between themselves, it's a hard time for them to actually finish off straight away. Pon trying to approach straight out front. Snitzel! He whiffed way too much and plays a string at the same time. What an unfortunate event for him.
Oh, that was unfortunate, but Zunos getting one more for himself, and Zunos now down to 50% of health. You need to recover, and Dayball will finish off the Chonburis, as what Chuchu calls them right now. It's going to be GD 1v3.
Oh, there goes the grenade. Can it be the miraculous moment again? White Cat, there you go. BN United getting themselves their first ever chicken dinner on the last match of the weekday, solidifying their position in the top 16. Congratulations to them. With a total points of 5 elimination points. That's a huge feat, but look at MS Chonburi's overall, they got quite a number of elimination points just now.
That will be 13 for a number 3 spot. That is a lot. And it's even higher than number 1 and number 2 as well. So
they might just take away the first place then.
Yeah, in terms of overall points,
they are actually the first place.
Yes, they are taking it away from BN United as well as GD.
So they couldn't bear the fact that the other teams are taking the spotlight away from them. They got themselves not even a chicken in them, but MSC, the MS Chonburi still want the highlight for them as a closing here for the weekdays. Day number 2 of week number 1, PMPL SEA Asia Season 4. But a nice try for the other teams, the 4 teams that didn't make it. I think you guys did the calculation alongside with us. A bit disappointing. All 4 teams that actually we were hoping, cheering out for them, making sure that they can push themselves out there, but they didn't take the chance.
Yeah, they didn't. But well, it's alright. Try again next week. I mean, it's not the end of the world, right? But at the same time, we gotta give props to Zunos, Capone, White Cat from BN United, and of course we have Silence as well. Congratulations to them for getting this final chicken dinner in the weekday. But you know what? For the Chonburi,
I love.
I think it's pretty cute.
Yeah, you know, there's an anime called something with the buri or like something like that as well, but it's like the vampires, but it's totally a different team now, isn't it? Back to Infinity, we haven't seen their fans out yet. So Infinity, they have been playing it like kind of safe in the middle bracket, not showing off too much under the spotlight. So we are looking for their Superweekend performance.
Yeah.
Back to VGM, that was really disappointing. They got themselves 4 elimination points at first.
Correct. It was
Eagle, yeah.
And the fact that 2 of their team members go down, Chua went in.
He can build them. Like they are that desperate.
Yeah, he should have just left, and maybe he might slip into the
Yeah,
top.
like how Voki did just now.
Yeah, something like that. But the fact that GD also got a second place finish, that kind of sealed the deal. But yeah, it would have been an alternate timeline if they went for the survival.
They are like possibilities down there, but we can never know because there's a big F right in front. The F that they have been done, and hopefully they did try to rectify the mistakes for this week, and hopefully they come back better for the next weekday session. And then for Infinity on the other hand, they did shoot quite a lot of teams down there. I'm not sure how much for the elimination points so far. But on the side of Gig Fam, I think they're having a hard time to follow their own all strat for Gig Fam. All the teams kind of figure out how to play and kind of expose their weakness, even though that were their strength before. So they need to change their plan now.
Yeah, but it will be at least during the week, Super Weekend will be a fixed set of 16 teams. So you don't need to like, oh, okay, this group isn't playing. How
yeah.
would it change and all that? So it will kind of change the mentality for the weekend.
That's definitely true. So the method-wise, maybe they might change a bit of, well, maybe some of them might change drops, but who knows? Because Super Weekend is everything, literally everything. It's go big or go home. But on the side of Axis Red One just now, I did notice some teams are actually swapping players to make sure they're experimenting some stuff. But I do want to know, will Bigatron Red Aliens will let you high play Super Weekend, or he's still being benched by the players?
Well, looking at their performance for the weekday, I think a lot of fans also expect more from Big Trouble.
I mean, like today they performed quite well in the last few matches. It did live up to their expectation in the very last minute, but that quite a pressure for them to, you know, playing catch up again after like in the Super Weekend. I'm sure you want to do that all over again.
Okay, so I'm going to be the devil's advocate here. Okay. So the reason why that they perform better in the last few games is because some of the teams have nothing to play for anymore. So they take advantage of teams that's like, oh, you got nothing to play for anymore, so less motivation, then they took advantage of that.
So they're pretty much finding the teams that actually don't have any motivation anymore?
Yeah, whether it's finding or whether it just happened, they bump into those kind of teams, that's why they took advantage of it.
It's all down to the mind games. The teams actually have nothing to fight for. You always have something to fight for. Don't give up easily, just fight for it. You know, unite, we fight. There you go. I'm giving you guys a bit of a pep talk just now. But back to it as a team, congratulations again. But I think we all know who are the 16 teams. I cannot wait to see who will get the first ever chicken dinner as an opening of the Super Weekend.
And yeah, and that is where the chicken dinner definitely matters more.
No,
yeah, because
yes.
we want to see who becomes the league champion, and of course that is collecting points for them to go to the grand finals, because they need to collect points whenever they get the opportunity, because they won't know whether next week they'll be in the next Super Weekend or not. So.
That's definitely true. And even the first game, it's not even warm-up session anymore.
Yeah.
It's straight head-on, just smash it, you know? Because they don't have any time to rest. There's only one day in between Super Weekend and today. So they're going to be an off day tomorrow, maybe for them to rediscuss about everything, every strategy, about all the formation. They need to bring it out in the first week. It's going to be there. It has to be there since the first start of the Super Weekend, day number 1 and match number 1. But here comes the MVP just now, White Cat. Wow. And with 0 elimination. Wow. It's going to be something.
Can you do that one again?
No. Your turn.
White Cat. No.
That's so creepy, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I didn't start with a cringy opening just now, but at least White Cat, well, he's the MVP.
Well, people will ask me if I'm single or not. I have to think about, you know, people that I really care about. So I do care about you guys, Titan. I love you, but yep.
There's no explanation for that. Okay, the door is that way.
Oh, he got 1 elimination points.
Oh yeah, thank you. Thanks, that's a good topic changer. Yeah, the door is that way still.
Yeah, we're gonna go that way later on. I'm gonna go that way, so he knows what I'm pointing at.
Can we have a second door, please?
Yeah, you need to go that way.
Yeah, I see an opening in the ceiling. Maybe I should just climb.
So yeah, there's a ring on this finger. So yeah, I wish there's none anymore. But you know what? Oh, nothing can do.
I'm done. Bye, guys.
Sorry, guys, for the cringy moment. But Titan, you did ask me, so I'm a very honest person. So I like to interact with the viewers as well. Do you have your question out for us, if you guys have any, or even if you have have any any shout out coming up from us, we are more than happy to do that for you as well, because we love engaging with you guys. On Facebook or YouTube, anywhere you guys at, we are there as well. But just now, the ending, I don't know, it's kind of an anticlimax for me.
Yeah, the fact that like the bottom 4 teams, they got eliminated
At least
fairly
one.
early
At least
on.
one.
Yeah, at least one. At least like a VG, maybe.
Yeah, it's like at least kind of giving us
Like
a bit of at the edge kind of feeling to know like, oh, can he replace somebody with somebody pushed down? But here comes the match league. Just now the Sharks is up there still with a placement point of 10 points in total. That's going to be rounding it up 23 with elimination points of 13. First place, they, even though they didn't get the chicken, but they still won the highlight for Chonburi. Did they land any chicken yet? They didn't.
No.
They did not.
No chicken, no problem. Yep. So it looks like Sharks, they're not interested in chicken.
Yep.
Maybe more like other
Mermaids.
fishes or mermaids or mermans. I don't know. Yeah. More of that, not chickens.
Yep, BN United, their highlight been snatched away by the Sharks. They placed themselves at second here with 5 elimination points. Same goes for the GD. So GD, they got themselves third place this time, so they kind of solidified themselves at the top 16, so they can rest assured they will make it out for the Super Weekend. But some teams, there goes the damage. Wow, that's huge.
Wow, they've been biting people all around, right? So it's 2,272 damage and 13 elimination points, and I think that's the biggest gap so far.
Yep, that's definitely true. Nobody is actually matchable for these guys coming up from MS Chonburi. So they're really chewing it down for all these guys. Even the bats have bowing out. I bet the vampires cannot even survive the bite of a shark. Which is true now.
Yeah. Even the eagles as well. You want to put into that perspective, right? The eagles,
Even the aliens. What else?
the
The
white
eye.
tigers,
The eye.
the spider, the guy with wearing glasses. And, yeah.
How do you see GD then?
GD is
The buckle of a belt?
There you go, the buckle of the belt. Yeah, there you go, the buckle of the belt. Yeah, I'll take that.
This is so silly. Now, about the damage, but I think this speaks quite a lot and quite loud for the side of MS Chonburi. So they are one of teams that might just be under the radar of all the other players during the Super Weekend. So they want to be extra careful about tipping their toes around MS Chonburi. But the Chonburis also have to be extra careful. They might be one of the targets to be the primary target for all the other players to making sure that you take them out of the equation, the strongest Titan that is in there.
Yep. They are definitely making other teams Chamburu. sorry. So to our international audience, Chamburu means jealous.
Wow.
And wow. No chicken, no problem. Who needs a chicken dinner?
Might as well just make one graphic for all the other sports stuff, you know?
know,
Like, why would you put the same graphic all over again? But it's theirs to take. Look at this. They got themselves one of the highest elimination, even though Vampires got extra 1 point, just 1 point shy now. But damage of 10,000 within 2 days.
I know, right? Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. And obviously average survival time because they're the most consistent team. No chicken, no problem for them. Imagine if they can just like get one chicken dinner, maybe they'll be right on top, but it doesn't really matter for them. And for the vehicles usage rate, looks like NFT, they like driving around.
Did YG make it for the top 16?
Yes.
Okay, so
the manager's happy.
the lesser you use a vehicle, the more chances of you getting the Super Weekend then.
Well, that's what. So that's the thing that I mentioned. Like when we talk about like the GD rotation in Rango, right? Like the further you go, the higher chances of being shot down.
And that's a funny thing. They tend to wait too much the blue and kind of wasted a lot of their resources when they need to heal up while tanking the blue. In the meantime, wasting a lot of time not getting in the center of the circle. Now, here comes the Eliminator rankings for now in the first 2 days into the South Asia PMPL Championship Season 4. We are damn rude from Gig Fam getting 18 elimination points. Look at the gap in between. We have also another Malaysian player here coming up from Team Secret with 15. Well, we have DX and also Lamborghini in there squeezing in last minute with EVOS just now, but there's only Pop. I thought Pop would be one of the top players as eliminators or terminators I'm surprised at this overall rankings, honestly.
So he's like carrying, or it's I wouldn't say he's carrying. Maybe the other team is like we're well spread out. Like maybe like all of the like 10, 10, 10, something like that, just barely making into the MVP ranking, something like that.
Maybe because, okay, Pop did squeeze in here in the third place for MVP ranking. He deserved this. I think he got most of them on knockdowns. So being finished off by his members, possibly. That might be one reason of that, because he's always the first one to take the shot down there. But elimination points wise, we can say Gig Fam, Damroot, he kind of gave a huge statement here. So he needs to survive, staying against 4 Team Secret Kid. All these guys here on the top 4 of the MVP rankings, they are the most important person, the most valuable players coming up from their own respective teams. So they need to survive no matter what the cost is.
Oh yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, there you have it. Another of his teammate, Jasper, there coming in at number 5. So with 8 elimination points with a KDA of 2.6. And then we have Shrub, we have Lamborghini, we have Onyx, we have Tony K, and we have Matoy from Team Secret also coming in. I wouldn't want to call him daddy because he ain't that daddy-ish.
Who?
Matoy.
Why you come? No.
Yeah. Just because like within the team, like he looks like. Remember that we had this talk about he's the daddy and Aisha's the mommy?
It used to be.
Yeah, used to be, but yeah, I would still put them together.
But here comes the overall ranking we've been waiting for. Congratulations to Vampire, Emma Chumbury, Gig Fam, Team Secret, D Xavier, APG, BN United, Axis Red One, Infinity, and Eagle Esports for the top 10, who, rest assured, they got themselves in the Super Weekend slot. But the only 2 teams got themselves to chicken dinner here is going to be APG and also Vampire Esports.
I know, right? So there are 3 teams not getting a chicken, including the Infinity though, and Team Secret as well as the Chomburis. And on page number 2, number 11, GD. Okay, so this is so we already know who's on our bottom 4, but those who survive, GD 59 points, 12th place Face Clan 56 points, 13th place EVOS Reborn 56 points as well, 56 points for Bigatron Red Alias 14 points, 15th place for Rivals 55 points, and Yango Galactico 16th place 47 points. Unfortunately for V Gaming, Onyx, RRQ Real as well as NFT, they will need to rest over the weekend and we'll see them back on the weekday next week.
VGM had it. That one call coming out from, I think it was Chua, that ran back to the teammates. They could have drive in a different direction. I mean, like spread out instead of going straight one, like both of them in the same direction. They might just dodge the bullet or 2 because, you know, the Chomburis barely missed any of their bullets, and every single time they're making sure it hits something. They barely whiffed anything. Never I've seen them not getting any knockdown when they start to shoot. Well, inside of VGM, well, better luck next time. We hope the 4 teams actually sitting this one out, they have the time to revise back about their plan on the next weekend. The next weekday, the second week of the entire performance. How to counter all these teams actually performing at top 16 team in Super Weekend on week number 1.
Yeah, so they'll definitely go back to the drawing board, and hopefully they can come back better next week. We have seen teams that they miss out on 1 week, but they do well in 2 weeks, and they still go to the grand final. So it's still possible for them. I won't rule them out just yet, but for now, it's more them just having a 5-day break.
Yep, just take it a break, reset yourself, reassess everything. You know what? Second week is actually the most important week of all because it's the middle of an entire league. So that kind of the how do I say, it's literally the center of it. So it's either you're tilting down, you're tilting upwards, that's it. So if they didn't make it out for the first week, at least they need to rectify the mistake and try to do better for the next week. But the teams that actually made it out for the first Super Weekend, they cannot sit quietly or not chilling at all. We're talking about them at second week, they might slip something up when they're overconfident about something. So, you know, balance is everything, they say.
Yeah, balance in all things. Yeah, that is.
Do that again.
Balance in all things.
So cringy, alright?
Why? Come on, I'm not the one coming up with cringy lines. Come on.
You know what? I do want to know who will be interviewing afterwards.
Me too.
we still haven't heard anything about Four Rivals.
Yeah, I know, right?
You saw how they were raging over that last match just now. They literally got their guns over all the teams down there. They're like, this is for last match. You guys did us such a hell rotation. But we don't want to waste any more time. Do give us a surprise. Who will be Tash Paddy? Who will you interview this time?
Surprise! We have Joker with me right now from Four Rivals. They've played before in PMPL Southeast Asia. At least Joker told me that. I'm really excited to interview them because I was actually going to ask you guys, Joker. Okay, I'm sorry this is my first question for today, but just now in the previous match when you guys were attacked by Axis and DX and EVOS, you guys were just chased all over the map. What was going through your mind?
So we just want to clear our side to go to into the next circle lah. So what in our mind, what have in front of our path, we will go through it lah. No matter
I see.
No matter Malaysian team or Vietnam team or others team, we just want to go into the circle. We have to make the call.
I see. So you guys were not like panicking. You guys are just like, okay, it's okay. We'll just go through, just fight whoever that comes to us and just do our best. Is that what went through your mind?
Yes.
I see. Okay, so speaking of that though, when you mentioned that it doesn't matter whether it was a Malaysian team or not, that comes to my next question. Why are we seeing a lot of Malaysian teams fight a lot, especially in the early to mid game? Is it because your rotations are very similar?
I think it's because of rotation and luck. So there's two things, rotation and luck. Because we never know where the circle is. So the rotation will be random very much. So we don't know what team in front of us. So we just go to our next compound and then our next checkpoint, and then we just collide with Malaysian team. So I think because there are two things lah, rotation and luck. Luck not good.
Okay, that's fair enough. Okay, so Four Rivals started the week quite strong. You guys on the first page, but today, however, you guys are sliding down. Right now, you guys are ending on 15th place, which is just one spot away from not making it to Super Weekend. So, can I know what exactly was going on there? Is it because a lot of other teams started to play more aggressive, or?
No. Today we have a bad day for the team. So the circle is not with us, and then the rotation we keep go inside the circle with two people or one people. So that's the thing that cause that we can defend compound or tank the circle. So that's why today is the bad day for rival today. So but in the weekend we can show more.
Alright, speaking of that, this weekend, what can we expect from Four Rivals? Are you guys gonna bring out your secret strats? Are you guys gonna change up your playstyle? Share with us a bit, but not too much, because I want to be surprised too.
Okay, for the Super Weekend, we have our tactical for the Super Weekend and weekdays, same like PMPL. So the Super Weekend will be a lot of discipline and controlling. So you see on this weekend.
Alright, super excited to see that. I still remember you guys were telling me back then in PMPL My SG that you guys were chasing after Geek Fan. They have to be careful. So I think the same still, is still going on now. So thank you so much, Joker, for the interview, and good luck for this weekend. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Alright guys, so just now, match number 5, one of the most intense matches today. We are actually seeing, we're seeing a very interesting sort of, not just rotations, I think in terms of circle as well, it's just very unforgiving. As Joker mentioned earlier, not their day, especially because yesterday I think they were a bit more lucky when it comes to the circle and rotations. And right now, especially from teams from Malaysia, there was a question being asked just now from production to me. We were talking about it, and I did notice that teams from Malaysia were fighting quite a lot, and I think it was because of rotations, how they were playing, how probably because of the scrims. I think that is why we're seeing a lot of fights, especially from the side of Malaysia. And speaking of that, though, the flight path was extremely interesting from Puerto Paraiso all the way to the north middle side of the map, and the circle took a hard right this time around with about 20% of water. Any kind of circle with water in it means less space means less movement from the teams, which means a lot of clashes, which is very interesting. But from where BN United dropped to was actually from the side of north side of San Martin, actually, and they went through the graveyard and toward La Bendita. So when they were already in La Bendita, I think they were pretty much already set because the circle just kept going through their side. I think this was a case of really good circle predictions as well, because they were there quite early. So speaking of that, though, other than teams BN United today was exceptional. I have to give it that. This was the BN United that I've heard about, because I'm still new to the world of PMPL. So this is a very interesting thing to see that these teams that I've heard them play before just kind of like rise up to the occasion. So speaking of that, though, we are seeing RRQ trying to play more aggressive. They want to play the way VGM is. They want to farm as many eliminations as possible for those extra points. So that means even without a chicken dinner, they will still be able to go forward. But the problem with RRQ is that they are picking. Okay, you have heard of terms of picking a fight with people not your size. Yeah, that was them. I don't know why they had to pick a fight with one of the strongest team right now, which is VPE. They could have disengaged there. They didn't do that, and they costed them, because after that, they lost some members. Despite RQ having the compound, VPE had the high ground, and that was it for them. And then after that, they just lost it when they were moving forward. So speaking about picking fights as well, though, we saw Axis just trying to play at the edge of the circle just now as well. We were seeing still teams doing that edge of circle sort of play, but for some reason, though, I'm seeing it not really working out for a lot of teams. Not because it's not a good strat, but rather a lot of teams come inside, hold the circle from the inside. So if you are still outside the circle, if you are late to the circle, you are going to be paying for it, because you're going to be stuck between the circle and your gatekeeper. So if you look over here, when the circle went smaller, MS Chonburi, also another team that I like to highlight tonight, they don't need chicken dinners. Do you know why they are sharks? Because they are a team that are drawn to blood in the water, just like sharks are in real life. So MSC, though, from the beginning, I noticed that they just wait. They just get their prey as they passing by. That was VGM. So unlucky for them, because they started off really, really strong. And, you know, it's just so unlucky. So after that, they got really good picks, though. They hear shooting. They were already there getting picks. Their rotations were just phenomenal at how fast it was, to the point that I think Cloud or Chuchu just was like, when they on the other side, why are they here? So yeah, very, very fast rotations from them as well. And their aggression is just something else. I think their strat right now is by farming as many eliminations as possible. Yes, they never quite clinch that chicken dinner, but clearly they're saying that their favorite food is just not chicken. It's just the players. They just want to numb them out as much as they can. So speaking of that, though, the last fight that happened was straight up an open field with nothing, and a lot of cars had already been blown out. I think that is the strat for this kind of thing. You just kind of get rid of anything that can stop them from moving forward. So props to BN United for getting that. We saw Boki try to play it till the end, but you know, it's just unlucky because he was at the end till then. So yeah, props to MS Chonburi. I think MS Chonburi, one thing they're good at is finishing off the week stylishly. We don't need a chicken dinner. We don't need to be number one. We just need to show you guys why we are the best. So for now, guys, I think that's all for tonight for my recap. Thank you guys so much for listening. And we're going to pass it back to the legendary Chuchu and Cloud. Let's see what they have to say.
Thank you so much, Tash. It's been a great day today. I'm loving her analysis. It's always on point, and she covers things that we didn't actually saw it before, and I'm loving it so much. Just to, you know, you can buy me dinner later. But speaking of which, for rivals, keep your eyes out for us this super weekend. We got super secret strat for you, but that's what they said. Joker said, and he said that they were not panicking. Really? I can hear them shouting miles away. Why?
What? Wow, how did it sound again?
Why?
Oh, okay, that's right. But anyway, congratulations to these teams that actually move on to the Super Weekend. So we have the Vampires, we have MS Chonburi, Gig Fam, Team Secret, we have the Xavier, we have APG Esports, BN United, we have Axis Red 1D Infinity, the Eagles Esports, we have GDGIDS, and we have Face Clan, EVOS Reborn, Bigatron Red Aliens, 4 Rivals, as well as Young Good Galactic Coast. We'll be seeing them in action on Friday, fighting through 3 days, 5 maps a day, so it's going to be a total of 15 maps.
What maps? We're gonna leave it up to you to make it as a surprise. Oh, Vikendi is online. Wait, what? I don't know. But you know what? It's gonna be an ultimate first ever week of the PMPL South Asia Championship Super Weekend. But man, we have to thank some people first, Cloud.
Yeah, we have to thank definitely our official smartphone partner, Xiaomi, a Redmi Note 10 series. Challenge your boundaries, and our official media partner, Esports Fights Club. I can't do it because the husband is here. You know, I don't want to get in trouble. So watch and learn exclusively with Esports Fight Club, and of course our official media partner, WeTV. Watch Asia's best content for free on WeTV. Download WeTV now on the Google Play Store and Apple App Stores. And of course, this tournament is co-organized by VSPN. And I would also like to take a minute to also let everyone know as well. So just now we had the interview with Joker, right?
Yeah.
So he's actually not with the team. He's in his hometown because his newborn baby isn't doing well.
Oh, new daddy.
Yeah,
Congratulations then. So many happy times between the league. It's such a long league that anything can happen in between.
Yeah, new daddy, but his baby isn't doing that well. So we wish him all the best, and hopefully everything goes well for him. And once he handles his family matters, he'll be back with the team. Hopefully soon.
There's a lot on his plate there. It's a huge challenge coming out from Joker. We hope the best for you and your family as well. For those actually watching at home, we want to thank you, because since the first match of yesterday up till now, you guys been sticking it with us because it's your tournament as well. Like always, we're gonna see you in this Super Weekend. Is it gonna be us? Is it gonna be Miramar, Ringo? Wait, what? We don't know. But see you guys over the weekend. Bye for now. Good night.